Chapter 604. The complete Mount Shenhuang was made up of 9 peaks. Mount Shenhuang was the main peak, and the other 8 peaks were stacked on top of it. However, countless years ago in that great battle, the 9 mountains had been shattered into pieces. The insides of each mountain had been severely damaged, and the spirit of the supreme treasure had been scattered. The main peak of Mount Shenhuang stored almost all the treasure's origins, which was why it could give birth to a new treasure spirit. Moreover, with the help of the treasure's origins, it had long recovered from the damage. It could display its original might and become one of the 3 great forbidden lands of the Chaos Sea. The other 8 peaks were not treated so well, and no one knew where they drifted to. Due to the internal injuries and the lack of the treasure's origins, their power had greatly decreased. For example, Jianghu's original Triple Mountain was only a Grade 2 treasure. The Triple Mountain he obtained from True Lord Blacktime was slightly better, but it was only a Grade 3 treasure. Treasures below Grade 3 were completely common in the Chaos Sea. Many Dao Lords despised them when they saw them. Only the Dao Lords of the 4th universe would treat them as treasures and bring them back to reward the juniors of their race. This was also the reason why Jianghu and True Lord Blacktime could each obtain a Triple Mountain peak of Mount Shenhuang. Of course, Jianghu benefited in the end. The 2 Triple Mountains combined into a 6-fold mountain, and its grade also increased to a Grade 5 treasure. However, even a Grade 5 treasure was far from its original power. After all, it was a component of a Grade 9 treasure. After fusing with the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang, this treasure gained spirituality. The scattered treasure's origins gathered and its power increased to a certain extent, advancing to a Grade 6 treasure. However, it still did not reach the upper limit of the 6-fold mountain because its internal injuries had yet to recover. Now there was a large amount of Mount Shenhuang's origins in the origin space of Mount Shenhuang. With the help of the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang, the 6-fold mountain could wantonly devour these treasures' origins to recover its internal injuries and increase its power. Bigger. Bigger. Grow a little bigger. The old spirit of Mount Shenhuang sent messages to Jianghu again and again. Jianghu also controlled the 6-fold mountain with all his might, causing the treasure's size to reach its limit. "Stop, you bandit, stop right now." The spirit of Mount Shenhuang roared angrily, wanting to stop him. Unfortunately, it could not control those light blades. Bigger, bigger, bigger. The old spirit of Mount Shenhuang kept urging Jianghu. The more perfect the 6-fold mountain was, the bigger it could become, and at the same time the more light blades it could absorb. As for the 9-layered mountain formed by the light blades, it trembled even more violently, as if it was about to collapse. A large number of light blades were swallowed by the 6-layered mountain. "Master, the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang, Mount Shenhuang, Shenhuang of the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang. Shenhuang, the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang of Mount Shenhuang, Shenhuang of Mount Shenhuang? Of Shenhuang, Shenhuang of the of Zuf of Shenhuang of Shenhuang. Shuhuang of the Shenhuang of Shenhuang of Shenhuang of Shenhuang Shenhuang. Yo, Mount. Of Shenhuang Shenhuang of Xuanwangs Xuanwangs. You and I are one. What is yours is mine." The old spirit of Mount Shenhuang laughed, still madly devouring the light blades. "You will die. I will find a new master and have him destroy you." The spirit of Mount Shenhuang roared. "You still want to find a master?" The old spirit of Mount Shenhuang laughed. "Can a true lord with a heavenly venerable level essence spirit come to you? Or can a Tao lord with a supreme level essence spirit come to you? Don't even think about it. You are destined to die." Of the 2 spirit treasures, one was the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang before it was destroyed, and the other was newly born. In terms of standpoint, they were destined to oppose each other and could not coexist. In terms of choice, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang had rejected Jianghu, and even wanted to kill Jianghu. It had made the wrong choice from the start, allowing the weakened old spirit of Mount Shenhuang to seize the opportunity to counterattack. At the root of it all, Riverward had decided all of this. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang knew very well that only one of them would survive. And that human must have believed in the old spirit. Time passed. The internal injury of Mount Shenhuang has recovered by 30%. 40%. Master, it's half recovered. Every once in a while, the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang would excitedly inform Jianghu. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and the internal injury of Mount Shenhuang had finally fully recovered. The origin of a Tier 9 supreme treasure is indeed powerful. It's only been 10 days. Jianghu exclaimed. The 9-layered mountain formed by the light blades had shrunk significantly. It had shrunk from 90,000 kilometers high to 80,000 kilometers high. Compared to Mount Xuanwang's maximum height of 7 light-years, the 9-layered mountain looked like a speck of dust. This was because the 9-layered mountain was formed by the origin of the supreme treasure, and not Mount Xuanwang's true body. Mount Xianhuang was 900 million light-years tall, and Mount Xianhuang was incomparably small in front of it. Of course, this did not mean that Mount Xianhuang was weak. Now that Mount Xianhuang had fully recovered, the aura of the supreme treasure had surpassed Tier 7 and was very close to Tier 8. After the armor transformation, it'll be a Tier 7 defensive supreme treasure. In addition to my physical strength of a Tier 5 supreme treasure, even a heavenly venerable would find it difficult to hurt me, right? My ability to control spacetime has also greatly improved. In addition to my own Mountain Sea spacetime, the spacetime domain formed by the two should be able to reach the level of a half-step heavenly venerable. After carefully sensing it, Jianghu quickly familiarized himself with the new power of Mount Xianhuang. Now, in terms of actual combat strength, I'm still inferior to a half-step heavenly venerable. But my physical defense is only stronger than a half-step heavenly venerable. The only thing I lack is the defense of my primordial spirit. Jianghu also had a detailed evaluation of his own strength. He was looking forward to it. When the Grotto Heaven world finished expanding again with the help of the power of the world, his physical strength and primordial spirit strength would be improved. By then, the flaws in his primordial spirit would be greatly compensated. After testing the power of Mount Xianhuang, Jianghu glanced at the slightly shrunken 9-layered mountain. "Can you continue to devour the supreme treasure's origin?" he asked the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang. "There's no way to devour it." The old spirit of Mount Xianhuang said helplessly, "This Mount Xianhuang can only carry so much supreme treasure's origin. Any more and it will dissipate on its own." Jianghu nodded gently, feeling a little regretful. "I can only wait for my primordial spirit strength to reach the heavenly venerable level before subduing it." "Master, don't worry. Mount Xuanwang's conditions are very harsh. It has been standing in the Chaos Sea for a long time, but no expert has been able to meet the conditions. In a short period of time, I think it will be very difficult for other experts to meet the conditions apart from Master," said the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang. "Of course." Jianghu smiled. It was extremely rare for a perfected lord to have a heavenly venerable's primordial spirit strength. In the entire Chaos Sea, not a single one had appeared for countless eras. Even the so-called invincible heavenly venerable purple firmament did not achieve this at the perfected lord level. Even if a perfected lord reached that level, they would not have the strength to survive in this space. After all, there was only one heavenly tower. As for a Tao lord having a supreme level primordial spirit strength, that was even more impossible. Perhaps in the long history of the Chaos Sea, such a cultivator had never appeared. "I'll leave it here for now." Jianghu controlled his greed very well and did not let the huge temptation get to his head. "However, I'm not in a hurry to leave. I'll go to the Myriad World's ruins after the expansion of the Grotto Heaven world is complete. During this period, I can use the crazy willpower here to continue tempering my primordial spirit strength." Jianghu stood in the heavenly tower and looked at the 9-tiered mountain from afar. After the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang merged with the 6-tiered mountain, the crazy willpower that filled the origin source space did not disappear. That was because that crazy willpower belonged to the former master of Mount Xianhuang. That was a terrifying existence. Even though countless eras had fallen, the remnant crazy willpower still remained in the origin source of the ultimate treasure and did not dissipate. The strength of Jianghu's primordial spirit began to slowly increase under the impact of the crazy willpower. Buzz! The 7 light-year tall 6-tiered mountain rapidly shrank and disappeared as Jianghu withdrew it into his body. The heavenly tower slowly advanced in this vast dark space, approaching the 9-tiered mountain formed by the light blades and receiving an even stronger willpower impact. "Human, you will regret this." The spirit of Mount Xianhuang could only roar crazily, but there was nothing it could do. Because it had not broken through the boundary of an ultimate treasure, it was restricted by the laws. Unless there was an expert controlling it, it would do anything it could not do. Time passed year after year. Jianghu was trying his best to temper the strength of his primordial spirit. At the same time, his clone was also trying his best to deduce Taoist techniques, striving to reach the heavenly Tao realm as soon as possible. Cultivating 7 Taoist techniques at the same time was hundreds of millions of times more difficult than cultivating one Taoist technique to the heavenly Tao. However, Jianghu was very patient. It had only been 1,000 years since he became a true lord. Under normal circumstances, if a 5th transformation true lord could cultivate to the desolate level, it would basically take tens of thousands of eras. An era was 36 million years. He hadn't even lived for 100,000 years. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. Rumble. The mountain sea grotto heaven in the depths of the fourth universe finally completed its third expansion. It went from a diameter of 2 billion light-years to 3 billion light-years. The limit of a cosmic Tao Lord's grotto heaven world was only 900 million light-years in diameter. After the expansion was completed, Jianghu introduced the new power of the world. Immediately, the toughness of his body and the toughness of his soul underwent significant improvements and transformations. This improvement took 3 days, and the improvement was very obvious. His body's strength rose from a Tier 5 ultimate treasure to a Tier 6 ultimate treasure, another level. As for the strength of his primordial spirit, after being tempered by the crazy will for 1,000 years, it had already surpassed a cosmic Tao Lord. Now, with the help of the power of the world, it finally underwent a substantial transformation, comparable to the top cosmic Tao Lords. With the defense of a Tier 6 ultimate treasure, my primordial spirit's defense should not be weaker than a half-step heavenly venerable, right? Jianghu smiled confidently. After 1,000 years of seclusion, his attack, body, and primordial spirit had all undergone a qualitative leap. Jianghu evaluated himself. His overall combat strength should be comparable to a half-step heavenly venerable. However, he could not be sure since he had not fought. In terms of attack, compared to a half-step heavenly venerable, his Tao techniques and secret techniques were too inferior. Most of them were supported by the long shuttle formed by the heaven-piercing tower. In addition, his grotto heaven world far exceeded the limit of a Tao Lord, so the power of the world it could provide was also stronger. That was why he could easily kill other cosmic Tao Lords. If not for the heaven-piercing tower, his defense would at most be comparable to a half-step heavenly venerable. His attack would be worlds apart. My attack needs to be strengthened. What if I meet a freak with a Tier 9 ultimate treasure one day? Jianghu shook his head. He did not even need a Tier 9 ultimate treasure. As long as the other party had a Tier 7 ultimate treasure, his advantage would be gone. After all, the heaven-piercing tower was only a special ultimate treasure, not an offensive ultimate treasure. Moreover, he had only refined the 75th seal of the heaven-piercing tower and could not fully unleash its power. The reason why it was so powerful in terms of attack was entirely because of the sturdiness of the Tier 9 ultimate treasure itself. I've cultivated here for 1,000 years. It's time to go. Jianghu took a deep breath. Then, the dust-sized heaven-piercing tower began to move away from the 9-layered mountain peak formed by the light blades. The strength of his essence spirit had already reached the limit of the cosmic realm. If he wanted to break through to the heavenly venerable level, it was not something that could be completed by external tempering. It was either a breakthrough in cultivation or a great opportunity. Riverward understood that the difficulty of these two methods was not small, especially the latter. After he obtained Qing Shuang's legacy in the mysterious monitoring space, he caught the great opportunity of Mount Shenhuang as soon as he came out. If there was another one, it would be too heaven-defying and almost impossible. Human, you will regret it. You and that old spirit will both regret it. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang's old voice sounded again, filled with anger and indignation. The next time I come here, it will be to subdue you. Jianghu laughed loudly. Impossible. You're delusional, you're dreaming. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang roared boom. Heaven-piercing tower instantly accelerated and gradually moved away from the 9-layered mountain peak, no longer paying attention to it. 1,000 years ago, when Jianghu first came to this space because the light blades outside were too strong, his spiritual sense could not spread outside heaven-piercing tower at all and could not investigate this space. He could only rely on the senses of the treasure to come to the core area of this space and find the 9-layered mountain peak. Of course, with the current strength of his essence spirit, his spiritual sense was still unable to stay in this space, even for a millionth of a second. After all, even a heavenly venerable would be killed by those light blades if they came in. Fortunately, I have the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang to guide me now, so I don't have to worry about losing my way. Jianghu controlled heaven-piercing tower and flew in a direction. The old spirit of Mount Shenhuang was the spirit of the treasure before it was destroyed, so it was naturally familiar with this space. Under its guidance, Jianghu quickly arrived at the edge of this space. The space barrier here is slightly weaker. With master strength, you should be able to force your way through this layer of barrier, said the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang. Jianghu nodded, and then with a thought, the top of heaven-piercing tower pointed at the space barrier in front of him and slammed into it. Whoosh! A hole was instantly torn in the space barrier, and heaven-piercing tower went through it and left Mount Xuanwang's origin space. Whoosh. It felt as if he had entered the sea from a small puddle, and the world suddenly became vast. Where is this? Jiang Xi immediately observed his surroundings. The chaotic gray fog in front of him was churning violently. There was a huge abyss crack on the left and right, and terrifying lightning flashed inside. And behind it was Mount Shenhuang. It's not Mount Xuanwang's 36 large safe zones, but one of the narrow safe zones. There are no cultivators cultivating here. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense quickly found out. For safety's sake, he did not stay here and immediately flew out of this area. When he was really far away from Mount Shenhuang and the space stabilized, he used teleportation to rush to the mysterious monitoring space. He wanted to use the space whirlpool there to head to Myriad World Ruins. Without the monitoring space, even with a detailed map, it would take nearly 10,000 years to reach Myriad World Ruins from Mount Shenhuang by teleportation or flying. Jiang Xi shook his head. Now it was convenient. By using the space whirlpool in the monitoring space, he could reach any place in Chaos Sea in a short time. 3 months later, in the boundless Chaos Sea, in the depths of a dangerous place called Black Flame Region, an ancient 9-story tower appeared out of thin air. I finally arrived at Myriad World Ruins. Jiang Xi was in the space of heaven-piercing tower, looking at the black flames outside that seemed to be able to burn everything. Black Flame Region was a dangerous place near Myriad World Ruins, and the black flames in the deepest part were very powerful. Even a first-step heavenly master would die if he entered. However, heaven-piercing tower passed through Black Flame Region unscathed, and soon left the area covered by the black flames. In the next moment, Jiang Xi saw a spectacular scene that was completely different from Golden River and Mount Shenhuang. Boom! It was as if there was a huge wave that hit the surface of the sea, and the roar resounded through heaven and earth. In the turbulent Chaos Sea, there was an extremely huge abyss whirlpool. It seemed to be able to devour everything. However, the abyss whirlpool did not have the slightest devouring force. It only emitted a gloomy aura of death, as if it was the most terrifying place in the world. Myriad World Ruins, it's said to be the place where Myriad World is buried. This sentence appeared in Jiang Xi's mind. The stone token left behind by Qing Shuang contained the entire map of Chaos Sea, and the introduction of Myriad World Ruins started with this sentence. According to Qing Shuang, Myriad World Ruins was a place that was even older than his tribe, and even the upper realm was afraid of it. Qing Shuang's tribe is the descendant of those terrifying existences in the relief carvings. They are already very ancient, and I don't know how many eons ago they were. Myriad World Ruins has existed for even longer than Qing Shuang's tribe. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. In the long years of Chaos Sea, there had been many crises and many secrets had been buried. Let's go check it out. Immediately he teleported towards Myriad World Ruins, crossing a distance of nearly 10,000 light-years each time in 3 hours. He had crossed 100 million light-years and arrived near Myriad World Ruins. It was not like Mount Shenhuang, where the surrounding time and space were completely messed up under the raging aura of the powerful ultimate treasure, and teleportation was not allowed. There was no such concern in Myriad World Ruins, as the huge abyss whirlpool was like a dead object, and did not bring any negative effects to the surrounding time and space. Of course, teleportation was not possible in Myriad World Ruins, as the time and space were completely still, burying everything including time and space. Jiang Xi sighed, and detailed information about Myriad World Ruins appeared in his mind. The entrance of Myriad World Ruins in the form of an abyss was more than 300 million light-years in diameter, and its depth was unknown. It was not unpredictable but unmeasurable. This was because any experts who went below 90,000 light-years in Myriad World Ruins had all disappeared. According to the map on the stone token, even Qing Shuang's tribe had only explored to a depth of 90,000 light-years, and did not dare to go any further. Therefore, Myriad World Ruins was known as the strangest place in Chaos Sea. However, it was also the place with the most opportunities. Whoosh! Jiang Xi drove Tongtian Tower and entered the huge abyss. Silence, dead silence, and not a single sound could be heard. Even the chaotic gray fog outside the ruins of Myriad Worlds slowed down and flowed slowly. Being in such an environment, he immediately felt his hair stand on end, as if some strange existence would suddenly appear beside him at any time. Therefore, Chaos Sea passed on a message: if you want to explore Myriad World Ruins, you must be brave. Damn. Jiang Xi's body trembled. Even though he was in Tongtian Tower, he could feel the terrifying silence. Even with his current strength, he could feel chills all over his body and his heart. However, Jiang Xi's attention was quickly attracted by the scene inside Myriad World Ruins. He saw pieces of irregular stone celestial bodies floating quietly in the vast abyss, as if they had existed since ancient times. Looking around, there were countless stone celestial bodies of different sizes. The largest one had a diameter of more than 1 light year. The smallest one had a diameter of only tens of thousands of kilometers. Myriad world ruins buried myriad worlds. It's actually an extra-large tomb. Jianghu looked at the stone celestial bodies. The so-called myriad world ruins was an explanation of myriad worlds. The most common view was that myriad worlds represented these irregular stone celestial bodies because there was a space hidden inside each stone. Of course, there were other explanations. For example, Qin Shuang's tribe had a speculation that myriad world ruins buried the universes of countless calamity eras and chaos sea, including primal universes and miniature universes of celestial masters. The space inside the stone celestial bodies was formed by those universes. No matter what, let's explore first. Jianghu followed Qin Shuang's map and shuttled between the stone celestial bodies. Some of the spaces inside the stone celestial bodies were ownerless and could be entered and exited at will. Some of them were keepsake spaces that could only be entered with a keepsake. Myriad world ruins had existed in Chaos Sea for countless eras. Those ownerless spaces had been explored again and again by the great beings of calamity eras. Until now, there were still great beings who could find opportunities in those spaces. As for the keepsake spaces, the probability of obtaining opportunities was even higher. For example, the black talisman left behind by Qin Shuang was a keepsake of a keepsake space. That space contained the inheritance and treasures of Qin Shuang's tribe. It was definitely a great opportunity. That was also the purpose of Jianghu's trip to Myriad World Ruins. Start first, change later. Chapter 605. Inside the ruins of Myriad Worlds, it was dead silent, without a single sound. Countless irregular stone celestial bodies floated in the void, motionless. 300 light years away from Jianghu, a flying treasure that looked like a palace was flying carefully between the stone celestial bodies. Inside the palace, a man in golden armor was using his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings with a solemn expression. He was a universe realm Dao Lord from the second universe and was quite famous in the Chaos Sea. Suddenly, a gust of green wind drifted out from the distant stone celestial body and rolled straight over. The man in golden armor was shocked. He hurriedly activated the flying treasure to get rid of the blue wind. But then, a ball of pale flame came out of another stone celestial body. The white flame went through the void, went through the barrier of the treasure, and went into the flying treasure. The golden-armored man fell down without a sound. His eyes were wide open as if he had seen something terrifying. His face was filled with fear. The green wind also came in and spun strangely in the air. Together with the dancing white flames, it landed on the golden-armored man's body. The man in golden armor was turned into nothingness in an instant. In the silent void, only a miniature palace, a set of golden armor, and some other treasures were left. The cyan wind and the white flame seemed to have reached an agreement that they would each take half of the treasures. Then they took the treasures and flew back to their respective stone celestial bodies. Just as they were about to fly back, they suddenly stopped. It was as if a person had suddenly turned around. Whether it was the green wind or the white flames, they all revealed a strange and distorted human face. He smiled sinisterly in Jianghu's direction, but did not make a sound. Then they went back to their respective stone celestial bodies. In the empty void, it was as if nothing had happened. Those irregular stone celestial bodies were still floating in the air, as if they would never change. 300 light years away, Jianghu saw everything with his spirit consciousness. When the cyan wind and white flame turned around to look at him, it seemed that something strange had bitten his spiritual sense. Fuck. Jianghu felt his heart twitch violently. It was as if someone had grabbed his heart and squeezed it hard. All the hairs on his body trembled, as if there were 10,000 cold little hands scratching his body. At this moment, the black talisman on his body trembled slightly, dispelling the strange aura. Is this the danger of the Wuxia ruins? That golden-armored man was a universe-level Dao Lord, but he perished in the blink of an eye. Jianghu felt a wave of lingering fear, and his expression turned extremely solemn. In Qin Shuang's map, the introduction of the Myriad World Ruins had mentioned these dangers. One had to be careful of wind and fire in the Wuxia ruins. If one was tainted by these two things, even an Empyrean would find it hard to survive. At this time, the importance of a map was reflected. This was because the positions of the stone celestial bodies in the Wuxia ruins were relatively fixed and rarely changed. Most of the stone celestial bodies that could produce wind and fire were fixed, and the range of activity of the wind and fire would not be too large. As long as one avoided such stone celestial bodies, one would not encounter any strange things. That golden-armored Tao Lord probably did not have many maps of the Wuxia ruins. Otherwise he would not have passed by that place. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. The map left behind by Qing Shuang was very detailed, and it marked all the safe routes in the Wuxia ruins. Of course, flying along these routes did not mean that one was absolutely safe. It had been a long time since the calamity era that Qing Shuang was in. Although the positions of the stone celestial bodies rarely changed over the years, a small change was enough to lead to a big change. This map is outdated, but the dangerous places that were marked in the past definitely exist now. It is enough for me to avoid most of the strange things. Jiang Xi thought calmly. Moreover, I have the Black Talisman, which is the token of the Wuxia ruins. The Black Talisman was like a protective talisman. When one was in the Wuxia ruins, many wind and fire would not attack the owner of the talisman. With the map and the token, one's life would not be in danger as long as one did not actively seek death. I can't use my spiritual consciousness to explore casually in the future. I just have to keep an eye on the surrounding environment. Jiang Xi retracted his spiritual consciousness and only explored the area within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. The green wind and white fire seemed to be able to hurt his spiritual consciousness. If they followed his spiritual consciousness and strangely possessed him, he would be doomed. Let's go to the token space first and take what Senior Qing Shuang left behind. Then I will go to the unknown space to explore. Jiang Xi followed the route indicated on the map and carefully controlled the heaven-connecting tower to fly between the stone celestial bodies. The Wuxia ruins had existed in the Chaos Sea for countless calamity eras. Those unknown spaces had been explored countless times by the experts of various eras. However, there were still experts who could find opportunities in them. Previously, Jiang Xi was still wondering about these. After seeing the scene just now and combining it with the description of the Wuxia ruins from Qing Shuang's clan, he had a vague guess. Perhaps the wind and fire were the reason. Just like the porters, they brought back the treasures left behind after killing those experts. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Jiang Xi was still driving the heaven-connecting tower and flying down carefully. The token space corresponding to Qing Shuang's black token was deeper in the Wuxia ruins. It was about 40,000 light-years deep. If it was outside the Wuxia ruins with Jiang Xi's maximum speed, which was 3,000 times the speed of light, he could reach it in about 10 years. However, in the Wuxia ruins he did not dare to fly so recklessly. It would be good if he could maintain 100 times the speed of light. Therefore, if there were no accidents, he would need 300 years to reach the token space. In the void more than 10 light-years away, countless stone celestial bodies were floating quietly. One of the stone celestial bodies with the largest diameter of 90 million kilometers suddenly trembled violently. There was a faint powerful aura inside and it was about to break free. Buzz. The movement was getting louder and there were even ripples in the void. Boom, boom, boom. Eventually the ripples cracked the void. The powerful aura suddenly spread out and disturbed the void. At the same time, about 10 light-years away from the stone celestial body, there was a palace that had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust. It was also a flying treasure. In the palace there were 3 experts talking. They had 5 pairs of white wings on their backs and they were emitting powerful auras. Obviously, they were all experts from the Heavenly Feather tribe. Coordinate reference area number 19502 in the Wuxia ruins is a good place. Although there are many strange things, there are many unknown spaces in this area. Moreover, most of the strange things here have been discovered by my tribe. As long as you are careful, there should not be any big problems. Shifang Jinlan, you and your wife have been stationed here for a long time. I am so envious. A man from the Heavenly Feather tribe in black armor laughed. It is a good place, but there are many forces eyeing it. The short man from the Heavenly Feather tribe shook his head gently. As far as I know, there are a few experts from several forces who are also stationed here. If you are envious, why don't we switch places? That's right. Lian Xin, why don't we switch places with you 2 brothers? A woman from the Heavenly Feather tribe in a light green dress laughed softly. Her voice was very pleasant. Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jinlan were 2 extremely powerful universe Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather tribe. Moreover, they were husband and wife and usually worked together. In the vast Chaos Sea, the 2 rarely met opponents, so they were very famous. According to the internal arrangement of the Heavenly Feather tribe, the 2 of them were permanently stationed at coordinate reference area number 19502 to search for opportunities. Tao Lord Lian Xian, who was talking to them, was also a universe Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather tribe and was stationed in a nearby area. No. The black-armored Tao Lord Lien Xian shook his head decisively. Our heavenly feather tribe doesn't know many good places in the Wuxia ruins. Back then, the two of us paid a hefty price to obtain the right to be stationed there. Although there are not as many unowned spaces as this coordinate reference area, it is safer. Haha, you're still as cowardly as ever. The short Tao Lord Shifang laughed. If you ask me. Tao Lord Jinlan in a light green dress was about to speak when she frowned. Tao Lord Shifang's eyes lit up and he carefully sensed. After roaming the Wuxia ruins for so long, they naturally knew some taboos. They could not use their spiritual senses to probe casually, or they could easily provoke some extremely terrifying anomalies. That would be the end of them. Soon, they sensed a special fluctuation coming from afar. It's in that direction. Over there. Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jinlan turned to look in the same direction at the same time and exchanged a glance. They both knew that there was a movement and a big one at that. Looks like you're going to have a great harvest. Tao Lord Lien Xian laughed. Lien Xian, are you going? Tao Lord Shifang asked. Of course we're going. If we can sense it, so can the other experts. The Heavenly Feather Tribe isn't the only faction stationed in this area. It's just that the two of you might not be able to handle it. I can help you. Tao Lord Lien Xian nodded. If we can help, we'll naturally benefit. If we can't, we won't. Tao Lord Jinlan smiled. I know that. Tao Lord Lien Xian laughed. Then let's go. Let's hurry and be the first to arrive. Whoosh. The flying treasure that looked like a palace turned into a stream of light and shuttled between the stone celestial bodies, flying in the direction of the commotion. In another part of the void, a flying boat supreme treasure was also flying unhurriedly. Inside the flying boat, a handsome man was leisurely drinking from a glass of wine. At the same time, he looked at the floating stone celestial bodies with a relaxed expression. He was also a human, but not a human from the fourth universe. Oh? The handsome man frowned. There's something special. Did a treasure appear in an ownerless space? I'm in luck. I was just about to return to the third universe, but I didn't expect to run into such a good thing. Let's go take a look. Whoosh. The flying treasure changed direction and sped away. Sky Connecting Tower, which had also shrunk to the size of a speck of dust, was moving in one direction at 100 times the speed of light. In the space of Sky Connecting Tower, Jianghu sat cross-legged and looked at the outside world. However, there was a galaxy flowing in his eyes, and the inexplicable divine light was frightening. It would take about 300 years to reach the token space left behind by Qing Shuang, and only 10 years had passed during this period. He did not stop cultivating and had been deducing Dao techniques. Suddenly, a slight ripple was transmitted here. Ever since he saw that strange scene, Jianghu's spiritual consciousness had been maintaining an area with a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. He immediately noticed the slight ripple as soon as it entered this area. Jianghu's eyes instantly regained clarity, and the flowing galaxy disappeared. A special movement? He was surprised. Time and space in the myriad world ruins were completely still, and it was difficult for there to be any movement. Is it a battle between heavenly venerables? Or is there an ultimate treasure in an ownerless space? Jianghu speculated in his heart. He was more inclined to believe that it was the birth of an ultimate treasure, because there were too few heavenly venerables, and the probability of a battle was, of course, very small. Although it's not on the way, I can take a look. What if there is an ultimate treasure? Jianghu quickly made a decision. Sky Connecting Tower quickly flew in the direction of the movement. In Qing Shuang's map, a large number of safe routes were marked, and they flew along these routes. After flying for a month, Jianghu maintained the state of spreading his spiritual consciousness, and at this moment his spiritual consciousness encountered the spiritual consciousness of another expert. Are you Jianghu, the mountain and sea Tao Lord of the fourth universe? A voice came from the spiritual consciousness. You are? Jianghu did not recognize the other party, as this was a foreign spiritual consciousness. I am Tao Lord Tuoyi. A voice came from the spiritual consciousness again. Hello, I didn't expect to meet Tao Lord Tuoyi here. Jianghu answered in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, but he was a little surprised. This was because Tao Lord Tuoyi was very famous. In the Chaos Sea, he could be considered an extremely ancient existence from the Red Lotus Holy Land, one of the two Holy Land universes. Even among the many Tao Lord experts in the Red Lotus Holy Land, he could be ranked at the top. In terms of strength, Tao Lord Tuoyi was a half-step celestial venerable like Tao Lord Nine Clouds. This was also the reason why Jianghu was surprised. Of course, if he took away the ultimate treasures on him, Tao Lord Tuo was slightly weaker than Tao Lord Nine Clouds. Tao Lord Tuo came from the Red Lotus Holy Land, so he naturally did not lack ultimate treasures. He had a full set of ultimate treasures, but Tao Lord Nine Clouds did not have any ultimate treasures. He only had ultimate treasures on him. You also noticed the movement, right? Tao Lord Tuo asked again. Yes, I'm heading there. Jianghu did not hide it as there was nothing to hide. Me too. Since we have the same destination, why don't we go together? Tao Lord Tuo smiled. Sure. Jianghu's answer was very straightforward. He also wanted to find out more about the Holy Land universes through Tao Lord Tuo. In terms of strength, he was not inferior to Tao Lord Tuo. Then the two met up. One drove Sky Tower and the other drove the white flying ship. They headed in the direction of the movement at high speed. They flew for another 2 days. That is. Jianghu's gaze passed through Sky Tower and saw a shocking scene. In the distance there was a slowly flowing gray fog. It was a stone celestial body with a maximum diameter of 90 million kilometers, surrounded by dense, tiny cracks in the void. A faint red fog enveloped the stone celestial body, and at the same time, it repelled the gray fog outside, forming a special area. Moreover, there was an endless stream of red fog gushing out from those cracks, causing the red fog to become thicker and thicker. What was even more shocking was that in the red fog, there was a glowing door that was slowly condensing and taking shape. At this moment in the nearby void, apart from Jianghu's Sky Tower, Tao Lord Tuo's white flying ship, there was also a golden palace. Is this Tao Lord Shifang? Tao Lord Tuo's voice reverberated. Tao Lord Shifang? Jianghu frowned slightly and looked from afar. He quickly recognized that the Golden Palace indeed belonged to Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jinlan of the Heavenly Feather Clan. These two were very famous in the Chaos Sea, and their supreme treasures were naturally known by other forces. I didn't expect Tao Lord Tuo to be in this area. Tao Lord Shifang's voice sounded. Who is in the tower next to us? Is he also from the Red Lotus Holy Land? Haha, this is Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the Fourth Universe. Speaking of which, you have some connections. Tao Lord Tuo smiled meaningfully. Although the two Holy Land universes and the four primal universes added up to nearly 100 forces, compared to the vast and boundless Chaos Sea, these forces were still too insignificant. In the long years, everyone was busy exploring the Chaos Sea and rarely engaged in life-and-death disputes. Therefore, if there was a slight commotion between the various forces, it would quickly spread throughout the entire Chaos Sea. In the past 1,000 years, the conflict between the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Fourth Universe's human race was considered a relatively large commotion. Among them, Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the Fourth Universe's human race were also the core figures that everyone paid attention to. One was a peak Celestial Venerable who was close to becoming an invincible Celestial Venerable. He defeated 2 Celestial Venerables of the Heavenly Feather Clan in one battle and became famous in the Chaos Sea. The other was a peerless genius among the Tao Lords who consecutively killed many Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Clan. In particular, in the battle that happened in Mount Shenhuang 1,000 years ago, he almost instantly killed Tao Lord Flying Feather, who had the strength of a Celestial Venerable's primordial spirit. This was already known by all the major forces. In general, in this continuous conflict, the Heavenly Feather Clan did not gain any advantage and suffered a great loss. If not for the fact that both sides had peak Celestial Venerables, the Heavenly Feather Clan would have started a war of extermination. As the saying went, when enemies met, their eyes would turn red. After hearing Tao Lord Tuo's introduction, the expressions of Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jinlan of the Heavenly Feather Clan immediately changed and became very ugly. I didn't expect Tao Lord Mountain Sea to be so good at currying favor. He actually managed to hook up with an expert from the Red Lotus Sacred Ground. Tao Lord Shifang's sarcastic voice sounded. Tao Lord Tuo, you have to be careful. Don't get plotted against. It's none of your business who I'm with. Jianghu retorted. A cold snort sounded from the Golden Palace and then it fell silent. The Tao Lord couple of the Heavenly Feather Clan did not make a move. This was because after the battle 1,000 years ago, the Heavenly Feather Clan's evaluation of Tao Lord Mountain Sea's strength was second only to a half-step Celestial Venerable. They were not confident that they could defeat Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Moreover, there was Tao Lord Tuo who was eyeing them covetously. Now that a great opportunity had appeared, they did not want to start a war now. The gains would definitely not make up for the losses. I think the two of you have misunderstood. I just happened to run into Tao Lord Mountain Sea, so I came along. I didn't expect to encounter an unexcavated ruin here. Such a great opportunity makes me very happy. Tao Lord Tua Yi laughed, appearing very happy. Another cold snort sounded from the Golden Palace. At this moment, Jianghu was no longer paying attention to their conversation. He was carefully observing the stone celestial body that was undergoing a great change. Ruins? Whether it was the human race's database or the information recorded in Qing Shuang's map, there was a certain introduction to the stone celestial bodies in the myriad world ruins. Every stone celestial body had a hidden space. The excavated spaces were divided into ownerless spaces and keepsake spaces. The various forces in the Chaos Sea generally believed that these excavated spaces represented the myriad worlds in the myriad world ruins. However, after countless years, there were still many spaces within the stone celestial bodies that had not been excavated. It was not that everyone did not want to excavate them, but that they could not open them. Even celestial venerables did not have the strength to open those unexcavated spaces. They could only wait for those spaces to open by themselves. These unexcavated spaces were called ruins, which meant graveyards. According to the aura fluctuations emitted when the space opened, these spaces could be divided into Tao Lord ruins and celestial venerable ruins. Under normal circumstances, Tao Lord ruins would contain one or more Tao Lord legacies, and at the same time, there would be some rank 5 or even rank 6 ultimate treasures. Celestial venerable ruins would contain celestial venerable legacies, and there was a certain chance of rank 7 ultimate treasures appearing. Among these two types of ruins, Tao Lord ruins were more common. Usually, one Tao Lord ruin would appear every few million epochs. Celestial venerable ruins were extremely rare and had only appeared once in the Chaos Sea during the Cataclysm era. In the end, the Heavenly Feather race obtained the Celestial Venerable Ruins inheritance and became the strongest race in the first universe, becoming the third strongest force in the Chaos Sea. However, the ruins in front of him had not been completely opened and the aura fluctuations were still increasing. He could not determine whether it was Tao Lord Ruins or Celestial Venerable Ruins. However, Jianghu guessed that it should be Celestial Venerable Ruins if nothing unexpected happened. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, I'm sure this ruins will attract many experts. My Red Lotus sacred ground has no other experts nearby. It won't take long for it to be completely opened. I'm the strongest and I'm afraid I'll become the target of everyone. Moreover, you have a grudge against the Heavenly Feather race. If things get chaotic later, they might rope in other experts to deal with you. Why don't we join forces? Tao Lord Tua Yi suddenly sent a voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. Sure. Jianghu agreed. However, if there are inheritances or supreme treasures, we'll have to rely on our own abilities to get them. Of course. Tao Lord Tua Yi smiled. Just like that, the two of them reached a temporary agreement in private. Although Tao Lord Tua Yi was a half-step heavenly venerable, he relied on the power of supreme treasures to a large extent. His true combat strength was still inferior to Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, who was a half-step heavenly venerable who relied solely on secret techniques. If he really encountered someone who could restrain him or was focused on, there was nothing he could do. Although he could save his life, he might not be fated with the ruins in front of him. Jianghu also had his own considerations. He estimated that his actual combat strength was at the half-step heavenly venerable level. However, he had not experienced actual combat and was not confident. Joining forces with Tao Lord Tua Yi of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground could avoid some risks. Furthermore, the Red Lotus Sacred Ground had experienced countless cataclysm eras and definitely had a high understanding of the ruins. He could learn more about the ruins through Tao Lord Tua Yi. Chapter 606. As time passed, the red mist gushing out from the cracks in the void around the stone celestial body became thicker and thicker. It covered the surrounding void like a bloody purgatory. The special aura emanating from the space inside the stone celestial body also became stronger. Soon, the aura fluctuations attracted another flying ship's supreme treasure. Inside was the handsome man with a relaxed expression. He was a human expert from the third universe. However, when he saw the opening of the ruins, he could no longer remain calm. His eyes exploded with shocking heavenly light and greed. At this moment, Jianghu Tao Lord Tua Yi and the couple from the Heavenly Feather race didn't attack the newcomer. They were all holding back. Haha, it's so lively here. Tao Lord Xin Fang and Tao Lord Jin Lan of the Heavenly Feather race? Tao Lord Tua Yi of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground? Tao Lord Xiang Lu of the Third Universe's human race? And Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the Fourth Universe's human race? Another arrogant laugh sounded. At the same time, a thick corpse aura spread out. Ah, this is the newly born ruins? The arrogant voice suddenly changed. It was filled with surprise. Whoosh! A pale white stream of light that had just arrived immediately charged toward the stone door that was forming in the red mist. In the distance, Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Tua Yi, Dao Lord Xinfang, and the others just watched coldly. They didn't stop it. The pale white stream of light entered the area shrouded in red mist, trying to enter the glowing stone door. However, the stone door hadn't formed yet. It was like an illusory shadow. The pale white stream of light passed through it without touching the stone door at all. Stupid corpse race. Dao Lord Xinfang sneered. His mocking voice resounded through space. We were all watching from afar and didn't enter. You rushed to enter as soon as you arrived. Can't you guess that you can't enter before the stone door forms? How laughable and stupid. Dao Lord Jinlan sneered. Idiot of the heavenly feather race. The other experts didn't say anything. You guys are the only ones who are complaining. Of course, I know that when the ruins appear, the stone door must be completely formed before you can enter. But what if this ruins is different? Furthermore, who knows if your heavenly feather race has tried it before? The deathly white flowing light stopped, and a stone coffin could be seen. An ice-cold voice came from within Jiang Xi and the others recognized him. This was the corpse race expert of the first universe, Dao Lord Dark Sea. He liked to ride a stone coffin cardinal treasure to roam the Chaos Sea. The Dao Lord of the Dark Sea was right. The experts of the heavenly feather race were the first to arrive. They had indeed tried to enter the stone door. After all, ruins were very rare. Even though the heavenly feather race was the strongest race in the first universe, they had never encountered more than 10 ruins. His understanding of the ruins was definitely not as deep as the two Holy Land universes. Foolish corpse race, stop finding excuses for your stupidity. Dao Lord Shifang sneered again. Fools of the heavenly feather race. Dao Monarch Nether Sea retorted. The other great beings present only looked on coldly. The heavenly feather race and the corpse race were the pinnacle races of the first universe. They were ranked first and second respectively. The two races were natural enemies because of their natural talents. They had never stopped fighting and killing each other. Although the corpse race was slightly weaker than the heavenly feather race, they could still maintain the prosperity of their race under the suppression of the heavenly feather race. The overall strength of this race could be imagined. They were definitely one of the top 10 forces in the Chaos Sea. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this time, another Dao Lord of the demon race from the second universe came. He was very similar to the demon beast winged dragon that Jiang Xi had seen when he first stepped on the path of cultivation on Earth. The dragon's body was covered with black scales and a pair of black flesh wings. However, this Dao Lord winged dragon was very low-key. After arriving, he greeted everyone and did not say anything else. He waited quietly. After that, other than Dao Lord winged dragon, no other great beings from other forces came. Up until now, all of the experts who had arrived were at the universe level of Dao Lords. On the surface, the strongest was Dao Lord Tua Yi, who had the combat strength of a half-step heavenly venerable. According to the division of forces, they were the heavenly feather race and the corpse race of the first universe, the human race of the third universe, the human race of the fourth universe, and the Red Lotus Sacred Land. There were a total of 6 forces. Jiang Xi only knew that he was alone. As for the others, he was not sure. Everyone was hiding in the flying treasure and cautiously using their spirit senses to isolate themselves from the detection of other great beings. No one knew how many great beings were in the flying treasure. Dao Lord Dark Sea of the corpse race seemed to be alone. Perhaps there were other great beings in the stone coffin. As for the heavenly feather race, there might be more than just the couple. It was hard to say until the last moment. At this moment, the stone celestial body with a diameter of 90 million kilometers was completely enveloped by the thick red fog. The glowing stone door was finally about to fully condense. Boom. Suddenly the void trembled violently. At this moment, the stone door completely condensed. The powerful aura fluctuations that erupted from the stone door finally reached the limit of a Dao Lord. So it's a Dao Lord's ruin? The Dao Lord's eyes narrowed. Mountain Sea, remember our agreement. Dao Lord Tua Yi sent a voice transmission with his spirit sense. Don't worry. Before we see the inheritance and the supreme treasure, we'll be united against the outside world. Jiang Xi replied. Although the Dao Lords were excited, they were all universe Dao Lords who had roamed the Chaos Sea for countless eras. At this juncture they could still maintain their calm. Go. Dao Lord Tua Yi shouted coldly. Whoosh, whoosh. Both the sky tower and the white flying vessel turned into streaks of light and charged towards the stone door. Almost at the same time, the experts of the heavenly feather race, the corpse race, the demon race of the second universe, and the human race of the third universe all flew towards the stone door. Quick, stop Tao Lord Tuoyi. Tuoyi, you're the strongest and know the ruins the best. I think you should be the last to enter. Tao Lord Shifang of the Heavenly Feather race sneered. At the same time, streaks of white feather light shot towards Tao Lord Tuoyi. Those white feather shadows quickly condensed into a white battle blade in the air. It seemed to be filled with a strong murderous aura, but it also had a holy halo. Tuoyi, the Red Lotus Sacred Ground has many inheritances. You also have a set of 6th grade supreme treasures. Why are you still fighting with us for this Tao Lord ruins? Tao Lord Dark Sea of the Corpse Race's cold voice also resounded in the area. Instantly, a huge illusory head condensed into form. The illusory head had its eyes closed and was dripping with blood. It opened its huge mouth and emitted a strong suction force, wanting to swallow Tao Lord Tuoyi. Tao Lord Tuoyi. As if they had agreed, the opposing Heavenly Feather Race and Corpse Race all attacked at the same time to deal with Tao Lord Tuoyi of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground. However, none of them attacked Jianghu. Clearly in their eyes, Tao Lord Tuoyi, who had the combat strength of a half-step Heavenly Venerable, was a greater threat. He was also the one who knew the most about ruins out of everyone present. If they did not work together to stop him, there was a high chance that the opportunities in this Tao Lord ruins would fall into Tao Lord Tuoyi's hands. The Tao Lords present could be said to be the elites of their respective races. None of them were fools and knew what was the most reasonable thing to do. The huge white feather battle blade, the illusory head, the fist mark, all the attacks were directed towards Tao Lord Tuoyi. In the face of these attacks, the white flying ship that was flying at high speed in front disappeared instantly. Tao Lord Tuoyi appeared in the void. He looked similar to a human except for a single horn on his forehead and 2 pointed ears. With a cold snort, the illusory figure of a red lotus appeared behind him. The moment this red lotus appeared, it immediately affected spacetime. Even though spacetime in the Myriad World's ruins was completely still, waves of shocking spacetime ripples appeared around the assassin. Red Lotus Sacred Ground's unique mystic skill illusory figure. Jiangxi's eyes flashed. Red Lotus Sacred Ground's mystic skill illusory figure was a red lotus while Great Sky Sacred Grounds was a huge hammer. Buzz. The Red Lotus illusory figure swayed gently and instantly, the void trembled. Waves of powerful ripples spread out in all directions. The huge white feather battle blade, the illusory head, the fist mark and other powerful attacks were all disintegrated by these ripples and dissipated instantly. Mountain Sea, follow me. Tao Lord Tuoyi abandoned his flying cardinal treasure and flew towards the stone door. Good. Riverward didn't slow down, but he was secretly shocked. This Tao Lord Tuoyi's strength was indeed tyrannical. He had a deeper understanding of the combat strength of a half-step Heavenly Venerable. Tao Lord Tuoyi is going crazy. He's using his strongest mystic skill right away. We must stop him. If we don't stop him, we definitely won't be able to obtain the opportunities inside. Slow him down first. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, why aren't you helping to stop Tao Lord Tuoyi? Once he enters, the opportunities inside the Tao Lord ruins will be his. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, hurry up and attack. 2 voices sounded consecutively and Jiangxi attacked together. Jiangxi ignored them and continued flying. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, do you think you can obtain the opportunities inside the Tao Lord ruins just by following Tao Lord Tuoyi? You'll regret it later. When the experts saw that Jiangxi was unmoved, they were instantly enraged and berated him. You guys talk so much nonsense. Regret? Attack me if you have the guts. Jiangxi sneered. Shameless brat. Several cold snorts sounded. The 3 Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race and the Corpse Race ignored Jiangxi and did not divert their attention to attack Jiangxi. In their eyes, Tao Lord Tuoyi was their greatest enemy. Both sides unleashed one attack after another as they continued to besiege Tao Lord Taiboyi. As for Tao Lord Yinglong of the 2nd Universe's Demon Race and Tao Lord Xianglu of the 3rd Universe's Human Race, they attacked to stop Jiangxi. Those who dared to roam the Myriad World's ruins were basically all Universe Realm Tao Lords. Tao Lord Shinfang, Tao Lord Jinlan and Tao Lord Dark Sea were even more outstanding. Among the Universe Realm Tao Lords, they were ranked at the top and were only inferior to half-step Heavenly Venerates. Right now, the 3 of them joined forces and released their full combat strength. Even though Tao Lord Tuoyi possessed the combat strength of a half-step Heavenly Venerate, he did not dare to underestimate their attacks and his speed was affected instantly. Jiangxi, who was initially following closely behind him, passed Tao Lord Tuoyi instantly and charged to the front. Tao Lord Yinglong and Tao Lord Xiangli's attacks did not affect Jiangxi much. Given his current strength, it was extremely easy for him to deal with two universe realm Tao Lords. Don't worry about that Tao Lord Mountain Sea. He doesn't understand the myriad worlds at all and will be fine even if he enters. As long as we stop Tao Lord Tua Yi, there won't be any problems. Tao Lord Xinfang and Tao Lord Dark Sea shouted one after another. Tao Lord Yinglong and Tao Lord Xianglu, who stopped Jiang Xi earlier on, did not continue attacking Jiang Xi and turned to attack Tao Lord Tua Yi. Whoosh whoosh. However, Tao Lord Tua Yi did not ask for Jiang Xi's help. He broke through the attacks with all his might and flew towards the stone door. Although the distance was far and was billions of kilometers away, given the speed of Jiang Xi and the others, this distance was covered in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xi transformed into a streak of light and was the first to charge through the stone door, entering the ruins that had yet to be excavated. The next moment, Tao Lord Tua Yi, the Heavenly Feather Race, the Corpse Race and the others who were restraining each other charged in almost at the same time. This is... After they entered, they were all shocked and forgot to fight for a moment. The space within the ruins was extremely safe and did not have any dangerous aura. It's completely different from the ruins recorded in Qing Shuang's map. Jiang Xi, who was the first to charge in, surveyed his surroundings as well. It was a huge square with huge gray stones laid on the ground. There were all kinds of strange landscapes, stone carvings, fake mountains and so on in the surroundings. Then, in the center of the square, there was a white human-shaped stone sculpture. It was wearing battle armor and holding a heavenly halberd, looking rather mighty. The rich aura fluctuation was emitted by this stone sculpture. It filled the square and passed through the stone door to the outside. As for outside the square, there was only violently churning red mist. There was nothing else. A human-shaped stone sculpture? It's very similar to the human race. The first thing everyone noticed was the human-shaped stone sculpture. Then they looked at Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Xianglu of the Third Universe's human race. Because they were the only two human experts present. This unexcavated ruins actually had a human-shaped stone sculpture. Did that mean that the opportunity here belonged to the human race? Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Xianglu also looked at each other. The atmosphere suddenly became tense again. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, if I had been stopped just now, I'm afraid you would have taken advantage of me. Tao Lord Tua Yi glanced at Jiang Xi and transmitted with his spiritual sense, I was attacked just now too, Jiang Xi said indifferently. Tao Lord Tua Yi nodded slightly. He knew that if Jiang Xi had not restrained Tao Lord Yinglong and Tao Lord Xianglu, he would not have been able to enter this space so easily. Before the inheritance appears, we're still in an alliance? Tao Lord Tua Yi asked again. Of course. Jiang Xi smiled. But at that moment, the Tao Lord aura emitted by the human-shaped stone sculpture suddenly rose to the heavenly venerate level. This is... a great opportunity. Haha. The Tao Lords in the square, including Jiang Xi, were all excited. The heavenly venerate level aura fluctuation meant that the ruins in front of them were the heavenly venerate ruins. In this calamity era, in the history of countless epochs, the heavenly venerate ruins had only appeared once. The heavenly feather race that obtained the inheritance from that heavenly venerate ruins became the strongest race in the first universe and the third largest faction in the Chaos Sea. Outside the stone door, the ruins in front of them looked like a Tao Lord ruin, but inside was a heavenly venerate ruin. The experts present believed that if they could obtain the inheritance and supreme treasures, they would definitely be able to create a force comparable to the heavenly feather race. Crazy. Excited. This is an inheritance related to the human race. If I obtain it, then the human race in the fourth universe will truly soar. Jiang Xi thought excitedly. The other Tao Lords were also very excited. Before the inheritance appeared, everyone had a chance to obtain it. Then where was the inheritance? Was it those strange landscapes, stone sculptures and fake mountains? Or was it outside the red fog? Everyone's eyes were focused on the human-shaped stone sculpture in the center of the square. Their eyes were burning with greed. However, no one was willing to be the first to make a move because they were afraid of being focused on. This is the inheritance of the human race. Finally, someone could not hold back and instantly turned into a stream of light, charging toward the human-shaped stone sculpture. Tao Lord Xianglu, you're courting death. A mere human race in the third universe wants to get their hands on the inheritance. Stop him. Immediately, angry shouts sounded. Boom, boom, boom. All sorts of huge secret technique phantoms and a large number of attacks were focused on Tao Lord Xianglu. Tao Lord Xianglu drew his sword, and sword light shot out in all directions, destroying the attacks. Damn it, he hid his strength. His combat strength is close to that of a half-step heavenly venerable. Dao Lord Xinfang, Dao Lord Ming Hai, and the other experts were all shocked and furious. Swoosh. At the same time Jiang Xi also moved. However, he did not charge toward the human-shaped stone sculpture. Instead he was dodging the sudden attack. Whoosh, a red lotus phantom swayed in the air, emitting void ripples that swept toward Jiang Xi. Dao Lord Tua Yi, our little boat of friendship has capsized just like that. Riverward laughed out loud as he retreated. Right now, you two humans pose the greatest threat to us. Naturally, it's best to get rid of you first. Dao Lord Tua Yi laughed as well. He activated the red lotus phantom with all his might and sent out even more void ripples. At that moment, a long shuttle appeared in Jiang Xi's hand. It was the transformation of heaven-reaching tower. He poured all his strength into it and used the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. This was the first time he used his full combat strength after his strength metamorphosis. Since he could not hide it anymore, he would use his full strength. In the next moment, the long shuttle glowing with multicolored light swept across and collided with the void ripples. Boom, boom, boom. The void exploded and terrifying energy shockwaves swept through the entire square. The battle between the two of them could be said to be the strongest battle below the heavenly venerable level. Just the energy shockwaves alone could kill a desolate level Dao Lord. However, the strange thing was that the seemingly ordinary scenery, stone sculptures, and fake mountains were intact under the energy shockwaves, as if they were indestructible. You're also a half-step heavenly venerable. Dao Lord Tua Ye's eyes narrowed, filled with shock and fear. On the other side, the heavenly feather race, corpse race, demon race, and Dao Lord Xianglu of the human race were also shocked by Jiang Xi's sudden attack when they entered the stone door earlier. Jiang Xi's performance was still normal under the joint attack of Dao Lord Ying Long and Dao Lord Xianglu and did not attract anyone's attention. Now, all the Dao Lords present instantly understood that Dao Lord Mountain Sea was truly sinister. He had hidden too deeply. If not for the human-shaped stone sculpture in the square, no one would have thought of attacking the human experts. Then, Dao Lord Mountain Sea would probably really hide until the end and become the final winner. Kill the humans first. Dao Lord Shifang said coldly. The opportunity here has yet to appear. Perhaps it can only be summoned with the blood of the human race. Dao Lord Dark Sea laughed coldly. Kill? The other Dao Lords attacked at the same time. The battle erupted again. Dao Lord Shifang and Dao Lord Jinlan of the Heavenly Feather race and Dao Lord Dark Sea of the Corpse race continued to attack Dao Lord Xianglu of the human race of the third universe. As for Dao Lord Ying Long of the demon race of the second universe, he came with Dao Lord Tua Yi to kill Jiang Xi. Roar! The gigantic Ying Long flapped his wings and instantly stirred up a shocking gust of wind. The gust of wind attacked Jiang Xi like blades. Dao Lord Mountain Sea, either leave this place or die here. Dao Lord Tua Yi said loudly and waved his hand to form a gigantic red lotus fist seal. Boom, boom, boom. Haha, good timing. Jiang Xi laughed loudly. The long shuttle in his hand flew and destroyed more than half of the wind blades and fist seals. Only a small portion of the attacks landed on his body. In a 1 versus 2 situation he was only slightly disadvantaged. Furthermore, with his physical defense, the remaining half of the attacks did little damage to him. What a strong body. What a strong defense. Dao Lord Tua Yi and Dao Lord Ying Long were shocked. At the same time, they realized that they probably could not do anything to Dao Lord Mountain Sea today. This person had hidden too deeply and his strength had increased too quickly. 1,000 years ago, in the battle at Mount Shenhuang, Dao Lord Mountain Sea almost killed Dao Lord Flying Feather instantly. Because of this, many factions in Chaos Sea re-evaluated Dao Lord Mountain Sea's strength. He was in existence close to a half-step heavenly venerable. However, they did not expect that after 1,000 years, Dao Lord Mountain Sea's strength would increase again and reach the half-step heavenly venerable level. On the other side, Dao Lord Xianglu of the third universe's human race had also hidden his strength. Originally he was an ordinary universe Dao Lord. Now the strength he displayed was close to a half-step heavenly venerable. Under the siege of Dao Lord Shifang and the other experts, although Dao Lord Xianglu seemed to be in a sorry state, he was not in any danger of death. The situation fell into a stalemate. Right at this moment, the human-shaped stone statue in the middle of the square suddenly changed. Buzz! Layers of blood-red halos appeared from all parts of the human-shaped stone statue's body. At the same time, the aura of a heavenly venerable rose once again. This commotion caused Jiang Xi and the other Dao Lords who were fighting to stop at the same time and looked at the human-shaped stone statue hurriedly. The blood-red halo on the surface of the human-shaped stone statue became extremely dense in the blink of an eye. Then, the blood-red halo gathered into a blood-red pillar of light that shot into the sky. Swoosh, a blurry figure slowly appeared in the blood-red pillar of light. Then, it became incomparably clear like a real person. Black patterned scarlet armor and a halberd. His face was like a jade sculpture and his eyes were as deep as the 9 nether abyss, enchanting. He was like a true god descending into the world, as though he did not belong to this world and was an unknown existence. At the same time, the aura emitted by the human-shaped stone statue finally reached a peak and broke through a certain limit. Boom. That aura that had broken through the limits brought with it a terrifying pressure that instantly covered the entire square, causing all the experts present to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if there was a natural law between heaven and earth that caused them to involuntarily submit and worship this figure. It's that human-shaped stone statue. Is he still alive? This isn't a heavenly venerable. This is a supreme. Heavens, this is the supreme ruins. At this moment, be it Jianghu, Dao Lord Tuoyi, Dao Lord Xianglu, the experts from the heavenly feather race and corpse race from the first universe, or the demon race from the second universe, all of them fell into a frenzy. The supreme ruins could definitely be called the best fortuitous opportunity in the entire Chaos Sea since countless eras. Chapter 607. The huge square was filled with oddly shaped landscapes, stone sculptures and fake mountains. In the center of the square, a tall human-shaped stone sculpture suddenly shot up into the sky and condensed into a figure wearing battle armor and holding a halberd. The aura that spread out from the human-shaped stone sculpture also broke through a certain limit and surpassed the heavenly venerate level. At the same time, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire square, causing Jianghu and the others to not dare to move. They only looked at the terrifying figure respectfully. The blood-red pillar of light that shot up into the sky began to shrink and fuse into the red-armored figure's body, finally disappearing completely. The red-armored figure also became clearer. The black patterned battle armor and halberd also became like real objects, and the patterns on them could be seen clearly. It was as if he was stepping on a staircase, slowly walking down from the sky and arriving in front of Jianghu, Dao Lord Tuoyi, and the other experts. At that moment, Dao Lord Yinglong, who was the largest, had shrunk under that invisible pressure. He was about the same size as Jianghu and the others. The red-armored figure was very tall, close to 10,000 meters. He stood there and looked down at them. His eyes were as deep as the 9 nether abyss and were filled with indifference. Then he said, "My name is 8 Clouds. You can call me Divine General 8 Clouds." Jianghu, Dao Lord Tuoyi, Dao Lord Shifeng, and the other experts did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Divine General 8 Clouds." At the same time they were secretly shocked. Divine General? It sounded like the ranks in the army. Could it be that this Divine General 8 Clouds was the leader of a powerful army countless years ago? Then how powerful was this force? A Divine General surpassed the heavenly venerate level. What about those with higher statuses? Did their strength surpass the Divine General 8 Clouds? The Divine General 8 Clouds did not care about what they thought. Instead, he continued coldly, "Juniors of the endless calamity era in the Chaos Sea, when you see me, I've already fallen for who knows how many calamities. Back then, when I followed the Celestial Emperor on that final path, I knew that the chances of survival were not high." Celestial Emperor? Hearing this, the eyes of all the experts lit up. Jiangxi's heart was also moved. He thought of the path on earth in the images he saw. Countless powerful immortals followed an emperor on a path to the heavens. Was the Imperial Emperor mentioned by the 8 Clouds Divine General the same person as the Imperial Emperor on earth? Riverward guessed in his heart. The 8 Clouds Divine General continued, "As expected, the path we have embarked on is the final and most difficult path. Even the strongest monarch and the strongest supreme treasure will still fail. I expected failure, but I will not be a deserter. I am the 8 Clouds Divine General of the primordial realm. I have my own glory. It's just that I don't want to sever Yakin's legacy." The 8 Clouds General's voice gradually deepened. "I, the 8 Clouds General, am the 183rd 8 Clouds and the only successor. My ancestors have all died in battle. I don't know how long this legacy has been passed down to my generation. If I die, the inheritance will be severed in my hands. Then I will have let down my ancestors. I can die, but the legacy of the 8 Clouds cannot be severed. Therefore, before we set off, I requested the Imperial Emperor to build and modify this void world so that it can reappear in the Chaos Sea after the Infinite Calamity era and continue the legacy of the 8 Clouds lineage. Juniors, if you are afraid, leave now. It will be more and more dangerous later. Especially at the end, when you come into contact with the true legacy of the Eight Clouds lineage, only the one who obtains the legacy can survive. If none of you can obtain the legacy, then all of you will perish. The earlier you leave, the safer you will be. The later you leave, especially when you come into contact with a trace of the legacy. Other than the Eight Clouds of the past, any other living being who covets the legacy of the Eight Clouds lineage will die without a doubt. Make your choice, juniors. The Eight Clouds Divine General finished speaking with an indifferent gaze. His tone did not fluctuate at all. Then he closed his eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere of the entire square was stifling. The 7 experts present, including Jianghu, had craziness, excitement, worry, hesitation, and many other emotions in their eyes. Legacy. This was a legacy that could truly drive many factions in the Chaos Sea crazy. Why were the 9 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather race so powerful? It was because they had obtained the legacy of a heavenly venerate ruins. Once the 9 sacred lords joined forces, they could unleash a powerful force that could sweep across the Chaos Sea. It could be said that the most precious thing in the Chaos Sea was a complete legacy that could allow one to cultivate from low to high levels. And this time the legacy was the legacy of the Eight Clouds lineage. From the words of the Eight Clouds Divine General, it could be inferred that this should be a powerful civilization from an unknown era. It was an extremely powerful lineage of that civilization. There was only one successor in each generation. The Eight Clouds Divine General. 8 Clouds was a name, and the Divine General was an official rank. For him to be able to follow the Emperor to the final path, it was obvious that his status in that civilization was very high. This meant that the legacy of the 8 Clouds lineage was very precious. The 8 Clouds Divine General knew that he would die, but he still wanted to leave the legacy behind. It could be imagined that among the ancestors of this ancient legacy that had lasted for an unknown period of time, there might be someone stronger than the current 8 Clouds. Therefore, one could not judge this legacy based on the strength of the 8 Clouds Divine General. Perhaps there was a higher realm in this legacy, but the current 8 Clouds had not reached it. The square was silent. The voice of the 8 Clouds Divine General still echoed in everyone's ears. Tao Lord Tua Yi of the Red Lotus Sacred Land. Tao Lord Xin Fang and Tao Lord Jinlan of the Heavenly Feather race in the First Universe. Tao Lord Ming Hai of the Corpse race. Tao Lord Ying Long of the Demon race in the Second Universe. Tao Lord Xiang Lu of the Human race in the Third Universe. Jiang Xi of the Fourth Universe. Everyone's eyes were filled with hesitation and struggle. Are we going or not? I come from the Sacred Land universe and am not afraid of the calamity. I can exist eternally in the Chaos Sea and never die. If we go, we will be in danger of dying. If we don't go, we will miss this opportunity that we can't even ask for. However, even the powerful civilization that the 8 Clouds Divine General came from has disappeared. Can the Sacred Land universe really exist eternally? Tao Lord Tua Yi frowned. Back then, the Sacred Masters only obtained Empyrean-level legacies in the Myriad World Ruins. It allowed the Heavenly Feather race to become the 3rd largest power in the Chaos Sea, second only to the 2 Sacred Land universes. The legacy in front of them came from an even stronger ancient civilization. It sounds like the 8 Clouds Divine General isn't the strongest existence. There are even stronger emperors above them. However, I can feel that the 8 Clouds lineage is also a unique existence in that ancient civilization. It's absolutely noble. However, the difficulty of such a legacy can be imagined. Tao Lord Xinfang's eyes flowed with divine light, looking extremely sacred. A chance to surpass the Empyrean level and reach eternity. Tao Lord Ming Xi's face was filled with madness, and his corpse aura was faintly rising. The 8 Clouds Divine General is very similar to the human race. This might be my chance, but... Tao Lord Xiang Li's handsome face was also somewhat hesitant. The strong people present were all struggling, deep in thought, weighing the gains and losses of life and death. Jiang Xi was also hesitating. His eyes flickered, and the aura around his body became stronger and stronger. He originally thought that he was just going to see if there were any true treasures on the way. However, he didn't expect that he would encounter the emergence of a ruin, and accidents would happen one after another. From the outside, it looked like a Tao Lord's ruin, but after entering, it changed continuously and became a supreme ruin. However, was this really just a supreme ruin? From the words of the 8 Clouds Divine General, he could vaguely guess that Supremes didn't seem to be the strongest at the peak of cultivation. This way the 8 Clouds' inheritance seemed even more precious. Inheritances moved people's hearts, but there was also the danger of death. Although Jiang Xi had a clone, since the Eight Clouds Divine General dared to say that he would definitely die if he spied on the inheritance of his lineage. One could imagine that with the methods of the Eight Clouds Divine General, the punishment that would befall would definitely not be as simple as dealing with a clone. Instead, all the original bodies and clones would fall and die completely. Should I go or not? Jiang Xi thought to himself. It hasn't even been 100,000 years since I started cultivating. Even if I didn't have this opportunity, I still wouldn't have been able to survive. With the experience points panel, it would be easy to become a Tao Lord or a Heavenly Venerable. There's also hope for me to become a Supreme in the future. However, once I accept this inheritance, it's hard to say whether I'll live or die. Should I go or not? Jiang Xi asked himself again. Phew, so what if I'm a Supreme? Qing Shuang's clan once had 7 Holy Land universes, which were the 7 Supremes. They all fell in the great battle with the enemies of the upper realm. I'm afraid it's difficult for an eternal Supreme to be eternal. He will still be crushed to death by a stronger existence. The Eight Clouds Divine General should be stronger than a Supreme. There are even stronger Imperial Emperors above him, but they also fell. I don't know how many powerful civilizations were born in the Chaos Sea during the Endless Calamity era, but who can live forever? Jiang Xi raised his head and looked at the Eight Clouds Divine General who was nearly 10,000 meters tall. His eyes were filled with determination and desire. This is an opportunity. It's obvious that the inheritance of the Eight Clouds lineage is ranked at the top of the powerful civilization that can step onto the final path. It's an extremely precious inheritance. Perhaps, among the ancestors of the Eight Clouds, there were powerhouses who were close to the peak of cultivation. If I can obtain this inheritance, I might be able to see a further path, a path higher than a Supreme. With the guidance of the inheritance and the experience points panel, I'll definitely walk higher than the previous 8 clouds. Just as the powerhouses in the square were weighing and struggling, suddenly, an aura appeared out of nowhere. Lian Xian, since you want to come out, I'll let you come out. What you choose is your own business, Tao Lord Shifang said in a deep voice. Beside him and Tao Lord Jin Lan, another Tao Lord from the Heavenly Feather race appeared. It was Tao Lord Lian Xian who had been hiding in the Flying True Treasure. He was originally Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jin Lan's trump card and would only appear at the end. However, he saw everything that happened in the outside world clearly. Naturally, he couldn't help but show up. Whoosh. Another figure appeared beside him, emitting a dense and eerie corpse aura. It was another powerhouse from the corpse race. Yin Xian, this is an unprecedented opportunity. I won't stop you. Tao Lord Dark Sea had a complicated expression. The 2 corpse race powerhouses had also hidden a lot, however, they couldn't hide it anymore. I know. Tao Lord Yin Xian nodded. This way there were originally only 7 Tao Lords in the square, but now there were 9. Do you have any helpers? Tao Lord Shifang glanced at Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuayi, Tao Lord Xiang Lu and Tao Lord Yinglong, the 4 lone travelers. I've always been alone in Chaos Sea, Tao Lord Tuayi shook his head. I'm alone as well, Jiang Xi said. Me too. Same. Tao Lord Xiang Lu and Tao Lord Yinglong nodded as well. Haha, 3 from the Heavenly Feather race and 2 from the Corpse race in the first universe. 1 from the second, third and fourth universes as well as my Red Lotus Sacred Ground. Therefore there are a total of 9 experts. Apart from the number 1 faction of Chaos Sea, Great Sky Sacred Ground, experts from the other universes have appeared here. Indeed, the laws of heaven and earth are fair. Tao Lord Tuayi laughed. However, this choice isn't easy, right? An opportunity like this can be considered as the top opportunity in Chaos Sea. Even my Red Lotus Sacred Ground has never heard of such a mysterious inheritance. There are some ordinary inheritances, but none of them can compare to this Baba Yunqing. Even if there are dangers in those ordinary inheritances, they won't be able to threaten me. However, if the means left behind by the Divine General of 8 Clouds were to be unleashed, even heavenly venerates might not be able to withstand it. Tao Lord Tuayi scanned the experts with a cold gaze. Everyone you have to consider carefully. Do you want to stay and accept the inheritance? The Tao Lord's heart skipped a beat. That was because although his words seemed to be a kind reminder, there was a faint threat in them. Right at that moment, the Divine General of 8 Clouds opened his eyes once more. His eyes were like the abyss of the 9 nether as he looked down at the 9 experts. Juniors, are you leaving? Or are you staying? Have you made a decision? Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuayi and the other experts knew in their hearts that this was probably just a wisp of consciousness or an illusion left behind by the Divine General of 8 Clouds. It was like some sort of artificial intelligence program and not the divine general of 8 clouds himself. The true divine general of 8 clouds should have died long ago. The divine general of 8 clouds waited for a few seconds. Seeing that Jianghu and the others did not speak or show any signs of leaving, he stretched out his right hand and pointed gently at the red fog that enveloped the square. Instantly, the red fog that was originally flowing slowly began to churn violently. A stone path paved with limestone broke through the red fog and slowly condensed, extending towards an unknown place. If you're willing to accept the inheritance, step onto this path. The divine general of 8 clouds said indifferently, I'll choose you according to the method of the 8 clouds lineage, choosing successors. As you pass the many tests, you will come into contact with the inheritance step by step. Once you come into contact with the inheritance, it will be a life and death crisis. If you successfully accept all the inheritances, you will be able to survive. If you fail, no matter how many inheritances you receive, whether it's 1 or 99, you will die. Juniors, consider carefully. If you're afraid now, you can leave immediately. Once the passageway is opened, it will not close. You can also invite your clansmen and friends over. The more inheritors, the better. That way, a new generation of 8 clouds will be born. The divine general of 8 clouds swept his gaze across Jianghu and the other Tao lords. Make your choice. Immediately after, his figure disappeared. All that was left was the stone path that was paved with blue stones, quietly lying in the violently rolling red fog. The calamity is coming, but we have such an opportunity. Tao Lord Dark Sea's eyes lit up. With the ancient civilization's methods, if we can obtain this inheritance, even if we don't have the path of eternity, we can still become an eternal paragon and establish a third Holy Land universe in the Chaos Sea. Swoosh. Tao Lord Dark Sea transformed into a pale stream of light and flew directly into the limestone path. His body was instantly drowned by the red fog. Once the calamity arrives, all those who haven't attained eternity will die. How can we miss such an opportunity? Tao Lord Rain Dragon growled and charged into the stone path. This is an opportunity for the human race. It should belong to the human race of the third universe. Tao Lord Jianghu chuckled and took a step forward, entering as well Jin Lan. Shifeng. The Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race smiled at each other. Their eyes were filled with determination as they stepped onto the stone path as well. Ah, the calamity is coming. It doesn't matter if we die sooner or later. Why don't we take the risk? Tao Lord Lian Xian of the Heavenly Feather race laughed and followed in. In just a moment, only Tao Lord Tua Yi of the Red Lotus Sacred Land and Jianghu of the Fourth Universe were left in the square. Shanghai, are you going? Tao Lord Tua Yi asked Jianghu. What about you? Jianghu asked. Tao Lord Tua Yi's eyes were misty as he said softly, such a powerful civilization has already disappeared. So what if it's eternal? I've already lived through many calamity eras. I've seen everything that I should see. I've lived enough. This is a rare inheritance. If I miss it, I'll definitely regret it. This adventure might be the biggest adventure in my life. Whether I succeed or fail, even if I die in the adventure, it's worth it. Haha, I'll go first. Tao Lord Tua Yi was extremely carefree. He quickly entered the limestone path. Only Jianghu was left in the entire square. With the EXP panel, I can steadily rise to an extremely high level and even reach the peak of the cultivation path. But what if I'm just a leak of a powerful existence? Will I be harvested one day in the future? There are many secrets hidden in the EXP panel. I can't let it control me for the rest of my life. Even if the inheritance in front of me can't reach the peak of the cultivation path, it's definitely very close. Then I'll give it a try. Maybe I can find a stronger path. I'll bet everything and take a gamble. Whoosh, Jianghu also rushed into the limestone path, his body covered by the churning red fog. Walking on this stone path, there was a feeling of space-time distortion, as if he was flying in a universe passage. After an unknown period of time, whoosh, his eyes suddenly lit up. After stepping on the limestone path, there was another square in front of him. It was paved with white jade and a faint sacred intent spread out at that moment. Tao Lord Tua Yi, Tao Lord Xianglu, Tao Lord Shifeng, Tao Lord Dark Sea, Tao Lord Yinglong and the other experts were waiting in the square. When Jianghu appeared, their attention was attracted. Jianghu flew over. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you've cultivated for less than 100,000 years. It's an extremely short period of time and yet you dare to come here. Tao Lord Tua Yi laughed. We were just discussing if you would come. You've cultivated for such a short period of time and have such high achievements. Actually, there's no need for you to take the risk with us. You can retreat now. Dao Lord Shifang of the Heavenly Feather race smiled kindly, as though Jianghu was not an enemy of the Heavenly Feather race. Since I'm here, there's no reason to retreat. Jianghu's expression was indifferent. He's just sending himself to his death. Dao Lord Dark Sea of the Corpse race said coldly. Since this junior insists on sending himself to his death, there's no need to care about him. Dao Lord Yi Miao, who was also of the Corpse race, said coldly. The Corpse race was a crazy and cold race to begin with. They would only be united among their own race and were hostile to outsiders. This was especially so for Jianghu, who had cultivated for less than 100,000 years. They were extremely wary and jealous. In fact, be it Dao Lord Tua Yi, Dao Lord Xianglu, Dao Lord Shifang and Dao Lord Dark Sea, all of them were extremely wary of Jianghu since they chose to take this risk in a vain attempt to obtain the inheritance. They knew very well that the selection of inheritors would typically focus on aptitude, comprehension, etc. A junior who had cultivated for less than 100,000 years was already on the same level as them who had cultivated for countless epochs. In fact, he might even be stronger. Who would the Eight Clouds Divine General choose in the end? The answer was already very obvious. Right now, they could only hope that the methods left behind by the Eight Clouds Divine General could not determine how long the experts present had lived. However, they only felt that the Eight Clouds Divine General was unfathomable and therefore did not have much confidence. Naturally, they hoped that Jianghu would retreat as soon as possible. While Jianghu and the others were exchanging words in secret. Suddenly, a scarlet armored figure appeared on the square that was paved with white jade. It was the Eight Clouds Divine General. All 9 of you are here? The Eight Clouds Divine General glanced at Jianghu and the others before nodding. Now, let's begin the first selection. Selection. Jianghu, Dao Lord Tua Yi, Dao Lord Xianglu, Dao Lord Shifang and the other experts felt uneasy. None of them could be sure if they would pass the selection. Rise. The Eight Clouds Divine General pointed to the center of the white jade square. Rumble. Boom. A gigantic altar rose slowly from the square. It was filled with complicated and mysterious patterns and emitted an extremely ancient aura. One by one, the Eight Clouds Divine General said indifferently. The 9 Dao Lords present exchanged glances. Who would be the first to go? The altar was filled with mysterious patterns. Who knew what formation it contained and if it was dangerous? For a moment, no one was willing to be the first to attempt it. You go in. The Eight Clouds Divine General pointed at Dao Lord Tua Yi. This is just the beginning of the selection. Dao Lord Tua Yi will definitely succeed. That's right. With his half-step heavenly venerable strength, it shouldn't be difficult. The experts of the Heavenly Feather race and the Corpse race from the first universe, Dao Lord Yinglong from the second universe, and Dao Lord Xianglu from the fourth universe heaved a sigh of relief and began to tease. Dao Lord Tua Yi merely chuckled and did not say anything. He took a step forward and entered the altar. Immediately after, the complicated patterns on the altar lit up with red light. A thick red fog rose and enveloped the entire altar. Powerful energy fluctuations circulated at high speed. The thick red fog almost formed a light screen, blocking vision and spiritual sense probing. What's happening inside? Jianghu was also a little nervous. Selection? What was the selection? What was the standard? Everything was still unknown. Chapter 608. The entire altar was shrouded in red mist, blocking all probing. Perhaps Dao Lord Tua Yi was screaming in pain, but no sound could be heard. No one knew what was going on inside since there was no movement. This caused everyone to feel a little uneasy and nervous. Moments later. Whoosh! The red mist began to dissipate. Dao Lord Tua Yi walked down from the altar with a puzzled expression. His expression made Jianghu and the other Dao Lords confused. It seemed like Dao Lord Tua Yi did not know what was going on inside either. Was that why he had such an expression? First selection. Qualified. The Eight Clouds General glanced at Dao Lord Tua Yi. Dao Lord Tua Yi was pleasantly surprised. Tua Yi, what's going on inside? Dao Lord Shifang could not help but ask. Congratulations, Dao Lord Tua Yi. What's inside? Dao Lord Dark Sea asked. The others also tried to obtain useful information from Dao Lord Tua Yi. You'll know when you enter. Dao Lord Tua Yi's smile disappeared as he said indifferently. Then he stood aside and did not say anything else. No matter what, he had passed this strange selection. Naturally, it was easy. Next. The Eight Clouds God swept his gaze past the remaining 8 Dao Lords, including Riverward. I'll do it. Dao Lord Dark Sea's corpse chi filled the air as he walked up the altar with a ferocious look in his eyes. Seeing that an expert took the initiative, the Eight Clouds General did not say anything else. It was like some kind of preset program that only followed the program and did not have its own thoughts. At that moment, the red mist rose from the complicated patterns on the altar again and enveloped the entire altar. Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Shifang, Dao Lord Xianglu, and the others were still waiting quietly. What was going on inside? After a short while, the red mist dissipated again. The Eight Clouds General looked at Dao Lord Dark Sea, who had yet to walk out of the altar. A red glint flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "You don't qualify." Instantly, the hearts of the other Dao Lords present trembled. That was because even though the red light did not emit any aura, it gave them a feeling that the world was about to collapse. Why didn't he qualify? Don't qualify? I don't qualify? Why don't I fit? How can I not meet the requirements? Dao Lord Dark Sea was anxious and could not help but ask, Dao Lord Wildlands has been alive for countless eons, while I'm still a Dao Lord of this aeon. In terms of aptitude and talent, I'm stronger than him. He's only stronger than me because he's lived longer. Why don't I fit the criteria? This opportunity was definitely one of the greatest in the history of the Chaos Sea. No one was willing to give up, not even the Dark Sea Dao Monarch. Shut up. The Eight Clouds Divine General coldly shouted. Dao Lord Dark Sea's face was already pale, but now it was even paler. Next. The Eight Clouds General looked at the remaining 7. However, the Dao Lord of the Dark Sea, the only one who took the initiative just now, did not meet the requirements. This made the remaining 7 Dao Lords, including Jiang Xi, cautious and did not dare to take the initiative to go up. You. The Eight Clouds pointed at Dao Lord Shifang. The altar selection began again. Dao Lord Shifang fit the bill. Dao Lord Jinlan met the requirements. Dao Lord Lian Shen fit the bill. Dao Lord Insidious Malice didn't fit the bill. Dao Lord Raindragon fit the bill. Dao Lord Xiangla fit the bill. You. The Eight Clouds General pointed at Jiang Xi in the end. No one knew if this action was intentional or unintentional. That was because the 7 of them were all selected by the Eight Clouds General. Coincidentally, the 2 human experts were left for the last 2. The other experts who had already been selected were all puzzled. Riverward also took a deep breath, walked directly towards the altar and took a step forward. After the scarlet fog enveloped the altar, it formed an independent space without any exits. Buzz buzz buzz, distorted ripples began to appear in the void. Dazzling white ripples instantly filled the entire void. Then a strange and unfathomable power descended and seeped into Jiang Xi's body. At that moment, the armor and essence spirit treasures on his body lost their effect and did not react at all. When the white ripples swept over him, it was as if all the secrets in his body, including his brain and sea of consciousness, were exposed. The invisible strange power kept drilling into Jiang Xi's body and sea of consciousness. It even intertwined with the immortal power in his body until it completely merged with him. A moment later, the white ripples in the void disappeared, and so did the strange power. Whoosh, the scarlet fog quickly dissipated, and the independent space also disappeared. Only now did Riverward walk down the altar and return to stand before everyone once more, and everything that had occurred earlier still caused him to be bewildered and vigilant in his heart. You fit the bill. The Eight Clouds General nodded and smiled. This, a smile? No. There's a big problem. Dao Lord Tuoyi, Dao Lord Shifang, Dao Lord Xiangla, and the other experts who had already passed the selection were originally happy. Now their expressions changed. That was because this was the first time the Eight Clouds General smiled since the beginning. In everyone's eyes, this unfathomable Eight Clouds General should be an extremely cold existence, or rather, emotionless. It was just an illusion left behind by the real Eight Clouds Divine General. But now he was smiling? Everyone's hearts sank and their faces began to turn gloomy. You. The Eight Clouds General pointed at Dao Lord Dark Sea and Dao Lord Yin Chi coldly. The 2 of you leave immediately. If you don't die. The 2 corpse race Dao Lords exchanged glances, their faces filled with grief and indignation. Their corpse race was wiped out just like that? Lord Eight Clouds General, can you tell us why neither of us passed? Dao Lord Dark Sea gritted his teeth and asked boldly. You're not of my race and you want to inherit the legacy of my Eight Clouds lineage? Get lost. The Eight Clouds General's eyes flashed red again. Race. Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Tuoyi, Dao Lord Shifang, and the others were all shocked. This was because, strictly speaking, the 7 powerhouses that had passed were not from the same clan. For example, Dao Lord Yinglong was a demon and looked completely different from humans and the Heavenly Feather race. However, he still passed. Race. Dao Lord Dark Sea and Dao Lord Yin Chi shuddered. If that was the reason, they would be in big trouble. If they failed, it meant that the other experts of the corpse race would fail as well and not pass the selection, get lost. The Eight Clouds General's eyes shone with a scarlet light. Let's go. Filled with indignation, Dowlord Dark Sea and Dowlord Yin Chi flew towards the green stone path they came from and left the white jade square. After passing through the stone path that seemed to flow through time, they returned to the gray stone square at the beginning. Hate. I hate. Dowlord Dark Sea lowered his head and roared, looking at the green stone path with a menacing expression. Since that's the reason, it means that the corpse race is completely not fated with this legacy. Since the corpse race is not fated, we'll spread the news and let all the major factions of Chaos Sea know about the supreme ruins and the legacy here. Let a large number of experts rush over. If the corpse race can't obtain the legacy, we can't let the heavenly feather race obtain it so easily either. If that's the case, the corpse race will truly be finished. Dowlord Dark Sea said hatefully. He hated the Eight Clouds General, but he hated the heavenly feather race even more. They were the natural enemies of the corpse race. In terms of numbers, there were 3 Dao Lords of the heavenly feather race among the 7 who passed the first round. Based on that, there was a high chance that the heavenly feather race would obtain the legacy. As natural enemies, how could the corpse race watch helplessly as the heavenly feather race succeeded? On the white jade square, the Eight Clouds General, who was close to 10,000 meters tall, looked at the remaining 7 Dao Lords and said indifferently, "Those who are not of our race do not have the bloodline of this world. Naturally, they are not qualified to obtain the legacy." However, this stage was the simplest selection. It was also the only safe stage in the entire inheritance process. Later on there will be danger of death. If you are still afraid now, you can still retreat. Jianghu Ci, Dao Lord Tua Yi, Dao Lord Xiang Lu, Dao Lord Ying Long, and the 3 Dao Lords of the heavenly feather race remained silent. None of them chose to withdraw. What a joke. Who would be willing to withdraw at this point? Perhaps they would hesitate and struggle when making the choice at the beginning, but once they made up their minds, how could they retreat? Everyone was able to reach the peak of the Dao Lord path and even approach the heavenly venerate level. In terms of temperament and willpower, none of them were weak in each universe, they were top-notch and legendary powerhouses. Ever since they embarked on the path of cultivation and walked step by step until now, the danger of death had never been far away. Perhaps they were unwilling to die, but none of them were afraid of death. For the sake of this powerful legacy that was countless eras before, they were willing to give up everything and risk it all. All right. The Eight Clouds General nodded. Follow me then. He was dressed in black patterned crimson armor and held the halberd in his hand as he walked towards the other side of the White Jade Plaza. Jianghu Ci, Dao Lord Tua Yi, Dao Lord Shifang, and the other experts hurriedly followed. They were all puzzled. Did they have to go to the next plaza? This White Jade Plaza was also shrouded in red fog. Everything outside the plaza was unknown. Whoosh! When the 8 Cloud Generals arrived in front of the barrier formed by the thick red fog, a green stone bridge appeared in the churning fog. However, everyone could only see a small part of the stone bridge. The other 90% was covered by the red fog. This bridge is called the Bridge of 9 Worlds. In a while you will have to walk down the Bridge of 9 Worlds. The 8 Clouds General's gaze swept across the faces of Jianghu Ci and the other experts. As long as you can reach the next plaza alive, you will be considered to have passed the most basic selection. Then, you can begin to come into contact with the legacy. Come into contact with the legacy. The 7 Dao Lords were all pleasantly surprised and filled with anticipation. As long as they could pass through the Bridge of 9 Worlds alive, they would be able to come into contact with the legacy? Of course, although everyone was excited, they knew that the 8 Clouds legacy was so precious and powerful. This selection was definitely not as simple as judging the race. In other words, this Bridge of 9 Worlds was probably the time to decide life and death and reveal one's strength. It was very likely that one of them would die on this bridge. They had to give it their all. The 7 of you. The 8 Clouds General looked at them. On the Bridge of 9 Worlds, you can use Dharma treasures in all methods. You just have to reach the next plaza alive. Jianghu Ci and the other experts' expressions turned serious again as they looked at the green stone bridge that was almost completely covered by the red fog. Regardless of whether they succeeded or failed in the selection, they could still leave if they did not pass. Once they stepped on it, there was no turning back. It was hard to say whether they would live or die. You. The 6 of you go in. The 8 Clouds General pointed at the 6 experts. Us. Me too. The 6 of us go in together? Dao Lord Tua Yi, Dao Lord Xiang Lu, Dao Lord Ying Long, Dao Lord Shinfang, Tao Lord Jinlan and Tao Lord Lian Xian, the expressions of the 6 Tao Lords changed drastically. The 8 Clouds General was referring to the 6 of them. What about him? Tao Lord Xinfang could not help but point at Jianghu. What about Tao Lord Mountain Sea? I'm a human too. Tao Lord Xianglu could not maintain his composure and was anxious as well. Tao Lord Tuayi and the other experts felt uneasy. They did not dare to question or change the 8 Clouds General's decision. However, during the altar selection earlier, the 8 Cloud Divine Generals had actually revealed a trace of a smile because of river word. That made them suspicious. Furthermore, among the Tao Lords present, Jianghu had cultivated for the shortest amount of time, less than 100,000 years. Compared to the 36 million years of an epoch, that was an extremely short period of time. Let alone an era of calamities that could last for countless epochs. Compared to an entire era of calamities, 100,000 years was no different from a single second. Thus, in terms of talent and potential, Jianghu was definitely the strongest of them all. This special treatment caused Tao Lord Tuayi and the other experts to suspect that the 8 Clouds General might have known about Jianghu's cultivation time during the selection earlier. The 6 of you will go in together. He will go in alone. The 8 Clouds General had a cold look on his face. What, none of you are willing to go in? Then leave. You can still leave alive. If you don't leave, then the 6 of you will go in together. If you don't go in, then you will have failed the selection and be eliminated. Tao Lord Tuayi, Tao Lord Xianglu, and Tao Lord Raindragon. The 3 Tao Lords of the Skywing race all had grim looks on their faces. They exchanged glances, then glanced at Jianghu. Let's go. The 6 Tao Lords simultaneously entered the Bridge of the 9 Realms, which was covered in red mist. Whoosh! The red mist churned violently. Just a moment ago, a small portion of the Azure Stone Bridge could still be seen, but in an instant, it was completely swallowed up. The only ones left on the White Jade Plaza were the 8 Clouds General, who was nearly 10,000 meters tall, and the ordinary human Jianghu. Once you enter the Bridge of the 9 Realms, you will no longer have a chance to retreat. Either you make it through or you die. The 8 Clouds General glanced at Jianghu. Jianghu nodded, but his heart was filled with questions. The other 6 would go in together while he would go in alone. Why was he given special treatment? Was it really because the 8 Clouds General treated him differently? Or was there some special danger waiting for him? Was this a blessing or a curse? The Bridge of the 9 Realms. Tao Lord Tuayi, Tao Lord Xianglu, and Tao Lord Raindragon. The 3 Tao Lords of the Skywing race. After stepping onto the Azure Bridge, they discovered that the mist behind them had already covered them. They could no longer see the way back. This is bad. Tao Lord Shifang's sacred face was filled with a fierce look. Compared to Tao Lord Mountain and Sea, even the youngest of the 6 of us has lived for more than 100 million eras, right? If they were to choose a successor, as long as they weren't fools, they would probably choose Tao Lord Mountain and Sea, right? I suspect that the altar's screening earlier wasn't just screening for the characteristics of our race. It might also be able to detect how long we've lived. The other 5 nodded in agreement, but their expressions were ugly. They all had the same guess. None of them knew what the strange altar, the white ripples, and the strange power had detected. It must have detected something special. Tao Lord Shifang sneered. Otherwise, why would an existence like the 8 Clouds General, who treats us like ants, reveal a rare smile? Clearly he's very satisfied with Tao Lord Mountain and Sea. Why is he satisfied? In my opinion, it must have detected that Tao Lord Mountain and Sea has lived for less than 100,000 years and has cultivated for an extremely short period of time. In the entire Cataclysm era, there aren't many who can compare to such a genius and talent. Even in the civilization of the 8 Clouds General, he's probably a top genius. He's naturally satisfied with such a genius inheriting his legacy. That's why he gave him special treatment. You're right. This situation is extremely disadvantageous for us. The other Tao Lords all agreed with this guess. They all held high positions in their respective races and universes. Of course, they knew that there was no absolute fairness in everything. When they chose disciples, they would give them special treatment if they really liked them. But what can we do even if we know this? Now that the 6 of us have passed through the Bridge of 9 Worlds together, we can't do anything to Tao Lord Mountain and Sea even if we wanted to. Tao Lord Lian Xian shook his head. I'm afraid the 8 Clouds General thinks the same. That's why he separated us from Tao Lord Mountain and Sea. No matter what we think, we can't do it. Tao Lord Jinlan said coldly. Let's go. Don't think about it. This is the legacy left behind by the 8 Origins General. We can only do as he wishes. Right now, we should think of a way to pass through the Bridge of 9 Worlds. Only then can we find a chance to deal with Tao Lord Mountain and Sea. Tao Lord Tuayi said solemnly. Tao Lord Tuayi, of course you're not worried. You have a full set of grade 6 cardinal treasures. Your chances of passing through the Bridge of 9 Worlds are much higher than ours. Tao Lord Xianglu said with a dark expression. Tao Lord Tuayi glanced at them coldly before flying towards the bridge that had no end in sight. Tao Lord Yinglong did not say a word and followed suit. The 3 Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race exchanged glances and followed suit. Their only advantage now was that the 3 of them were of one mind. If they worked together, they would not fear Tao Lord Tuayi, who had the combat strength of a half-step Heavenly Venerate. Tao Lord Xianglu was the last one. He had the most complicated feelings right now and was filled with jealousy. That was because he was also a human. Why was he treated so differently from Tao Lord Mountain and Sea, who was also a human? Was it really a matter of time spent cultivating? On the White Jade Plaza, Jianghu and the 8 Clouds General stood in front of the barrier formed by the red mist. He silently looked at this mysterious existence who was extremely similar to a human. He could vaguely guess that the 8 Clouds General's differential treatment had probably caused the other 6 Tao Lords to view him as an enemy and see him as the greatest threat to obtaining the legacy. Boom. A strong fluctuation came from outside the barrier formed by the red mist. In the area where the Bridge of the 9 Worlds was located, the red mist that was originally flowing slowly began to churn violently. Jianghu stared fixedly, trying to see through the barrier. However, given the strength of his essence spirit, his spirit consciousness seemed to have crashed into a thick wall that could not be penetrated at all. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after, powerful auras surged over one after another. Clearly, there was a huge battle on the Bridge of the 9 Worlds and the 6 people on the bridge might be in danger. Lord 8 Clouds General, may I know why I have to be separated from the 6 of them? Jianghu suddenly asked. The 8 Clouds General, who was nearly 10,000 meters tall, stood there and exuded a special aura. Although he looked extremely real, he did not seem to exist in this world. When he heard Jianghu's words, he said coldly, "Just do it. Don't ask for the reason. If you're unhappy, you can leave. If you withdraw from the selection now, you can still save your life." With that, he fell silent once more. Jianghu sighed softly in his heart and did not say anything else. Regardless of whether it was a blessing or a curse, he would take it. The corpse race was a pinnacle race in the first universe. Their overall strength was second only to the Heavenly Feather race, and they had a total of 6 celestial venerables. Therefore, this race had 6 miniature universes. At this very moment, in the first miniature universe of the corpse race, 6 towering figures exuding towering corpse auras were scattered in 6 different directions, looking at each other in the endless starry sky. They were the 6 celestial venerables of the corpse race. This is what Tao Lord Yin Xiao and I experienced personally. We can confirm that it is indeed a terrifying inheritance left behind by a super great being called 8 Clouds General. This 8 Clouds General came from before the Infinite Calamity era, and he was at least a supreme being. His strength even surpassed that of Jun Tian Supreme and Red Lotus Supreme. Tao Lord Ming Si's avatar stood respectfully in the starry sky and explained the situation to the 6 celestial venerables. "Is that true, Yin Xiao?" one of the celestial venerables asked. Tao Lord Yin Xiao also bowed respectfully. "Celestial venerables, that is indeed the case. However, we were eliminated in the first round of selection. According to what 8 Clouds General said, the reason is that those who are not of his race are not qualified to receive his inheritance." Ming Si, show us everything you have experienced. The 6 celestial venerables of the corpse race attached great importance to this and wanted to know every detail. Yes. Tao Lord Ming Si's avatar performed a technique. Many illusions appeared in the starry sky, starting from the moment they entered the void world together until the end of the selection at the sacrificial altar and when they were dismissed by 8 Clouds General. The 6 celestial venerables of the corpse race were originally very excited when they saw 8 Clouds General introduce the inheritance. They could confirm that this was an unprecedented opportunity. However, when 8 Clouds General said that they were not of his race, the 6 celestial venerables' hearts turned cold and angry. Damn it! Our corpse race is not fated to have such an opportunity. Why is the Heavenly Feather race so lucky to have 3 Tao Lords enter at once? The heavens are unfair. Spread the news, spread the news. Let the 4 original universes, the 2 Holy Land universes, and all the other powers know about the existence of this inheritance. Let all the experts rush over and make the situation chaotic. It must be chaotic. Let the void world be chaotic and even destroy 8 elements inheritance. In short, our corpse race will only have a chance if it is chaotic. Even if we don't have a chance, We can still destroy the Heavenly Feather Race's opportunity. The Heavenly Feather Race and our Corpse Race are natural enemies. We can't let them take advantage of us again. Otherwise, our Corpse Race will definitely perish. It's best if none of the powers in the Chaos Sea can obtain it. The 6 celestial venerables of the Corpse Race were indignant and furious. Without any hesitation, they immediately began to spread the news of the inheritance to the entire Chaos Sea. First published, then changed. Chapter 609. The abyss-like ruins of myriad worlds was enormous. Its entrance was 300 million light-years in diameter. In terms of depth, the known depth of the Chaos Sea was 90,000 light-years. Inside the abyss, it was incomparably silent, without a single ripple. Countless stone celestial bodies floated quietly. Each of them had a hidden space. Some had been excavated, while others had yet to be opened and were in an unknown state. The space inside these stone celestial bodies that had yet to be excavated was called the ruins. At this moment, a stone celestial body with a diameter of 90 million kilometers was completely covered by red fog. It formed a special area where even the turbulent gray fog couldn't get close. This was a newly opened ruin. Judging from the aura outside, it was a Tao Lord ruin. However, there was another world inside. As the news kept spreading, many forces in the Chaos Sea knew about this place. The ruins of myriad worlds hidden inside was actually a supreme ruin that far surpassed the heavenly venerate ruins. It hid a mysterious and powerful ancient civilization's inheritance. It could be said to be one of the top opportunities in the history of the Chaos Sea. Thus, the Juntian Sacred Land, the Red Lotus Sacred Land, and the 4 primal universes, a total of nearly 100 forces, heard the news and started to rush to this ruins of myriad worlds. A huge storm started to brew and evolve in the Chaos Sea. In the ruins of myriad worlds, the second square was paved with white jade. The outside was covered by red fog. Jianghu stood at the edge of the square and looked at the churning red fog expressionlessly. He wanted to determine what was happening inside through the aura fluctuations. What secrets or dangers were on the Bridge of 9 Worlds? The 8 Clouds general, who had been indifferent, suddenly said, "1 died. 5 left." Jianghu was shocked. How long had it been? Less than a minute? Only 1 died? In terms of strength, the 6 Tao Lords who had just entered could be said to be the top universe Tao Lords. They had been in the Chaos Sea for at least 100 million eras and were quite famous. Tao Lord Tu Yi was a half-step heavenly venerate, close to Tao Lord Lu. The 3 Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race might be weaker individually, but when they worked together, they were almost as strong as a half-step heavenly venerate. The only one who was slightly weaker was Tao Lord Ying Long. His body was extremely huge and was very difficult to kill. Even with the 6 of them charging in together, one of them had died, and in such a short period of time, Jianghu couldn't help but glance at the 8 Clouds general. However, this mysterious existence still had a cold expression. From the looks of it, she wouldn't answer any of his questions. It was pointless to ask. Another one has died. There are 4 left. The 8 Clouds general spoke again. Jianghu's heart trembled. This Bridge of 9 Worlds was too dangerous. Given the combined power of Tao Lord Tabo and the other 5 Tao Lords, even an Empyrean wouldn't be able to kill them so quickly if they wanted to. In the space of a single breath, 2 supreme cosmic Tao Lords had perished. At this moment, Jianghu was no longer as confident as before. He began to worry about himself. He did indeed have a half-step Empyrean, but it wasn't as if none of the 6 Tao Lords who had entered were half-step Empyreans as well. In fact, one of them was very close to becoming a half-step Empyrean. Even with the 6 of them working together, 2 of them were easily killed. What would he do after he went in? Although Jianghu was worried, he remained calm and didn't show any anxiety on his face. After a few more breaths, the faint aura fluctuations coming from the red fog suddenly stopped. Is it over? Jianghu looked at the location of the Bridge of 9 Worlds. At this moment, the 8 Clouds general nodded gently. Not bad. Only 2 died. Then he looked at Jianghu. You go in. Following his words, the red mist that had formed the barrier rippled once again, and a small part of the cyan stone bridge was revealed. Jianghu was still a little uneasy. 6 of them had entered together, but 2 had died. Was it a blessing or a curse for him to enter alone? Either leave or advance, the 8 Clouds general said indifferently. Jianghu took a deep breath and flew in without hesitation. He stepped onto the Bridge of 9 Worlds. Whoosh! The red fog churned and covered the path behind him. There was no way to retreat. I can only advance. Jianghu looked behind him. There was only red fog then, he raised his head to look at the cyan stone bridge that stretched for an unknown length. I want to see what's on the bridge that caused two of them to fall. Whoosh! Jianghu turned into a stream of light and slowly advanced. The green stone bridge that was more than 10,000 kilometers wide was also filled with red fog. It affected his vision and prevented him from seeing further. At the same time, his spiritual sense was also blocked. He could only maintain his vigilance and advance. With Jianghu's speed, even if he deliberately suppressed it, he could cross billions of kilometers in an instant. Soon he crossed a distance of 1 light year. Something strange. He suddenly stopped. In the slowly flowing red fog, there was a vague figure standing in the middle of the stone bridge. Suddenly, the red fog became thinner, allowing Jianghu to see the figure's appearance. It was a 90,000-meter tall figure with a human-like appearance. However, there were 2 ox horns on his head. The figure's eyes were closed. The surface of his body was suffused with black and gold light. When Jianghu appeared, the tall figure's eyes suddenly opened. They burst out with scarlet light and stared at Jianghu. What you need to do is survive in the hands of this 9-realm puppet. A cold voice sounded. Jianghu immediately recognized that it was the voice of the 8-Cloud General. Don't hide in your tower treasure. That will only count as you being eliminated. You must fight. Other than that, you can use any other means. 2 of the previous 6 died in the hands of the 9-realm puppet. I hope you can survive. The 8-Cloud General said. Jianghu's expression changed slightly. The 8-Cloud General knew about the uniqueness of Sky Connecting Tower? Was it detected by the altar just now, or had the 8-Cloud General seen it before? He immediately became more vigilant. At this moment, whoosh! The scarlet light in the eyes of the 9-realm puppet became brighter and brighter. A dense evil aura suddenly burst out. The stone bridge was more than 10,000 kilometers wide. Although it was narrow compared to the void, it was enough for a battle. I have to fight? Jianghu temporarily put away the doubts in his heart. A long shuttle appeared in his hand. It was the transformation of Sky Connecting Tower. He couldn't hide in it, but he could use it as a weapon. 9-realm puppet? It should be the guardian of the 9-realm bridge, not a real life. The puppet of the 9 realms roared and rushed over aggressively. The stream of light whistled and instantly arrived in front of Jianghu. At the same time, Jianghu also attacked. The 9-realm puppet was able to kill 2 top universe realm Tao lords in just a minute. Its strength couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, Jianghu didn't dare to be careless. He unleashed all his combat strength, including the power of the world, and poured it all into the long shuttle of Sky Connecting Tower. The sword light of the Mountain Sea Sword scripture also covered the entire long shuttle. Under the guidance of this supreme treasure, Riverward's figure flickered and pierced out. Bang! The tall 9-realm puppet's chest was pierced by the long shuttle. However, the long shuttle didn't pierce its body. It only sent it flying. Then it crashed to the ground at an extremely fast speed, causing the entire green stone bridge to tremble slightly. What? This is the strength that can kill 2 top universe realm Tao lords? Jianghu was shocked and forgot to follow up with another attack. Too weak. Jianghu didn't expect such a situation. The 6 Tao lords were all extraordinary. If he wanted to kill 2 of them when the 6 of them worked together, he would at least have the strength of a heavenly venerable. And to do all this in just a minute, the level of strength needed to be even higher. At least the strength of a 2nd step heavenly venerable, or even a 3rd step heavenly venerable. However, he was only a half-step heavenly venerable now. Compared to the weakest 1st step heavenly venerable, he was still far away. Therefore, Jianghu went all out as soon as he came up and planned to retreat after one attack. He wanted to judge the strength of the 9-realm puppet through one exchange and then come up with a counterattack. But the reality was that the 9-realm puppet was directly crushed by his full-strength attack. It couldn't resist at all. This caused Riverward to be stunned in midair, and he even forgot to retreat after striking out a single blow. What's going on? Too weak. Any random dragon-class Tao lord would be able to crush it. Riverward shook his head. However, he still remained vigilant. This was because his long shuttle's attack just now could even seriously injure an ordinary universe realm Tao lord. However, the 9-realm puppet wasn't damaged at all. Swoosh! Jianghu rushed towards the 9-realm puppet in a flash. He raised heaven-reaching tower's long shuttle and swept it out. The 9-realm puppet's eyes emitted a blazing bloody light. It stood up again and kept roaring, die, die, die. The long shuttle whistled through the air with 5-colored sword light. The 90,000-meter-tall 9-realm puppet still couldn't block it and was smashed hard. Clang! Its enormous body was smashed into the stone bridge. Strange. Jiang Xi shook his head. He raised the shuttle again and attacked with all his strength. Boom, boom, boom. The five-colored long shuttle smashed into the nine-realm puppet's body repeatedly, producing deafening sounds. The void trembled and the red mist churned. The nine-realm puppet was completely suppressed. The nine-realm puppet struggled. It pressed its hands against the ground and finally stood up. Riverward took a single step backwards, standing there in midair as he stared downwards with a frown on his face. His defenses are far too strong. Even the most supreme of Tao Lords would perish under my continuous full-force attacks. But it doesn't have a single wound on its body. I wonder what material it is made of. The only thing is that it's too weak. Still, since it's weak, I'll give it a good beating. Jiang Xi gathered strength and attacked again. Heaven-reaching Tower's long shuttle stabbed out. The nine-realm puppet roared and swung its fists. It wanted to throw a punch, but it was sent flying by the shuttle and smashed into the stone bridge. Boom, 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 boom. The nine-realm puppet smashed into the stone bridge vertically, then flew backward and landed on the stone bridge. Gradually, Riverward realized that even though the puppet of the nine realms was being crushed, it was still blocking his advance. This obstruction slowed him down and made it impossible for him to quickly cross the bridge. Its strength is rising. It's rising faster and faster. As he continued to crush the nine-realm puppet and advance, Jiang Xi felt more and more uneasy. He felt that the nine-realm puppet's strength was rising from the initial 5 transformations True Lord level to the Desolate level, then the Aeon level. Now, half a minute later, it was approaching the level of a Universe Realm Tao Lord. At first, Jiang Xi could easily crush it, but now it was getting harder and harder. Especially now, when he used the shuttle to send the nine-realm puppet flying again. This unbreakable puppet's strength finally rose to the level of a Universe Realm Tao Lord. Whoosh, Jiang Xi advanced a little further on the bridge, but he wasn't happy at all. It's a Universe Realm Tao Lord now. If this continues, if I still can't cross the bridge, its strength might rise to the level of a half-step Empyrean, a first-step Empyrean, or even stronger. What worried him even more was that the nine-realm puppet didn't know any secret arts. It used its body to fight. It had absolute strength, speed, and defense. As the saying went, when absolute strength reached a certain level, all Tao arts would be forced to retreat. This kind of strength was the most terrifying and difficult to deal with. The nine-realm puppet was now close to this level. Its fists began to affect space-time, and its fists caused waves to rise in spacetime. These waves were extremely terrifying. Just a trace of it could annihilate an entire galaxy. Boom. Jiang Xi smashed out with the shuttle again, faster than the nine-realm puppet's counterattack, and smashed into its body. Boom. 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 The two forces collided, creating a violent explosion. It's gotten a little stronger. Although the collision sent the puppet of the nine realms flying again, Riverward's figure also swayed a little. It felt like he had hit a leaf at the beginning of the battle, but now it felt like he had hit a boulder. Boom. Boom. After hundreds of consecutive collisions, Jiang Xi still hadn't crossed the bridge. The front was still covered by red fog and he couldn't see the end. At this moment, the nine-realm puppet's strength finally rose to the level of a half-step Empyrean. Roar. It began to counterattack, and its tall body broke through the red fog. Its fists were like light and meteors, smashing toward Jiang Xi. My defense isn't bad either. Jiang Xi didn't retreat and continued to advance. His aura rose as he began to fight the nine-realm puppet in close combat. His body was as strong as a 6th-tier supreme treasure, and he also had the 7th-tier armor treasure formed by the 6th-tier mountain. Ordinary Empyreans couldn't do much damage to him. Boom. Boom. The nine realms puppet rampaged and punched out again and again. His fists turned into streams of light that could easily destroy a star system. The long shuttle in Riverward's hand flew, shattering the fist imprints one after another, and then continued to advance. Boom. The two sides collided again. This time it was Riverward who was sent flying by a punch. He only felt his blood boil. The power of this punch was too strong. It surpassed a half-step Empyrean. Has it reached the level of Empyrean? Jiang Xi hadn't fought an Empyrean before, so he couldn't judge. The situation was reversed. Now it was the nine-realm puppet that was crushing Jiang Xi. If his body's defense wasn't strong enough, that punch would have covered his body with cracks. Boom. 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 The pure power of the nine-realm puppet's attacks made Jiang Xi's heart tremble. He had to use the shuttle to dissolve most of the fists. Because even with his current body's defense, it was difficult to block all the attacks. Jiang Xi had completely fallen into a passive situation. Like a sandbag, he was wantonly smashed away by the nine-realm puppet. And he could only rely on his body's defense to find an opportunity to advance. Its strength must have reached the level of an Empyrean. Even Empyrean powerhouses have to rely on secret techniques and treasures to display such powerful combat strength. But it only relies on its body. Jianghu was also anxious. The shuttle in his hand flew, blocking most of the fists. The power of the fists was transmitted to his body through the shuttle, causing his blood to surge. Too strong. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death by its fists. Do I have to hide in Heavenly Tower? With Heavenly Tower's sturdiness, it can easily block its attacks, but once I go in, I'll be eliminated. I can still hold on. I'll definitely succeed. Jianghu was sent flying again and again, and at the same time, he looked for an opportunity to advance. Dense cracks had already begun to appear on his body. One must know that his body was comparable to a 6th-tier treasure, and outside there was a 7th-tier armor treasure formed by a 6th-tier mountain. Under such circumstances, even an Empyrean would find it difficult to cause damage to a 6th-tier treasure. But the puppet of the 9 realms was able to smash his body into pieces. If his cultivation base was not that of a 5th transformation true lord and it was relatively easy for him to recover, he would have died by now. After another 10 seconds, the puppet of the 9 realms, which had been completely enraged, suddenly calmed down. Bang! Jianghu fell to the ground again and was shaken to the core. After seeing this scene, he immediately flashed and floated in the air, looking at the 9-realm puppet in confusion. Why did it stop? Buzz! The scarlet light in the 9-realm puppet's eyes gradually faded until it disappeared. You have passed. Continue forward. The 8 Clouds General's cold voice sounded. Jianghu let out a long breath. He had finally endured it. He looked at the motionless figure with lingering fear. For an entire minute, he had been ravaging the 9-realm puppet in the first half, but the latter half had been ravaged by the 9-realm puppet without any ability to resist. Whoosh! Jianghu flew another 1,000 meters forward. The red fog had dispersed, and he could already see the other exit of the 9-realm bridge as well as the 4 figures outside. He crossed the last part of the 9-realm bridge and arrived at the 3rd square, which was completely paved with black boulders. He actually made it out alive? Dao Lord Shifeng of the Heavenly Feather clan was shocked, and a hint of malice flashed through his eyes. His Dao partner, Dao Lord Jinlan, sneered without hiding it. Dao Lord Mountain Sea, you actually managed to escape from the 9-realm puppet alone, Dao Lord Jianghu said in a low voice. I admire you. Dao Lord Tuoyi smiled. The 4 surviving Dao Lords were standing together. Dao Lord Lian Xian and Dao Lord Yinglong were not seen, so naturally they had died. The 6 of you tried together. How did 2 of you die? Jianghu asked curiously. It was just a minute. The 9-realm puppet shouldn't have been able to stop all of you working together, right? Of course, the one you encountered wasn't that powerful. If you had been with us, you would have definitely died. Dao Lord Shifeng sneered. What kind of situation did you encounter? Jianghu ignored him and looked at Dao Lord Tuoyi. Of the 4 surviving Dao Lords, only Dao Lord Tuoyi was easier to talk to. Whether it was the Dao Lords of the Heavenly Feather clan or Dao Lord Xianglu of the 3rd Universe's human race, they were all very hostile towards him. Dao Lord Tuoyi smiled. The 9-realm puppet we encountered was fine at first. It only had the strength of an early universe Dao Lord. Any one of us could have easily defeated it. But as we fought, its strength kept rising. Soon, it surpassed the half-step Empyrean level and reached the Empyrean level. And it's still rising. It's more terrifying than any Empyrean I've seen. It fought with pure strength. One punch was enough to heavily injure us. Because Dao Lord Raindragon was slightly weaker and didn't have a Tier 6 defensive treasure, he was directly annihilated by one punch. Dao Lord Lian Xian and Dao Lord Shifeng worked together to fight it, but unfortunately their teamwork wasn't good enough and they were also killed by 2 punches. Fortunately, after the 9-realm puppet reached that level, we reached the end of the 9-realm bridge. If the stalemate had continued, Dao Lord Shifeng and Dao Lord Jinlan would have definitely died. Dao Lord Tuoyi sighed. The 2 Dao Lords of the Heavenly Feather clan had cold expressions. Riverward, however, was secretly surprised. This was because the 9-realm puppet the 6 of them encountered seemed to be somewhat different from his. It seemed that they had encountered the most ordinary universe Dao Lord right off the bat. As for the 9-realm puppet he encountered, its strength was only that of a 5 transformations true lord at first. In the end, it only reached the level of a first-step Empyrean, but it ended very quickly. Is this special treatment? Jiang Xi guessed that the Eight Clouds general must have known his actual cultivation level, which was why he had allowed him to challenge it alone. If he had challenged it with Tao Lord Tua Yi and the others, he would have encountered the same situation. Of course he couldn't be completely sure now, so he couldn't let his guard down. At the same time he was also summarizing the gains from the battle just now. Although the battle with the Nine-Realm puppet was dangerous, it also gave him a clearer understanding of the combat strength of a heavenly venerable. He also had a clearer direction for his future cultivation and improvement. The remaining 5 Tao Lords continued to wait quietly. Whoosh, a red-armored figure condensed on the third square. It was the Eight Clouds General. There are 5 left, the Eight Clouds General said coldly. 2 of them died in just 2 of the simplest selections. If it weren't for the fact that the Nine-Realm puppet state is no longer the same as before after countless eras, all of you would have died here today. Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tua Yi, Tao Lord Xianglu, and the Heavenly Feather Clan couple were all secretly shocked. This wasn't the strongest state of the Nine-Realm puppet? Next is the third round of selection. This round involves some inheritances. The Eight Clouds General spoke again with an indifferent expression. Everyone perked up and immediately listened attentively. Jiang Xi suddenly frowned. This was because his clone had received messages from Tomorrow Venerable and his master, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Why were they contacting him at this time? Chapter 610. In the human territory of the Fourth Universe. A wisp of Jiang Xi's clone's spiritual consciousness entered the sky connecting mountain and river painting and arrived at the starry sky where the human Tao Lords were meeting. At that moment, all the human Tao Lords and Venerable Ming had arrived at the huge long table. However, they were all absent-minded and waiting anxiously. River word is here. The gazes of venerated Ming and the other Tao Lords instantly converged. Tao Lord Nine Clouds asked directly, Jiang Xi, we just received a piece of news from the corpse race's heavenly venerate in the first universe. He said that the inheritance left behind by a divine general called the Eight Clouds appeared in the myriad world ruins. Also, the corpse race's heavenly venerate said that you are one of the 7 Tao Lords who are wandering in the void world? What's the situation with the Eight Clouds inheritance? Venerable Ming asked. The other human Tao Lords stared intently at River Word as well, feeling rather eager and expectant. Although they had received this news from the corpse race, they did not know much. Perhaps they had not made it public and had only spread a portion of it. Everyone was eager to know what the inheritance was. Venerable Ming Master and everyone else, please take a look. Jiang Xi did not hide anything and immediately displayed his main body's experience in the void world. Images appeared from the moment they entered the void world, to when they met the Eight Clouds Divine General in the first square, to the selection at the altar, and then to the Nine-World Bridge. Upon seeing this, the expressions of Venerable Ming and the other Tao Lords changed. Some had solemn expressions, some were excited, and some were filled with fear and worry. Jiang Xi said softly, this is the situation. The Eight Clouds inheritance is a powerful inheritance from countless eras ago. This is an opportunity, but it is also accompanied by great danger. Now, 2 top-notch universe Tao Lords have already died before we even came into contact with the inheritance. Moreover, this inheritance is destined to only have one inheritor. Even Tao Lord Tua Yi and I will fail and die. However, this is an opportunity for the human race in the Fourth Universe. I should take it. Jiang Xi looked at Heavenly Venerate Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds. Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded slightly. If there was anyone who was most likely to obtain the inheritance of Ba Yun, all the human higher-ups present knew that it was definitely Jiang Xi. This was because Jiang Xi, who was still a 5th Revolution true monarch, already had the battle prowess of a half-step heavenly venerable. With such talent, it was likely that any super expert would be willing to choose him as their successor. Jiang Xi, focus on receiving the inheritance. Don't be distracted by us, Ming Tian instructed. If we really have any arrangements, we'll inform you again. Yes. Jiang Xi nodded and then left the meeting. In the boundless chaos ocean, there were only 2 Holy Land universes that could exist eternally without fear of the calamity. They were Jun Tian Holy Land Universe and Red Lotus Holy Land Universe. Between the 2 of them, whether it was the length of time they existed, the strength of their overall strength, or the depth of their foundations, all of them were won by the Great Sky Holy Land. This was the publicly acknowledged #1 faction in the Chaos Sea. In the depths of the endless starry sky of the Great Sky Holy Land Universe, there was the Giant Hammer Divine World. 90% of the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses, 99% of the true monarchs, Tao Lords, and heavenly venerables of the entire Holy Land universe were gathered in the giant hammer divine world. The entire world was beautiful and peerless. There were countless buildings of various civilizations and styles. Between the layers of mountains, there were also strange flowers and herbs. It was full of tranquility and auspiciousness. Just by being there, one's mind would be at peace. In the center of the giant hammer divine world was a gray hammer that stood tall. It constantly emitted invisible fluctuations that spread throughout the entire world. Wind. Thunder. Oh. There was a faint sound in the fluctuations. It was intoxicating and couldn't help but be immersed in it. Figures sat cross-legged around the giant hammer. At a glance, there was no end to it. It was a vast expanse of darkness. Boom. Suddenly there was a thunderous sound. The entire giant hammer began to tremble and emit a blue light. Whoosh. At the same time, a tornado condensed and howled around the giant hammer. Between the wind and thunder, the gray dust on the surface of the giant hammer faded, gradually revealing its true body. It was a black giant hammer with golden patterns on its surface. It was as if it was the truth of the world. It was awe-inspiring. The supreme treasure of a supreme. The supreme giant hammer has revealed its true body. A supreme is about to appear. Supreme. Greetings, Supreme. Originally, countless tribulation transcenders, true monarchs, Tao lords, and heavenly venerables were sitting cross-legged around the giant hammer. At this moment, when they saw such a big movement from the giant hammer, they were shocked and excited. Many tribulation transcenders and true monarchs revealed fanatical expressions. Some even cried and knelt respectfully on the ground, their bodies trembling with excitement. The great sky Holy Land universe had existed for countless eras. Supreme Jun Tian was a supreme existence in the hearts of the living beings of the entire Holy Land universe. Because he was a supreme, he had granted them eternal life. They didn't have to fear the dangers of the calamities and enjoyed endless peace. However, in the endless years, it was as if Supreme Jun Tian didn't exist and rarely appeared. Even many Tao lords in the Holy Land universe who had lived for many eras had never seen Supreme Jun Tian with their own eyes. As for outside the Holy Land in the vast Chaos Sea, no powerhouse had ever seen the Supremes of the two Holy Land universes. They had only heard of their names and never seen them. This was also the reason why Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament was known as the #1 powerhouse in the Chaos Sea with his invincible strength. Compared to Supreme Jun Tian and Supreme Red Lotus, who were already eternal, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament was definitely much weaker. However, no one had ever seen these two supreme beings. Even among the great beings from the two Holy Land universes, there were very few great beings who could see the supreme beings. Therefore, these two supremes who rarely appeared were only a deterrent in the Chaos Sea. They weren't like Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament, who had slaughtered everyone in the Chaos Sea. Especially Jun Tian Supreme, the number of times he appeared was pitiful. And every time he appeared, the supreme giant hammer would reveal its true body, causing wind and thunder. Supreme is about to appear. Supreme. The Tao lords and other parts of the Jun Tian Holy Land were also shocked and excited. A total of 65 eras have passed since I was born, but I've never seen a supreme. Today I'm finally going to see one. A Tao lord was so excited that he didn't even care about teaching his disciples and directly used teleportation to rush to the Great Hammer Divine World. The last time I saw a supreme was 198 eras ago. Hurry, rush to the Great Hammer Divine World as soon as possible. The entire Great Hammer Divine World fell into a state of madness. Jun Tian Holy Land was the oldest Holy Land universe in the Chaos Sea. The living beings born in this universe were born with a kind of innate pride. They looked down on the entire Chaos Sea and even vaguely looked down on Red Lotus Holy Land. This was because from the size of the Holy Land universe, one could tell that their Jun Tian Supreme was much stronger than Red Lotus Supreme. Absolute pride. At the same time they worshipped Jun Tian Supreme. Figures gathered under the supreme giant hammer from all directions. Some knelt on the ground, some stood, and some stood in midair. At this time, those who still dared to float in midair were all Tao lords and heavenly venerables. There were more than 500 of them. They were scattered around the supreme giant hammer, all of them extremely respectful, waiting for the supreme to descend. When lightning, the faint voice became louder and louder until it finally rumbled between heaven and earth. Every powerhouse present, including the heavenly venerables, was affected by this voice and fell into intoxication. Whoosh, a pillar of light shot into the sky from the top of the giant hammer. Immediately after, an incomparably dazzling figure condensed and formed in the pillar of light. He wore a black robe with golden patterns and a gentle breeze circled around him. Lightning flashed. The wind seemed to contain rich vitality as it blew in all directions. At this moment, whether they were kneeling, standing, or hovering in the air, the hundreds of millions of experts all felt extremely comfortable. Many of the hidden injuries that had accumulated in their bodies for countless eras were instantly healed. But all the living beings that had fallen into intoxication, including the heavenly venerables, woke up under the gentle breeze. After seeing that dazzling figure, they immediately shouted fervently and respectfully, "Greetings, Supreme!" Juntian Supreme looked down. His entire body was shrouded in a misty breeze mixed with flickering blue lightning, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. Those few heavenly venerables and hundreds of Tao Lords all felt a kind of pressure from the depths of their souls, and they involuntarily felt the urge to submit. I heard that in one of the 3 most dangerous places in Chaos Sea, the myriad world ruins, an inheritance called 8 Clouds appeared. Is this true? Juntian Supreme said slowly. Yes. The leading heavenly venerables answered respectfully. They had also just received the news, but everything that happened in the Holy Land could not be hidden from Juntian Supreme. This 8 Clouds inheritance is also one of the top inheritances in the civilization before the limitless calamity era. I order. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo, you will personally escort 50 Tao Lords, 500 perfected Lords, and 5,000 tribulation transcenders of the Holy Land. Rush to the myriad world ruins at the fastest speed and send them to compete for the inheritance. Juntian Supreme said leisurely. Yes, Supreme. A muscular man with 8 arms hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo was an extremely ancient existence. He had become a heavenly venerable countless calamity eras ago, and he was an existence of the same era as Juntian Supreme. His miniature universe had long been destroyed by the calamity, and he could only rely on the Holy Land to survive. There will only be one inheritor of the 8 Clouds inheritance in the end. The others will be in danger. Are there any volunteers? Juntian Supreme looked down. I'm willing. Supreme, I'm willing. Supreme. Choose me. Almost instantly, the kneeling tribulation transcenders and the standing perfected lords below shouted enthusiastically. Although there were not many Tao Lords standing in midair, more than half of them were willing to go. Very good. Juntian Supreme nodded with satisfaction. Then let the elders discuss and decide on a detailed list. We must decide on it as soon as possible and rush to the myriad world ruins as soon as possible. 50 Tao Lords, 500 perfected Lords, and 5,000 tribulation transcenders will try together. My Juntian Holy Land must get the 8 Clouds inheritance. I, Juntian, need this inheritance. Juntian Supreme's gaze swept across everything below. Yes. Immediately, those strong beings saluted excitedly. An inheritance that a Supreme needed? This sentence made everyone even more fanatical. In just a moment, the list was out. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo rode a sword-shaped flying boat True Treasure and left the Juntian Holy Land with many geniuses, advancing at high speed in the Chaos Sea. I haven't entered the Chaos Sea for more than 30 calamity eras. Since I'm here, I must bring this inheritance back to my Juntian Holy Land. At the same time, when the news was passed to the Red Lotus Holy Land, the mysterious Red Lotus Supreme also appeared in the world. She gave a similar order, asking the juniors in the Holy Land to compete and bring back the 8 Clouds inheritance. Yes. We obey the Supreme's order. This inheritance must belong to my Red Lotus Holy Land. My clan's Tao Lord Tua Yi is already there. We have the greatest advantage. According to the Supreme's order, choose 30 Tao Lords, 300 True Lords, and 3,000 Tribulation Transcenders. Heavenly Venerable Sparkling Dust will escort them to the myriad world's ruins. Let's go. The Heavenly Feather race, whose strength was closest to the 2 Holy Land universes, was even crazier in comparison. Although their overall strength was strong and they were the 3rd strongest faction in the Chaos Sea, they were still facing the crisis of the Calamity Era. The Calamity Era was coming. If they couldn't attain eternity, then their current prosperity would be just a passing cloud, and they would be drowned by the endless river of time. At this moment, the clones of the 9 sacred masters of the Heavenly Feather race gathered. The Heavenly Venerable Ruins inheritance that we obtained back then recorded a message. This world is an abandoned world, and the path of eternity will no longer descend. Back then, Juntian Supreme and Red Lotus Supreme very likely obtained the eternal inheritance from the myriad world's ruins. That's why they could surpass the Heavenly Venerables and establish the eternal sacred land. The Eight Clouds inheritance this time surpasses the heavenly venerable ruins inheritance we obtained back then. There must be a way to attain eternity inside. Therefore this is our only chance before the calamity era descends. Our race now has 2 Tao Lords accepting the inheritance inside. We have a huge advantage. Judging from the words of the Eight Clouds General, it shouldn't be just Tao Lords who can accept the inheritance this time. Perhaps perfected Lords and Tribulation Transcenders can also try to accept the inheritance. The avatars of the 9 sacred masters conversed in the void. I'm willing to go. I have a full set of 6-stage true treasures, and I'm a 2nd step heavenly venerable. In the entire Chaos Sea, there aren't many people who are stronger than me even if I encounter danger inside. I don't believe that the Eight Clouds General left behind after he died in the limitless calamity era can kill me, the 4th sacred master said. I'll go with you. The 1st sacred master nodded lightly. Oh, master, how can you go? Even if you can't obtain the inheritance this time and the path of eternity doesn't descend, you can still try to attain eternity. That's right, 1st sacred master. You can't take the risk. We still have a chance to attain eternity. Heavenly Feather, don't be rash. The other sacred masters all objected. The 1st sacred master was the strongest in the Heavenly Feather tribe. If he took the risk and died, the Heavenly Feather tribe status in Chaos Sea would definitely be affected. In terms of strength, I'm much weaker than Heavenly Venerable Zishao back then. Even if I'm compared to Heavenly Venerable Ming, I'm only slightly weaker, the 1st sacred master lamented. It's not that easy to attain eternity. The boundary wall in the endless void above Chaos Sea is extremely dangerous. Even Heavenly Venerable Zishao back then didn't dare to attempt it. I can't even surpass Heavenly Venerable Zishao and Heavenly Venerable Ming. The chances of me successfully passing through the boundary wall are extremely slim. This time, I'm afraid it's the only chance for the Heavenly Feather tribe to attain eternity. The 3rd sacred master shook his head and said, Boss, as long as you're alive there's still a chance. Before the calamity descends there's still time. However, if you die the Heavenly Feather tribe might fall into chaos. If there are other chances in the future, we won't be able to fight for it even if we want to. Let me and 4th sacred master go. Although I'm weaker than you, I'm still a 3rd step heavenly venerable. I should be able to deal with the technique left behind by the Eight Clouds General. The 1st sacred master thought for a moment and finally nodded. Alright, then bring my 7th-stage primordial soul true treasure over. The 7th-stage primordial soul true treasure was obtained by the Heavenly Feather tribe from the Heavenly Venerable Ruins. It was also the only 7th-stage primordial soul true treasure that the Heavenly Feather tribe had. The 3rd sacred master didn't refuse. Soon, the Heavenly Feather tribe sent the 3rd sacred master and the 4th sacred master. They brought a total of 20 Tao Lords, 200 perfected Lords, and 2,000 Tribulation Transcenders to the Myriad Worlds ruins to the Heavenly Feather tribe. This was already a very crazy move. Other than the 2 Heavenly Venerables, these Tao Lords, Perfected Lords and Tribulation Transcenders were all geniuses and outstanding talents. If any of them died it would be a heartache for a long time. This time if all of them died it would definitely be a huge loss. However, if they could obtain the Eight Clouds inheritance, it would be worth it even if only one of them could survive in the end. At this moment, the 4 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes in Chaos Sea were all going crazy for the Eight Clouds inheritance. No one was willing to miss such an opportunity. If they missed it this time, it would probably not appear again in the future for who knows how many calamity eras. If the major forces knew that the Eight Clouds inheritance could actually alarm the 2 Supremes, Juntian and Red Lotus, they would definitely go even crazier. The outside world was in a frenzy, but the Eight Clouds void world was silent. On the 3rd square, Jianghu, Tao Lord Tuayi, Tao Lord Xianglu, Tao Lord Xinfang, and Tao Lord Jinlan were all listening attentively to the Eight Clouds Divine General's description of the 3rd round of the inheritance selection. At the same time they became more cautious and careful. This was because not only had Jianghu received news from his tribe, but Tao Lord Tuayi, Tao Lord Xianglu, and the 2 Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather tribe had also received news from their tribe. They knew how important this inheritance was to their tribe. Among them, Red Lotus had personally appeared and talked to Tao Lord Tuayi's clone. To Tao Lord Tuayi this was definitely a supreme honor. At this moment, Tao Lord Tuayi had completely become the greatest contributor to the Red Lotus Holy Land universe. The 9 sacred masters of the Heavenly Feather tribe had also jointly summoned Tao Lord Xinfang and Tao Lord Jinlan, asking them to do their best. Even if they failed, they had to obtain more information to establish an advantage for the 3rd and 4th sacred masters. Tao Lord Xianglu had also been summoned by the human emperor of the Third Universe's human race. He was also exhorted repeatedly, which made Tao Lord Xianglu excited. This is our only chance. We must seize it. Tao Lord Xin Fang and Tao Lord Jin Lan's eyes shone brightly. Red Lotus supremacy actually appeared in person. This is probably the most glorious moment of my life. I must live up to this honor. Tao Lord Tuoyu was also in a frenzy. The Third Universe's human race has always been mediocre in the Chaos Sea. If we can obtain this inheritance, our race will also shine in the Chaos Sea. Tao Lord Xianglu was filled with pride. The Fourth Universe's human race is the weakest overall. We have limited experts and can't compete with them in terms of numbers. Then let's see what I can do alone. Jianghu was also filled with confidence. At this time he had to be confident. Without confidence, how could he continue? The 5 experts looked at each other, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. At this moment they were no longer independent individuals. Their respective races stood behind them. They couldn't back down. 8 Clouds General didn't care about the secret confrontation between the 5 Tao Lords. He said softly, although the third stage is also a selection, this stage involves some inheritances. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Whoosh. In the center of the huge black stone square, a blurry and colorful light appeared. Then this colorful light kept changing. In the end, what appeared was a complicated and charming diagram. This diagram is called the Heavenly King diagram. In my civilization, the Heavenly King diagram is the most popular form of entertainment. It's also a way to train one's comprehension. All the major factions and special orthodoxies will take it out to test the comprehension of the candidates. 8 Clouds General looked at the dazzling diagram and introduced the information about it. Heavenly King diagram? Jianghu, Tao Lord Tuoyi, and the other experts' gazes were attracted by the diagram. At first glance, the diagram formed by the light was circular. After careful observation, it looked like a 3-dimensional diagram. However, when they continued to study it, it was in another form. Amidst all the changes, it seemed to contain a world. The Heavenly King was an ancient and powerful existence. He was the hero of my civilization. He was also the existence with the most hope to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Emperor. Unfortunately, he fell in a great war. Before the Heavenly King died, he exhausted his life's efforts to leave this diagram. Therefore, although he died, this Heavenly King diagram was remembered by all the experts of my civilization. 8 Clouds General's eyes were like the abyss of the 9 Nether Abyss, full of reminiscence. After the Heavenly King diagram spread, countless experts only thought of it as a form of entertainment. However, later on, they discovered that it had an extremely high requirement for comprehension. Moreover, frequently studying and deducing the Heavenly King diagram could also improve one's comprehension. In my civilization, whether it was a newborn child or a supreme existence, they all liked to study and deduce this diagram when they had nothing to do. The Heavenly King diagram contains thousands of changes. No one knows how many changes there are. Every living being sees something different. Even when I was alive, I could only find 18,042 variations. As for our civilization's highest record, it was created by the Supreme Emperor. The Emperor deduced 35,905 transformations. The 8 Clouds Divine General said with a look of reverence. Jianghu and the other experts remembered these 2 numbers. At the same time they were secretly shocked. The gap between 8 Clouds General and the Emperor was so huge. How powerful was the Emperor? Chapter 6:11. In the middle of the huge black stone square, a complicated diagram formed by colorful lights was changing slowly, filled with a misty charm. Jianghu and the other 4 experts were all staring at the diagram. The Divine General of 8 Clouds swept his gaze across the faces of the 5 experts one by one and said softly, "I'll give you a longer time for the 3rd round. What you have to do is try your best to deduce the changes in the Heavenly King diagram. If you can't even meet my minimum requirement by the time, you'll be eliminated. You'll die if you're eliminated." Jianghu, Tao Lord Tuoyi and the other 4 Tao Lords felt their hearts skip a beat. The Divine General of 8 Clouds' voice was still indifferent. "Of course, you haven't come into contact with the true inheritance of the 8 Clouds in this round, so your souls won't be destroyed. I'll only destroy your current bodies and essence spirits. If you have any clones in the outside world, you'll naturally be able to survive. However, if any of you can pass this round and begin to come into contact with the inheritance, apart from one of you, you'll be able to obtain the complete inheritance. The rest will all be destroyed and die completely." At that point, the Divine General of 8 Clouds pointed. Rumble. Boom. The black stone square trembled instantly. With the Heavenly King diagram floating in midair as the center, 5 black boulders rose rapidly from the ground and formed a stone pillar. These 5 pillars belong to the 5 of you. The Divine General of 8 Clouds looked at Jianghu, Tao Lord Tua Yi and the others. What you need to do now is to send your spirit consciousnesses into the Heavenly King diagram and deduce the changes within. Every time you discover a change, imprint it on the stone pillar that belongs to you and it will record it. If it's a correct change, the stone pillar will remind you. Although time is long, it's limited. Let's begin, juniors. If any of you can deduce more than 20,000 changes in the limited time, you'll obtain the inheritance of my 8 Clouds lineage directly. Of course, those who can deduce 20,000 changes are destined to have a limitless future and will definitely have greater achievements than me in the future. However, I don't think any of you will be able to do that. Try your best to meet my minimum requirement in the limited time you have. Lastly, I'll remind you that the more correct changes you find, the more benefits you'll obtain in the 4th round of the inheritance. The Divine General of 8 Clouds' abyss-like eyes glanced at Jianghu and the others before disappearing. Only Jianghu and the other 4 experts were left on the black stone square. They all felt an invisible pressure. Game? Entertainment? Xiang Le Daojun said in a low voice, I didn't expect the 8 Clouds Divine General's 3rd round of selection to test us with a game from an ancient civilization. Full. Tao Lord Tua Yi sneered. Do you really think this is a game? Didn't 8 Cloud Divine General say that in his ancient civilization, from the juniors to the strongest existences, almost all of them found joy in deducing the changes of the Heavenly King diagram? Furthermore, as long as we can deduce and find 20,000 correct transformations, our future achievements will definitely be higher than that of the 8 Cloud Divine Generals. This means that in the future, when I become a paragon, it will be a piece of cake for me to create an eternal universe. The eyes of Tao Lord Shifeng, Tao Lord Jinlan, and Tao Lord Xiangla all shone with divine light. This represented the desire in their hearts. Cultivate to become a supreme being and establish an eternal universe. To be able to lead an entire race and become an eternal existence, what kind of glory was that? My clan's Red Lotus Autarch has long since attained the eternal realm, but she still values this inheritance. Clearly, this inheritance is very important. I want to see just how powerful this so-called Heavenly King diagram is. I don't believe that I can't find 20,000 transformations. Tao Lord Tua Ye's heart was also filled with ambition. Eternity. The race is eternal. The other 3 powerhouses, Tao Lord Shifeng, Tao Lord Jinlan, and Tao Lord Xiangla, were also incomparably confident. As the top universe realm Tao Lords, their consciousness operated very quickly. Who knew how many thoughts they could think of in a second? With the strength of their primordial spirits, the speed at which they deduced and searched for the transformations of the Heavenly King diagram was naturally extremely fast. Unlike them, at this moment, Jianghu was thinking about an existence that was even more profound than eternity. This was because he had the experience panel. With its conversion function, he could continuously convert eternal shards. As long as nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be much of a problem for him to become an eternal paragon in the future. Therefore, what Jianghu was thinking about now was to see a realm higher than eternity through the 8 Clouds inheritance. Back then, Blue Frost's race had been incomparably powerful. They had a total of 7 eternal sacred lands universes, but in the end they had all been destroyed in a great battle. It could be seen that eternity still had its enemies. It wasn't true eternity and couldn't exist forever. It would be killed by an even more powerful existence. The civilization that the 8 Clouds Divine General was from was even more powerful. They could step onto the final path, but they still disappeared in the long river of time. These powerful civilizations hadn't been able to exist forever. And what Riverward wanted was naturally an existence that was even higher than eternity. He looked at the intoxicating Heavenly King diagram, his eyes revealing greater confidence than Tao Lord Tua Yi and the others. Because just now, when the 8 Clouds Divine General mentioned the word deduction, he immediately tried it and used the experience panel to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. The results showed that the deduction was effective. I have the experience panel. In terms of deduction speed and efficiency, who can compare to me? Jianghu glanced at the experience panel balance. Experience points, 1884 trillion eternal experience points. 1 yuan, 1 eternal experience points equals 1 trillion experience points. Each deduction consumes 1 million experience points, but it also requires a certain amount of time. So, in total, I spend around 10 billion EXP every day when I fully deduce. My current experience points are enough to deduce for more than 3,000 years. Jianghu calculated in his heart. He had used the deduction function so many times, so he was naturally very familiar with all the details of this function. Deduction wasn't something that could be completed in an instant. It was like a computer program. After entering the corresponding variables, it would take a certain amount of time to produce the result. I wonder how many changes I can deduce in more than 3,000 years? Jianghu came in front of his black stone pillar and stared at the Heavenly King diagram. As soon as his spiritual sense probed it, he seemed to feel a vast and boundless world. This feeling was somewhat similar to when he first entered the primal chaos sea, but it was many times weaker, with such a vast existence. I'm afraid that I'll need at least the strength of a ninth tribulation transcender's primordial spirit to let my spiritual sense truly enter this diagram. If one's strength is lower than this level, their spiritual sense won't be able to enter at all, let alone deduce changes. That Eight Clouds general said that his civilization, from the children to the supreme existences, likes to observe and deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Could it be that the children in his civilization are already ninth tribulation transcenders? This thought flashed through Jianghu's mind, and he was secretly shocked. Then he no longer thought about it. His spiritual sense was completely immersed in the Heavenly King diagram, and he began to use the interface to deduce. The difficulty of the deduction at the beginning was always the lowest. Soon, a month passed and Jianghu had deduced more than 100 changes. At the same time, Tao Lord Tuoyi, Tao Lord Xianglu, Tao Lord Xinfang, and Tao Lord Jinlan were all standing in front of their respective stone pillars, looking at the Heavenly King diagram formed by light and shadow. Xinfang, I just deduced the 10th change and finally found some patterns. Tao Lord Jinlan happily transmitted to his Tao partner. You found the patterns? Tao Lord Xinfang was pleasantly surprised. This damn Heavenly King diagram. I immersed my spiritual sense in it and deduced for so long, but I only found 3 changes. This pattern is... Tao Lord Jinlan quickly informed. Yes. Aha, so that's how it is. No wonder I could only find 3 changes no matter how much I tried to deduce. It turns out that there is a pattern to these light and shadow changes. According to these patterns we can deduce other changes. Phew. It's so complicated. Tao Lord Xinfang was very excited. Jinlan, both of us know the pattern. I wonder if Tao Lord Tuoyi and Tao Lord Mountain Sea have found the pattern? The couple glanced at Jianghu and Tao Lord Tuoyi. Jianghu and Tao Lord Tuoyi stood motionless in front of the stone pillars like statues. Don't worry about them. We can communicate and verify with each other. We have a much greater advantage than them. Tao Lord Jinlan transmitted with a smile. Haha, you're right. When the 3rd Sacred Master and the 4th Sacred Master arrive, we'll have a greater chance of success. Tao Lord Xinfang was looking forward to it. Almost all the great beings from the 4 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes were heading toward the myriad world's ruins at high speed. The first to arrive was the Ice Eye clan from the 2nd universe. Compared to the many forces in the Chaos Sea, the Ice Eye clan's overall strength was not too strong. Boom. A shadow flashed forward in the myriad world's ruins at a terrifying speed, passing by the floating stone celestial bodies. Soon, it approached the stone celestial body where the 8 Cloud inheritance was located. It was the 8 Cloud ruins that had already been known by the various forces. The entire 8 Cloud ruins was covered by red fog and void cracks were everywhere. At the center was a glowing stone door. It was the entrance to the 8 Cloud ruins. At that moment, Tao Lord Dark Sea and Tao Lord Yin Xiao of the Corpse clan, who were guarding the stone door, immediately raised their guard when they saw the shadow. It's a heavenly venerate. They looked at each other, wary. Whoosh. The afterimage's speed suddenly decreased, and it stopped in front of the stone door in a very domineering manner. An incomparably cold aura instantly spread out. The terrifying power could kill a desolate-level Tao Lord. Tao Lord Dark Sea and Tao Lord Yin Xiao were so scared that they had already retreated far away. Ice Eye Clan Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak? They looked at the terrifying figure. A blue figure stood in front of the stone door. His entire body was covered with bone spikes that seemed to be made of ice crystals and emitted a cold aura. Greetings, Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak. Tao Lord Dark Sea and Tao Lord Yin Xiao bowed respectfully. They were afraid that the other party would kill them if he was unhappy. Haha, Corpse Clan, thank you for passing the news this time. Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak laughed. I happened to be wandering in the myriad world ruins. After hearing the news, I immediately found the 3 Tao Lords of my clan who were wandering in the myriad world ruins and rushed over as fast as I could. Whoosh, another 3 blue figures appeared out of thin air. They were the 3 Tao Lords of the Ice Eye clan. Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak looked at Tao Lord Dark Sea. Your corpse clan should know about the situation inside, right? Yes, yes, Dao Lord Dark Sea said hurriedly. He took out a jade slip. I sorted this out. Very good. Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak checked it with his spiritual consciousness and nodded in satisfaction. Then he sent the information in the jade slip to the 3 Dao Lords of his clan. Go in and try. Bring back the inheritance, for me. Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak ordered them. Yes. Yes. We will not disappoint you, Patriarch. The 3 Dao Lords were excited. Then they turned into 3 streams of light and entered the stone door. Half a year later. Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak, how dare you block the stone door of the 8 Cloud Ruins and prevent us from entering? Does your Ice Eye clan want to fight the Boulder clan of the First Universe to the death? Get out of my way. Otherwise we will fight to the death. During this time, 6 Dao Lords had gathered outside the stone door. They were originally wandering in the myriad world ruins and immediately rushed over when they heard the news. However, Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak was thinking about his own clan and clan. Naturally, he wanted the experts from other factions to enter as late as possible. Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak blocked the door expressionlessly and ignored them. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura with dazzling light tore through the still time and space of the myriad world ruins. Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak's expression changed drastically. What a powerful aura. I am familiar with the aura of all the Heavenly Venerates in the Chaos Sea. Which universe is this Heavenly Venerate expert from? I have never seen him before. Whoosh! The powerful aura turned into a stream of light. It was a sword-shaped flying boat that was heading straight for the stone door. Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak was so frightened that he hurriedly dodged, not daring to stop it at all. This was because he judged that the sword-shaped flying boat that the other party was driving had already surpassed the 6th grade supreme treasure and reached the 7th grade. This not only meant that he was rich and imposing, but it also meant that he was much stronger than him by many times. Boom. The sword-shaped flying boat stopped directly. An 8-armed brawny man in black armor walked out of the flying boat. His eyes scanned the surroundings and finally locked onto Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak. You are. Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak was very wary. From the Great Sky Holy Land? However, the 8-armed brawny man ignored him and quickly looked away. With a wave of his hand, a dense number of figures appeared: 50 Dao Lords, 500 Perfected Lords, and 5,000 Ninth Tribulation Transcenders. This scene immediately made Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak feel bitter. It was a complete suppression. He had only brought 3 Dao Lords from his race over, but the Great Sky Holy Land had such a huge lineup. The 8-armed brawny man ordered, "Go. Take back the 8 Cloud inheritance for our Great Sky Holy Land universe." Yes. More than 5,000 powerhouses and geniuses of the Great Sky Holy Land all rushed into the glowing stone door. In order to curry favor with the Great Sky Holy Land, the corpse race had already informed them of the situation inside the 8 Cloud ruins. I, Wan Luo, have not wandered the Chaos Sea for more than 30 eras. This time, I will let the name of Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo leave a mark in this era. The 8-armed brawny man was very cold. He then looked at Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak and the other Dao Lords. Since the Red Lotus Holy Land and the other forces have not arrived, they can forget about entering. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword-shaped flying boat expanded in size and blocked the glowing stone door. I, Wan Luo, am here. Let's see who can still enter. Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo stepped out and returned to the flying boat. On the 3rd square of the 8 Cloud ruins, there were 7 figures standing separately. Each of them had a black stone pillar beside them. They were Jianghu, Dao Lord Tuayi, Dao Lord Xianglu, Dao Lord Xinfang and Dao Lord Jinlan from the Heavenly Feather race, and the 2 Dao Lords from the Ice Eye race who had just arrived. 3 Dao Lords from the Ice Eye race had entered the 8 Cloud ruins. However, in the 2nd stage of the Bridge of 9 Worlds, they faced the Puppet of 9 Worlds. In the end, one of them died and only 2 made it through. At this moment, the 7 powerhouses were fully focused on observing and deducing the Heavenly King diagram that was formed by light and shadow in mid-air. Something is happening? Jianghu suddenly frowned slightly and glanced at the Bridge of 9 Worlds. Although it was shrouded in red mist, his spiritual consciousness could vaguely sense that waves of battle were passing through the red mist and reaching here. He was sure that the source of the waves was the place where he had fought the Puppet of 9 Worlds. Dao Lord Tabo and the rest of the 6 nearby Dao Lords all noticed this as well, and their faces turned ugly. Could it be that another expert has come? Riverward guessed. The 8 Cloud General didn't close the stone door into this void world. He didn't even kill the 2 Dao Lords from the corpse race when he eliminated them. Instead he let them go. Obviously he wanted to spread the news and attract more powerhouses. After all, the more candidates come to compete for the inheritance, the higher the chances of the final inheritor being born. Jianghu knew this very well. The Eight-Cloud General had mentioned this when he first entered this void world. He hoped that more powerhouses would come to compete for the inheritance. Although he understood, Jianghu still felt pressured. The deduction of the Heavenly King diagram seems ordinary, but it seems to contain all the truth. The deduction at the beginning wasn't difficult. In fact, it was very easy. I deduced 100 changes in the first month. However, the deduction speed slowed down a lot. In more than half a year, I only deduced 384 changes. Obviously, the difficulty is getting higher and higher. Jianghu sighed softly in his heart. A moment later, boom. A strong aura fluctuation came. A large number of figures broke through the nine-realm bridge shrouded in red fog and arrived at the third square. Riverward and the rest of the 7 Tao Lords immediately turned to look, their faces changing dramatically. So many. How can there be so many? Riverward and the others were astonished. At a glance, they could see that there were more than 700 people in the crowd. Moreover, these figures looked very similar. They all had 8 arms and were obviously from the same race. Only a few were different. Almost all of them are from the Great Sky Holy Land. Only 5 are from other races. The Great Sky Holy Land is really generous. They sent so many people to compete for the inheritance. Tao Lord Shifang's face was gloomy. That's not all. Not only are there Tao Lords, but there are also perfected Lords and Ninth Tribulation Transcenders. Tao Lord Jinlan's expression was also ugly. The 9-realm puppet on the 9-realm bridge is very terrifying. Even perfected Lords and Tribulation Transcenders can pass through. It seems that the strength of the puppet of the 9 realms is also based on the cultivation of the challenger. Yes, this news is very important. Previously, our race was worried about accidents and only brought 2,000 Ninth Tribulation Transcenders to take a gamble. If even 9th Tribulation Transcenders can pass through, our Heavenly Feather race doesn't lack 9th Tribulation Transcenders. Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jinlan's clones immediately reported this news to their race. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Feather race had already sent the 3rd Sacred Lord and the 3rd Sacred Lord. There are quite a lot of people who passed through this time. A cold voice sounded. Jianghu turned to look. At the place where the 9-realm bridge came from, the blood-colored light converged into a figure. It was Divine General 8 Clouds. However, he only looked and didn't pay too much attention. This was because every time a newcomer came, Divine General 8 Clouds would come out to explain. When the 2 Tao Lords of the Aisai race arrived, Divine General 8 Clouds was also like this. It was as if it was programmed. In addition to Jianghu, Tao Lord Tuayi, Tao Lord Xianglu, and the other experts also paid a little attention before continuing to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. As the first batch to arrive, they had a certain advantage. Even if there were outstanding latecomers, as long as the 5 of them met the requirements first, they would naturally be the first to come into contact with the 8 Clouds' inheritance. Continue to deduce. It's almost 400 variations. I'll try to deduce 500 variations in the first year. With a thought, Jianghu used his spiritual sense to imprint the 385th variation that he had just deduced into the black stone pillar in front of him. The feedback from the stone pillar was the correct variation. Then he didn't delay and continued to deduce with all his might. The further he went, the slower the deduction speed. One could imagine how difficult it was to deduce 20,000 variations. In the first month he could deduce 100 variations. In the second half of the year he could only deduce 385 variations. The difficulty rose exponentially. One could imagine that in the later stages he might not be able to deduce a single variation in a month. Moreover, he didn't know how long Divine General 8 Clouds would give him. It might only be 1,000 years or even 100 years. Time passed. After the powerhouses of the Juntian Holy Land arrived, Jianghu and the others also sensed the fluctuations of several battles coming from the outside world. They all understood that since these battle fluctuations could be transmitted from the outside world to the third square, it was most likely a battle at the celestial venerable level. In the 5th month after the powerhouses of the Juntian Holy Land arrived, boom, 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 a terrifying battle broke out in the outside world again. The aura fluctuations passed through the stone gate into the 8 cloud ruins, passed through the red fog and weakened layer by layer. When it reached the third square, some of the 9 tribulation transcenders who were studying the Heavenly King diagram could actually sense it. For example, Jianghu Tao Lord Tuayi and other Tao Lords could naturally sense it more clearly. Despicable Juntian Holy Land, shameless. Tao Lord Tua Ye's anger suddenly rose. He looked at the Tao Lords, perfected lords, and 9 tribulation transcenders of the Juntian Holy Land in the distance with killing intent in his eyes. That celestial venerable Wan Luo actually dared to block the stone gate. Despicable. He's actually so arrogant just because he has a 7th grade flying treasure. The 4 original universes had almost no understanding of celestial venerable Wan Luo, but Tao Lord Tua Yi, who had also lived for a long time, knew that this celestial venerable was from the same era as Juntian Supreme. Empyrean Wan Luo was one of the few Empyreans of the High Sky Holy Land. Because the High Sky Holy Land had existed for far too long, it had also obtained several ancient inheritances. With the help of these ancient inheritances, Celestial Venerable Wan Luo's combat power was still relatively high among Celestial Venerables even without a miniature universe. And this time, the Juntian Holy Land went all out and allowed Celestial Venerable Wan Luo to bring over a full set of 7th grade true treasures. Attack, armor, primordial spirit, and flying, a full set. Therefore, although Celestial Venerable Wan Luo's combat power wasn't at the top of the Celestial Venerables, he was extremely difficult to deal with. With him blocking the door, even Celestial Venerable Sparkling Dust from the Red Lotus Holy Land couldn't barge in. Juntian Holy Land, how shameless. Tao Lord Tua Yi snorted angrily again. Then he stopped thinking about it and continued to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. It was useless for him to think about it. The battle outside wasn't something he could participate in at all. Time passed and the competition for the 8 Clouds inheritance became more and more intense. All kinds of battles broke out from time to time. And Jianghu relied on the experience panel to establish an advantage for himself step by step. Chapter 6:12. Ever since Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak had temporarily blocked the entrance, the battle outside the 8 Cloud ruins had never stopped. The 2 Holy Land universes were really going all out, but both sides had made ample preparations. As for the High Sky Holy Land's Empyrean Wan Luo, he was the first to arrive. His rank 7 flying supreme treasure blocked the entrance, leaving Red Lotus Holy Land's Empyrean Sparkling Dust helpless. Heavenly Venerate Sparkling Dust's attack alone was not enough to shake this 7th grade flying treasure. However, just as the battle between the 2 Heavenly Venerables had reached a stalemate, the 3rd and 4th Sacred Masters of the Heavenly Feather race had arrived. Heavenly Sovereign Wan Luo, scram. Wan Luo, do you think you can stop the 3 of us? Scram. Sovereign Light Shadow, descend. Blast him away from the stone door. Outside the stone gate of the 8 Cloud ruins, the 3 Heavenly Venerables of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Feather clan attacked Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo with all their might. The Celestial Venerables of the Heavenly Feather race had not experienced the crisis of the calamity, so all of them had miniature universes. Naturally, the power they could unleash was much stronger than the Celestial Venerables of the Holy Land universe. Moreover, the 3rd Saint Master was a 3rd step Holy Sovereign. The Sovereign Light Shadow that he summoned together with the 4th Saint Master was even more powerful. Although Heavenly Lord Wan Luo wasn't afraid, he was only able to hold on for a moment before he was sent flying along with his 7th grade flying treasure. The first batch of Tao Lords, Jianghu Tao Lord Tua Yi, and the other 2 Tao Lords, as well as the hundreds of clansmen from the Great Sky Sacred Land, were all immersed in analyzing the Heavenly King diagram. Of course, the fastest ones were Jianghu and the other Tao Monarchs. As for the other Tao Monarchs and 9th Tribulation Transcenders, although they were all geniuses selected from the Great Sky Holy Land, they were limited by the strength of their primordial souls. Thus, their deduction speed was much slower. This was especially true for many 9th Tribulation Transcenders. Although their fellow Tao Monarchs had informed them of some deductions, they still couldn't figure it out. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that some of them were incredibly perceptive and could deduce as fast as Tao Lords. Boom, boom. In the direction of the Bridge of 9 Realms, there were waves of intense battle. Jianghu understood that there would be a large number of them this time. So many geniuses were sent here, but in the end, only one successor was chosen. The rest were all killed. It seems that all the major factions in the Chaos Sea have gone crazy. After a while, swish swish swish, nearly 1,000 figures passed through the Bridge of 9 Realms shrouded in red mist and arrived at the 3rd square. Upon closer inspection, it was the Red Lotus Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Feather race that had barged in together. The clansmen of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground had a single horn on their foreheads and 2 pointy ears. The members of the Heavenly Feather race had white wings on their backs, and each of them looked holy. In terms of cultivation, most of these figures were 9th Tribulation Transcenders, with a small number of them being true monarchs and Tao Monarchs. In terms of numbers, the Red Lotus Holy Land and the Heavenly Feather race only slightly surpassed the Great Sky Holy Land. However, if you counted in Tao Lord Wild, Tao Lord Shifang, and Tao Lord Jinlan, who were the first to arrive, these two forces would have a slight advantage. These are some of the patterns used to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Tao Lord Wild immediately sent a mental message to the newcomers of the Red Lotus Sacred Land. Tao Lord Xinfang and Tao Lord Jinlan did the same. What puzzled Jianghu was that the 8 cloud generals did not appear immediately like before. Boom, boom. The Bridge of 9 Realms was shrouded in red fog. Intense battle fluctuations came from the Bridge of 9 Realms. Moreover, it was so intense from the very beginning. It was an Empyrean-level aura fluctuation. Empyreans are also here? Jianghu was shocked. Then less than a minute later, 2 figures with 6 pairs of white wings rushed out of the Bridge of 9 Realms in a sorry state, attracting everyone's attention. They were the 2 Empyreans of the Heavenly Feather race, the 3rd Sacred Master and the 4th Sacred Master. The 2 Empyreans joined forces, but they naturally did not have any advantage against the puppets of the 9 realms. However, they still managed to break through. Apart from the members of the Heavenly Feather race, many other candidates were also shocked. However, due to the deterrence of the Empyreans, no one dared to say anything. The Heavenly Feather race is going all out. Jianghu shook his head inwardly. The 3rd Sacred Master was a 3rd-step Empyrean. Although he was not as strong as Empyrean Ming, his reputation was enough to shock the entire Chaos Sea. If these 2 Empyreans died in this inheritance, the Heavenly Feather race would suffer a great loss. After all, once the final inheritor was chosen, all the other candidates would die. At this time, the blood-red light gathered once again, and the figure of the 8 Cloud General appeared on the black stone square. His eyes were like the abyss as he looked at the nearly 1,000 new candidates and the 2 Empyreans of the Heavenly Feather race. Then he pointed at the Heavenly King diagram formed by light and said coldly, "Successors, this is the final selection to enter the 4th square. It is a test of your perception. This diagram is called the Heavenly King diagram, and it is the most widespread deduction game of our civilization. To be exact, this is an important supplementary cultivation method. It can test one's comprehension ability, and it can also increase it." The 8 Cloud General's eyes were emotionless as he slowly explained the rules of deducing the Heavenly King diagram. "Let's begin, juniors. You have to deduce enough changes in a limited amount of time and meet my minimum requirements before you can enter the 4th square." He looked at the candidates indifferently. Don't underestimate the Heavenly King diagram. Among the first 5 candidates to arrive here, only 1 human has managed to deduce 500 variations. The other 4 are too slow. If this continues, After God General 8 Cloud said this expressionlessly, he disappeared again. However, his words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. There was an uproar on the black stone square. Nearly 2,000 candidates from the Juntian Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, Heavenly Feather Race, and other forces looked at Jianghu almost simultaneously. That was because there were only 2 human powerhouses now. Besides Jianghu, there was Tao Lord Xianglu from the 3rd universe. However, Tao Lord Xiangli's perception was obviously much worse. As the news of the 8 Cloud ruins spread, everyone had a detailed understanding of the first 5 powerhouses who came in. Now, almost all the forces knew that Tao Lord Mountain Sea from the 4th universe's human race was a heaven-defying genius. Fuck. This 8 Cloud General is too vicious. How could he say such things? Jianghu's expression had already changed. It was very ugly. He was making enemies for him. Attack this human. Interfere with his deduction. Attack him. The Juntian Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, Heavenly Feather Race, and other forces all stood out at the same time and attacked Jianghu directly. The other candidates were still deducing with all their might. Tao Lord Tuoyi, Tao Lord Xianglu, Tao Lord Xinfang, and Tao Lord Jinlan only glanced at him coldly and did not say anything. That was because the 8 Cloud General only asked them to observe and deduce the Heavenly King diagram. He did not say that fighting was prohibited. Moreover, compared to Jianghu, among the 4 of them, Tao Lord Jinlan had deduced the most changes, but it had only just exceeded 100. Therefore, in the hearts of Tao Lord Tuoyi and the other experts, it was naturally best for Jianghu to die. As for the 3rd and 4th Sacred Lords of the Heavenly Feather race, they were also very calm and did not seem to have any intention of interfering. Therefore, a total of 7 Tao Lords from the 3 forces stood out in the end, and their cultivation levels were all at the universe realm. The energy of these 7 universe realm Tao Lords surged and erupted, condensing into secret technique shadows. Some were mutated beasts, some were supreme treasures, and some were invisible ripples. Many attacks attacked Jiang Xi almost at the same time. Fuck. This bunch of trash. Jiang Xi was furious. He immediately activated the Tier 7 Supreme Treasure, 6-layered mountain armor, with all his strength. At the same time he activated the Tier 6 Essence Soul Supreme Treasure in his mind. Boom boom boom. There was a huge explosion of energy. Those attacks landed on Jiang Xi's body, but in the end he was unharmed. Great Sky Sacred Land, Red Lotus Sacred Land, Heavenly Feather Race, you are courting death. Jiang Xi roared angrily. Courting death? Ah, what a joke. You puny humans of the 4th universe dare to covet the 8-cloud inheritance? A universe realm Dao Lord from the Heavenly Feather Race sneered. Dao Lord Mountain Sea, you humans of the 4th universe are too weak. You don't have the right to spy on this inheritance. An expert from the Red Lotus Sacred Land sneered. Only Venerable Ming alone can't protect your race at all. If you obtain the inheritance, you will only bring disaster to your race. A universe realm Dao Lord from the Great Sky Sacred Land said indifferently, his words filled with threat. Jiang Xi looked at them coldly. Weak to be bullied. Disaster to be exterminated? These factions were all the same. They were all people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Your defense is not bad. You were able to withstand our joint attack. Venerable Ming obtained 4 6th-tier Supreme Treasures from our race. It seems that the Armor Supreme Treasure and the Essence Soul Supreme Treasure are on you. However, do you think that the defense of a 6th-tier Supreme Treasure can ignore our joint attack? You may be able to withstand one attack, but how many times can you withstand the following attacks? A Heavenly Feather Race expert smiled coldly. It was completely inconsistent with his sacred temperament. Everyone, let's attack and destroy this human who poses the greatest threat. Alright. Even if we can't kill him, we have to make him unable to concentrate on deducing the Sky King diagram. Immediately they joined forces to attack Jiang Xi again. With 7 Universe Realm Dao Lords joining forces, Jiang Xi also had to deal with them with all his strength. I originally wanted to compete fairly with you, but since you are shameless, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Xi's face was cold and filled with killing intent. In front of such a precious inheritance, any method is not excessive. The human race of the 4th universe is so weak. What right do you have to talk about fairness with us? Ah, what a joke. The 7 cosmic Dao Lords roared with laughter as they simultaneously unleashed all sorts of attacks at Riverward. Boom. Boom. Jiang Xi was once again covered by these attacks. Although his defense was shocking, this was the joint attack of 7 top Universe Realm Dao Lords. The impact still sent him flying and he crashed into the black stone pillar behind him. This situation naturally distracted him and he was unable to deduce the Sky King diagram with all his strength. His efficiency immediately decreased. Damn it. Divine General 8 Cloud is going to let all of this happen? Jiang Xi was furious and did not understand the other party's plan. The words that 8 Cloud's Divine General said just now were clearly to make him the target of public criticism. His cultivation time was short and his talent was heaven-defying. This was information that many factions in Chaos Sea knew. At the same time he was the first batch of candidates to enter then, during the first round of the altar selection, Divine General 8 Cloud looked at him in a new light. And now he was the first to deduce 500 transformations in the 3rd round of the Sky King diagram. Jiang Xi knew very well that he had many advantages. Great Sky Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Feather Race could not even look at him and watch him obtain the inheritance. Let's fight then. Swash. The heaven-connecting building transformed into a long shuttle and appeared in Jiang Xi's hands. After the 2 exchanges earlier on, he already had a rough understanding of the strength of the 7 Universe Realm Dao Lords. They were all top Universe Realm Dao Lords. Even half-step heavenly venerates would have to fight against them with all their might. Clearly Dao Lord Tua Yi, Dao Lord Shifang and the others had already reported his strength to their respective races. Boom. Jiang Xi's long shuttle swept across and destroyed the incoming beasts, fist marks, saber lights, sword lights and other secret technique phantoms. Dao Lord Mountain Sea, you won't be able to obtain this inheritance. The 7 Universe Realm Dao Lords attacked continuously. They were either melee attacks, ranged attacks or essence spirit attacks. They were already prepared. They would rather not deduce the Sky King diagram and interfere with or even kill Dao Lord Mountain Sea. Jiang Xi's face was dark. He did not talk nonsense with them and used the heaven-connecting building's long shuttle and the armor on his body to block their attacks. At the same time he was thinking of countermeasures quickly. This could not continue. The 7 top universe realm Tao Lords had all lived for countless epochs and had rich combat experience. Even without prior practice they could coordinate their attacks and defenses very well. He would not be able to resolve the dilemma in front of him in a short period of time. Boom. Jianghu was sent flying again, but this time he already had a countermeasure. Swoosh. He flew in the direction he was sent flying and arrived above a group of 9 tribulation transcenders almost instantly. Not good. Everyone dodge. Run. Those 9 tribulation transcenders were terrified. What if they were affected by the battle between Tao Lords? In fact, since the 7 Tao Lords besieged Jianghu until now, no one had died in the square because no one knew the rules of the 8 Cloud Divine Generals. Since this was a candidate selection, from the perspective of the 8 Cloud Divine Generals, they should not be willing to see the candidates being slaughtered. Therefore, the 7 Tao Lords besieging Jianghu deliberately controlled their attacks so that the fluctuations of the battle did not affect those 9 tribulation transcenders and true monarchs. But now Jianghu directly rushed above a group of 9 tribulation transcenders. Once they started fighting, even if they tried to control their attacks, the slight fluctuation of energy was enough to kill a 9 tribulation transcender. Bang! A giant hammer phantom with golden light filled the air and directly smashed onto Jianghu's body. This was the attack that had chased over just now, and it had already locked onto Jianghu. The power of this attack was close to that of a half-step heavenly venerable. Jianghu, who had not regained control of his body, was directly smashed to the ground. Boom. A 9 tribulation transcender who was slightly slower was directly smashed into pieces by Jianghu, and he couldn't be more dead. You killed a 9 tribulation transcender. Experience plus 180,000. At the same time, a terrifying energy burst out and fluctuations spread out. Dozens of unlucky 9 tribulation transcenders who had already fled were swept by these fluctuations. It was as if a gust of wind had blown past them, and they disappeared into thin air without even having the chance to scream. The 3rd and 4th sacred masters of the heavenly feather race only took a glance before their spiritual senses were immersed in the heavenly king diagram again, and they continued to deduce with all their strength. Apart from them, the attention of all the other candidates was attracted. Dead. Jianghu suddenly stood up and looked at the ground. Just now he had smashed a 9 tribulation transcender to death. A 9 tribulation transcender died. The 7 universe Tao Lords besieging Jianghu were stunned for a moment, and they all stopped. In the distance, Tao Lord Tuoyi, Tao Lord Xianglu, Tao Lord Xinfang, and Tao Lord Jinlan also looked over with anticipation in their eyes. Ever since a large number of powerhouses had arrived, the 4 of them had not intervened to deal with Jianghu. This was because they were also the first candidates to arrive here. Their respective races had high hopes for them, and they were naturally unwilling to let them take the risk. After dozens of 9 tribulation transcenders died, the square fell into a short silence. Everyone's eyes finally locked onto Jianghu and the universe Tao Lord from the Great Sky Holy Land. It was he who had used the giant hammer phantom to bombard Jianghu, causing the deaths of these 9 tribulation transcenders. They were all waiting to see if this situation would attract the attention of the 8 Clouds Divine General. The universe Tao Lord from the Great Sky Holy Land had a gloomy face, but his eyes revealed anxiety. Jianghu was also a little nervous. Chi. Suddenly, the nearly 2,000 black stone pillars standing in the square shot out blood-red light at the same time. Jianghu's heart tightened, and he prepared to enter the heavenly tower at any time. However, these lights converged into a long-scaled snake. As if it had a mind of its own, it directly shot towards the universe Tao Lord from the Great Sky Holy Land. This long snake was so fast that it far surpassed the Tao Lord level. It didn't give him any chance to react. The long snake let out a shrill cry and instantly pierced through the forehead of the universe Tao Lord. Then all the experts present felt a sharp and terrifying fluctuation. No! An unwilling roar sounded. The universe Tao Lord from the Great Sky Holy Land dissipated into thin air, leaving only some supreme treasures scattered on the ground. Swoosh! The long snake wrapped around those supreme treasures and drilled into the nearest black stone pillar, disappearing. The entire black stone square was silent again. There was no sound at all. It took a while for everyone to react. Tao Lord Chongyi is dead. He died just like that? Tao Lord Chongyi of the Great Sky Holy Land? All the experts present were completely stunned. Jianghu heaved a sigh of relief. Although the tension in his body receded, he was still a little scared because he also felt the arrival of death. He originally thought that even if the 8 Clouds Divine General wanted to punish him, he would send out the 9 Realms puppet or something. He didn't expect that the stone pillar that rose from the square actually hid such a terrifying secret technique. After the 8 Clouds Divine General had fallen for countless eras, he was still able to unleash such a powerful attack. He killed Dao Lord Chongyi with a single strike. This was no ordinary Dao Lord. Dao Lord Chongyi had lived for far longer than any universe Dao Lord in the 4 primal universes. This was because he came from the Great Sky Holy Land and wasn't afraid of the calamities. During this long period of time, he had long comprehended an ultimate secret technique and was extremely strong. If it weren't for the fact that the Dao Lords of the Holy Lands couldn't establish miniature universes, he would have become a heavenly venerable long ago. Moreover, he had a full set of 6-tier supreme treasures. In terms of combat strength, he might be slightly weaker than a half-step heavenly venerable, but in terms of life-saving ability, he was on par with a half-step heavenly venerable. However, such an existence who had lived for an incomparably long time and could dominate the Chaos Sea was actually annihilated with a single strike? Too terrifying. Even a high and mighty Dao Lord was killed with a single strike. This inheritance is terrifying. Those weak 9 tribulation transcenders were all terrified. If they were a step slower just now, they would have been killed by the shockwaves. At this moment, Jianghu's mind was spinning rapidly. Through the scene just now, he had obtained something he wanted. The punishment of the 8 Clouds Divine General was either active or passive. As long as he didn't take the initiative to attack other candidates, there wouldn't be any punishment. This was because he had also smashed a 9 tribulation transcender to death without receiving any punishment. Unlike Jianghu, the 7 universe Dao Lords besieging him came to a similar conclusion. Previously, when we besieged this human Dao Lord of the Mountain and Sea Realm, the 8 Clouds Divine General didn't stop us. In the end, Dao Lord Chongyi was killed because it affected a 9 tribulation transcender. That Dao Lord of the Mountain and Sea Realm also smashed a 9 tribulation transcender to death but escaped punishment. Clearly, the 8 Clouds Divine General put the blame on Dao Lord Chongyi. In that case, we can continue to attack. As long as we don't affect the weak candidates around us, it will be fine. That's right. Right now, our 3 factions have a great advantage. No matter what, we must not let Dao Lord of the Mountain and Sea reach the end. Let's pin him down first. As for our 3 factions, it will depend on our own abilities in the end. I have a suggestion. Put all the 9 tribulation transcenders and true monarchs into the flying-type treasures for the time being to avoid being affected by our battle in the flying-type treasures. They can also see the Heavenly King diagram and deduce it, a universe Dao Lord of the Heavenly Feather race said. Agreed. This is a wonderful idea. The Great Sky Sacred Ground, the Red Lotus Sacred Ground, and the Heavenly Feather race immediately took action. Apart from the remaining 6 universe Dao Lords besieging Jianghu, the other Dao Lords took action one after another and put their true monarchs and 9 tribulation transcenders into the flying-type treasures. With the defense of the high-grade flying-type treasures, it was difficult for their battle fluctuations to threaten the weak candidates. Soon, only the figures of more than 100 Dao Lords from the various factions of the Chaos Sea were left on the Black Stone Square. Among them, the Great Sky Sacred Ground, the Red Lotus Sacred Ground, and the Heavenly Feather race had the most Dao Lords, accounting for 90%. There were also more than 10 scattered Dao Lords from other factions. They had been in the Myriad World's ruins since the beginning, which was why they could come here early. However, although they were strong, they did not dare to interfere in the matter of the 3 factions dealing with Dao Lord of the Mountain and Sea. Pitiful humans. Unlucky Dao Lord of the Mountain and Sea. Dao Lord of the Mountain and Sea deduced the Heavenly King diagram slightly faster, and the 8 Cloud Generals directly said it. If we deduced the Heavenly King diagram very quickly, would it be announced? Would we also be besieged? It's indeed possible. How about this? Let's not imprint the deduced changes into the stone pillars for the time being. The 8 Cloud Generals won't know how many changes we deduced. It won't be too late to imprint them when the experts of our race are here. Alright. These Dao Lords discussed in private. They were naturally happy to see Jianghu being besieged. After all, everyone wanted to obtain this inheritance. It was a good thing to get rid of this person who was most likely to obtain the inheritance. Chapter 613. 8 Cloud Ruins, 3rd Plaza. More than 100 Dao Lords from the 3 major factions of Chaos Sea and 2 Heavenly Venerables of the Heavenly Feather race were scattered across the plaza, trying their best to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. As for the battle in midair, they did not pay much attention to it. That was because they believed that although Dao Lord Chongyi was dead, the remaining 6 universe Dao Lords were enough to deal with the human Dao Lord of the Mountain Sea. Amidst this tacit silence, Jiang Ci stood in midair and looked at the 6 figures from afar. One is already dead and you guys still want to continue? Jiang Ci sneered. Tao Lord Chongyi only lost his true body. He still has a clone, so he's not really dead. Another universe Tao Lord from the Great Sky Sacred Ground laughed. Since we dared to attack you here, we naturally all have clones. Even if we die, we'll only lose one of our true bodies. We won't let you continue deducing like this. Therefore it's better for you to die early. I didn't expect to obtain the inheritance when I entered this place. This time I'll be able to remove the obstacles for my race and eliminate the threat. It's worth it even if I die. Haha, no matter how you look at it, we're the ones who profited. It's a worthy death to die for our race. The other 5 cosmic Tao Lords all laughed loudly in agreement. In the face of all this, Jiang Ci was calm and composed. He had already adjusted his state to the best. Since I don't have to worry about the punishment of the 8 Cloud General, I can fight without worry. I'm just worried about not having enough experience points. Boom, boom, boom. All sorts of powerful attacks came once more. Beasts formed by secret techniques, fist marks, saber lights, sword lights, etc., swept over with a howl. Die. Jiang Ci roared in the face of all this. Using the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra as a guide, he channeled all the strength in his body, including his strongest world power, into the shuttle of heaven-reaching tower. Swoosh. This shuttle of heaven-reaching tower that could already unleash the power of a grade 7 cardinal treasure swept out with a 5-colored sword light. At this moment he unleashed his full combat strength. Counterattack. Bang. 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 The phantom images of the secret techniques scattered upon contact and could not block the shuttle of heaven-reaching tower at all. What? That's impossible. A half-step heavenly venerables attack is this strong. The 6 supreme universe Tao Lords of the 3 major organizations were all utterly stunned. Be careful. Retreat. Retreat. Just as they were shocked, their expressions changed again, and they retreated in all directions. This was because after Jiang Ci's long shuttle swept away their attacks, its power did not diminish at all. It had already broken through the void and arrived in front of them. With the support of this special treasure, his strength was at the level of a half-step Empyrean. The tip of the long shuttle was the tip of the sky-reaching tower. It was the sharpest part of this special supreme treasure. As Jiang Ci attacked with full force, the tip of the shuttle pierced straight into the body of a Cosmos Tao Lord of the Heaven Wing race. Boom, energy instantly erupted. The cosmic Tao Lord was like a balloon that had been punctured. His aura had been halved, and his power had been greatly reduced. Quick, save me. She panicked and flapped her 5 pairs of white wings. She didn't have a 6th-tier defensive treasure, so in front of a 7th-tier supreme treasure, she was practically defenseless. No one can save you. Jiang Ci said coldly as the long shuttle pierced out once more. With the strength and speed of a half-step Empyrean, this cosmic Tao Lord of the Heaven Wing race was unable to block Jiang Ci's simple piercing attack, even though she had reached the end of her path. She was stabbed and her eyes were filled with terror. Then they quickly turned blank and lost their luster. All the energy in her body was annihilated. Even the imperishable substance was unable to heal her injuries in time. On the ground, only a 6th-tier offensive supreme treasure and a few other supreme treasures were left. Jiang Ci waved his hand and put them away. You killed a cosmic Tao Lord. Eternal experience +9, another supreme cosmic Tao Lord had fallen. This scene caused the 5 surviving universe-level Tao Lords to be utterly shocked, their faces filled with astonishment. Was this the strength of a Mountain Sea Tao Lord? How was this a half-step Empyrean? Even a half-step Empyrean wouldn't be able to kill a cosmic Tao Lord so easily, right? Swoosh. Jiang Ci looked at the remaining 5 terrified figures. One of them was a cosmic Tao Lord from the Red Lotus Sacred Ground. He was the closest to him. Kill? He shouted coldly as his figure flashed and he attacked again. The long shuttle was like a dragon as it pierced through the void and pierced out. Quick, attack together and kill the Mountain Sea Tao Lord. The cosmic Tao Lord from the Red Lotus Sacred Ground was shocked as he shouted at the hundreds of Tao Lords in the square. However, many of the Tao Lords were still in shock and couldn't react in time. Jiang Ci's long shuttle stabbed out continuously. It seemed to be extremely slow, but it was extremely fast. In an instant it stabbed out more than 100 times. You killed a cosmic Tao Lord. Eternal experience +9. In less than a second, this cosmic Tao Lord from the Red Lotus Sacred Ground was annihilated. Just a moment ago, he had been ridiculing the humans of the 4th universe arrogantly. Now, his body had been destroyed and he had become Jiang Ci's experience points. He had even contributed 2 6th-tier supreme treasures to Jianghu. It had to be said that the experts of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground were rich. However, at this moment, the hundreds of Tao Lords in the square had already come back to their senses. They felt a strong threat and made the same choice. They temporarily put down their deductions and chose to attack Jianghu, because it was too terrifying. The technique left behind by the 8 Clouds Divine General could kill a top-notch cosmic Tao Lord with a single strike. Jianghu could actually do something similar and easily kill a top-notch cosmic Tao Lord. Even with a 6th-tier defensive supreme treasure, it couldn't withstand the continuous stabs of the long shuttle. Boom, boom. On the black stone square, terrifying secret technique attacks condensed. No expert dared to approach Jianghu now, so they were all using long-range attacks. However, their power didn't decrease. More than 100 Tao Lords joined forces, and most of them were cosmic Tao Lords. The terrifying energy attacks gathered together and their power directly reached the heavenly venerable level. Oh no! Jianghu's expression changed as he gave up on killing the other 3 cosmic Tao Lords. Swoosh! The long shuttle in his hand disappeared. Then, a stream of light flew out of his body and instantly turned into an ancient 9-story pagoda. With a rumble, it landed on the ground. At the same time, Jianghu had already entered the space of the sky-piercing tower. A flying supreme treasure in the shape of a pagoda? Hiding in a flying supreme treasure? Do you think you can block our combined attacks like this? Fool. Hiding in a flying supreme treasure is courting death. Every attack of our combined power is at the heavenly venerable level. Even if you hide in a 6th-tier flying supreme treasure, our attacks can still kill you time and time again through the obstruction of the supreme treasure. The experts of the Great Sky Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, and the Heavenly Feather Race who were in charge of all of this were sneering. Boom, boom. In the next moment, a large number of powerful secret technique attacks poured down and completely drowned the 9-story pagoda. Splash! Amidst the surging energy, the 9-story pagoda shook violently and even showed signs of collapsing. Finally, when the energy subsided, the 9-story pagoda swayed and finally stood on the ground again. Looks like it really is a 6th-tier flying supreme treasure. Everyone continue to attack with all your might. We must kill him at this stage. A universe realm Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather Race said coldly. Kill him. Attack with all your might. None of the 100 over Tao Lords showed mercy. They all used their strongest attacks. Since they had attacked, they would finish him off directly. They could not leave any future trouble. Boom, boom. Terrifying secret technique attacks condensed once again. In the space of the sky-piercing tower, Jianghu looked outside with a smile. What a joke. How could a heavenly venerable level attack shake the sky-piercing tower? Previously in the origin space of Mount Shenhuang, the power of the light blades there far exceeded the heavenly venerable level, but they could not leave any traces on the surface of the sky-piercing tower. He was under the protection of the sky-piercing tower back then and was not affected at all. How could the attacks of these 100 over Tao Lords affect him? It was just a futile effort. Of course, this also showed how powerful and precious the sky-piercing tower was therefore. He disguised himself earlier on and put away the long shuttle into his body before transforming into the form of the tower again. Then, when the 100 over Tao Lords attacked together, he deliberately caused the sky-piercing tower to shake violently to create the illusion that it was a grade 6 cardinal treasure. Otherwise, with their attacks alone, the sky-piercing tower could have remained motionless. I'll let you guys attack. I'll just stay here quietly and deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Jianghu's spirit consciousness passed through the sky-piercing tower and entered the Heavenly King diagram. Boom, boom. In the square, the 100 over Tao Lords led by Great Sky Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground and Heavenly Feather Race were anxious after more than 10 consecutive attacks. That was because they discovered that Tao Lord Mountain Sea, who was hiding in the tower, was not affected at all. He actually extended his spirit consciousness into the Heavenly King diagram right in front of them and began deducing. We miscalculated. To think that he would have a grade 6 flying treasure. That's right. Lord Ming didn't obtain this flying treasure from our race back then. Looks like he obtained it from the Chaos Sea himself. He's truly blessed. Blessed? Then he deserves to die even more. But how can we deal with him now? He probably still has the grade 6 armor and grade 6 essence spirit supreme treasures that Lord Ming gave him. With such a defense, even if our energy reaches the level of a heavenly venerable, it's still far from a true heavenly venerable. It won't pose much of a threat to him. Furthermore, we still have to deduce. We can't keep attacking him together. Otherwise, we won't be able to catch up to his deduction speed. More than 100 Dao Lords began to have internal differences. They could not put the cart before the horse and attack Dao Lord Mountain Sea together. There are only two ways to deal with him now. A heavenly venerable or a grade 7 cardinal treasure. A Dao Lord suddenly suggested. Yes, that's the only way. A true celestial or a 7th tier precious treasure would be able to shake this pagoda and kill Dao Lord Mountain and Sea. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo of our Great Sky Sacred Ground brought 4 grade 7 cardinal treasures over. Unfortunately, he's outside and can't send them in. Heavenly Venerable Sparkling Dust of our Red Lotus Sacred Ground is the same. It seems like we can only let a Heavenly Venerable take action. Heavenly Feather Race, only your Heavenly Venerable is here among our 3 factions. It's up to your Heavenly Feather Race. In the end, everyone looked at Dao Lord Xinfang and Dao Lord Jinlan, who were busy deducing the Heavenly King diagram. The husband and wife Dao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race had not taken action, but they had also noticed the situation here. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. Sacred Lords, we can't do anything even if we join forces. I'm afraid only the Sacred Lords can deal with Dao Lord Mountain Sea. Dao Lord Xinfang used his spiritual consciousness to awaken the 3rd and 4th Sacred Lords. These 2 Heavenly Venerables had been very low-key and focused on deducing the changes in the Heavenly King diagram. They rarely paid attention to what was happening outside and had no intention of interfering. This was because they were very wary of Divine General 8 Clouds. Right now, more than 100 Dao Lords had joined forces but could not do anything to Dao Lord Mountain Sea. Their only hope was these 2 Heavenly Venerables. Xinfang Jinlan, when we first arrived here, Divine General 8 Clouds warned us and forbade us from interfering with the other candidates. If either of us were to interfere, we would definitely die. The 3rd Sacred Lord sent a voice transmission helplessly. This? Dao Lord Xinfang and Dao Lord Jinlan were shocked. At the same time, the 3rd Sacred Lord also sent a voice transmission to the Dao Lords of the 3 factions to inform them of the situation. Then what should we do now? We can only watch as Dao Lord Mountain Sea continues to deduce and obtain the inheritance? Dao Lord Tuo Yi sent a voice transmission back with a frown. The Dao Lords of the Great Sky Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground also said similar words to pressure the Heavenly Feather Race. The 3rd and 4th Sacred Lords exchanged a glance and quickly came to a decision. My race has a rank 7 flying type treasure, the Rippling Palace, which I brought in. Although its offensive capabilities are inferior to a rank 7 flying type treasure, it has a special suppressive ability. It can suppress both Dao Lord Mountain Sea and that rank 6 flying type treasure. The 3rd Sacred Lord said in a low voice. However, the requirements for this rank 7 flying type treasure to recognize an owner are very high. If it's a Dao Lord, he must have a primordial spirit at the Heavenly Venerate level. The Dao Lords of your 2 sacred lands have all lived for many eons. Some of them should have primordial spirits at the Heavenly Venerate level. You can nominate any one of them to temporarily recognize this treasure as its owner and suppress Dao Lord Mountain Sea. A rank 7 flying type treasure should be enough to kill him. Who will do it? The Dao Lords of the Great Sky Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground were somewhat hesitant. This was because there was a high chance that the one who did it would die. My Heavenly Feather Race has already taken out a rank 7 flying type treasure. Do you want us to send a powerhouse to take the risk? The 4th Sacred Lord sneered. Actually, the 2 Heavenly Venerates were anxious as well. If Divine General 8 Clouds hadn't forbidden them, they would have personally taken action long ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been willing to take out a rank 7 flying type treasure. After all, this was the only rank 7 flying type treasure the Heavenly Feather Race had. It was a cornerstone treasure of their race. Moreover, the 3rd Sacred Lord was prepared. Once Dao Lord Mountain Sea was suppressed, he would immediately take back this flying type treasure and prevent Divine General 8 Clouds from taking it away. In that case, my Great Sky Sacred Ground will do it. In the end, an 8-armed Dao Lord with a Heavenly Venerate level primordial spirit stepped forward. This was Dao Lord Bei Shi of the Great Sky Sacred Ground. He was an ancient existence who had been a top-tier universe Dao Lord many eons ago. He also had a clone, so he didn't have to worry about dying. In addition, the speed at which he derived the Heavenly King diagram was clearly slower than his fellow tribesmen. Thus, he was willing to step forward and contribute to his race. Very good. The 3rd Sacred Lord nodded. With my race's rank 7 flying type treasure, the Rippling Palace, unless Dao Lord Mountain Sea also has a rank 7 flying type treasure, he won't be able to escape the might of my rank 7 flying type treasure. After saying this, he didn't do anything. 3rd Sacred Lord, that Rippling Palace. Dao Lord Bei-Shur stood to the side, waiting for the third sacred lord to take out the rank 7 flying-type treasure. The 100 or so Dao Lords present were also watching this scene. Haha, you're giving it away just like that? Do you think my heavenly feather race is stupid? The third sacred lord laughed loudly, his voice filled with mockery. After all, this is a rank 7 flying-type treasure. If Divine General 8 Clouds doesn't take it away in the end and you refuse to return it, what should we do? The fourth sacred lord sneered. Then what should the two sacred lords do so that they won't worry? Dao Lord Bei-Shur was expressionless. The heavenly feather race had existed for less than 1 eons. In terms of age, he had lived for much longer than the two sacred lords. Thus, he wasn't afraid of the third sacred lord and the fourth sacred lord. How about this? Your great sky sacred ground will give me 10 rank 6 flying-type treasures. After dealing with Dao Lord Mountain Sea, we'll exchange them back. The third sacred lord said. If your rank 7 flying-type treasure is taken away by Divine General 8 Clouds, will you still return it to us? Dao Lord Bei-Shur asked in a low voice. Those rank 6 flying-type treasures are useless to me. My heavenly feather race doesn't lack rank 6 flying-type treasures, the third sacred lord sneered. Using 10 rank 6 flying-type treasures as collateral in exchange for a rank 7 flying-type treasure that might be taken away by Divine General 8 Clouds. Is there a problem? Moreover, we're all in danger of dying in this inheritance. Do you think my heavenly feather race will swallow everything? Or are you suspecting a heavenly venerate? The fourth sacred lord said coldly. Do you know how precious my rippling palace is? It's up to you whether you want to exchange it or not. The third sacred lord said again. The great sky sacred ground had sent out a total of 50 Dao Lords. In the end, 32 of them had made it here. Moreover, these Dao Lords were all elites of the great sky sacred ground. Almost all of them had at least one rank 6 flying-type treasure. After weighing the pros and cons, they agreed to the third sacred lord's request. Alright, let's do it. The heavenly feather race and the great sky sacred ground quickly made the exchange. The heavenly feather race picked and chose the 10 most valuable rank 6 flying-type treasures. This is the Rippling Palace. The third sacred lord waved his hand and took out an item. A colorful palace appeared in mid-air. It faintly emitted an aura that affected this space-time. Dao Lord Bei-Shur's eyes flashed with a fiery light. The great sky sacred ground had many rank 7 flying-type treasures. However, most of them were in the hands of heavenly venerates. He didn't have the right to possess a rank 7 flying-type treasure then. He began to try to refine the Rippling Palace. Until now, none of the 100 Dao Lords present suspected that Jianghu had a rank 7 flying-type treasure. There were too few rank 7 flying-type treasures. No matter how lucky a young fellow who had lived for less than 100,000 years was, it was impossible for him to obtain such a precious flying-type treasure. However, they didn't know that Jianghu's 6-level mountain and sky tower were both existences that surpassed rank 7 flying-type treasures. On the Blackstone Plaza, the 9-story heavenly tower sat there quietly, not moving at all. Within the space of Sky Tower, Jianghu had been observing the situation outside. As the 100 Dao Lords and 2 heavenly venerates outside were communicating with their spiritual senses, Jianghu couldn't find out what they were planning. However, when the Dao Lords of the Great Sky Sacred Ground took out rank 6 flying-type treasures and the third Sacred Lord took out the Rippling Palace, Jianghu immediately guessed what they were going to do. The rank 7 flying-type treasure Rippling Palace? The Heavenly Feather Race's defining treasure was brought in as well? I heard from Master 9 Firmaments that the Rippling Palace has a special suppressive ability. Jianghu frowned slightly. He wasn't worried about his own safety. A rank 7 flying-type treasure couldn't shake the Sky Tower. If they use the Rippling Palace to suppress the Sky Tower later and discover that they failed, I'll be fine, but the Sky Tower will be exposed. If they can't even take the rank 7 flying-type treasure, they'll definitely know that the Sky Tower is at least a rank 7 flying-type treasure. It might even be higher. Many heavenly venerates will covet it. Even the Heavenly Feather Race, the third greatest power in the Chaos Sea, only had one rank 7 flying-type treasure. One could only imagine how valuable a rank 7 flying-type treasure was. Only the 2 Holy Land universes had accumulated so many calamity eras that they had more rank 7 flying-type treasures. Also, I've only just refined the 75th seal of the Sky Tower. The power I can unleash is only at the rank 7 flying-type treasure level. What if I can't stop the Rippling Palace even after activating the Sky Tower? What should I do? Jianghu's mind raced. Whether or not he could block the Rippling Palace's suppression was extremely disadvantageous for him. Jianghu pondered while observing the situation outside. Oh. Suddenly his gaze landed on his black stone pillar. His eyes lit up as he came up with a plan. Haha, then I won't have to worry. While Tao Lord Beishir was refining the rippling palace, swoosh. The 9-story tower, which had been silent all this time, suddenly flew to the top of a black stone pillar and landed. The base of the 9-story tower was originally flat, but now, under Jianghu's control, it caved in. This way the entire tower embedded the black stone pillar into the hollow at the bottom. The 9-story tower rapidly grew taller and taller. The tip of the tower finally reached the barrier formed by the red mist above. It felt as though it could support both heaven and earth. Haha, you think this will work? Tao Lord Beishir laughed. At this moment he had just finished refining the tower. He activated the rippling palace in his hand and tossed it into the air. The colorful palace suddenly expanded, diagonally facing the 9-story tower. Boom! The rippling palace instantly produced a terrifying devouring force that enveloped the 9-story tower. It wanted to suck both the tower and Jianghu into the rank 7 flying type treasure. Wow! The sky tower trembled violently as though it was about to be sucked away. However, it was still a little short. It didn't succeed. How can this be? Tao Lord Beishir stared at the 3rd Sacred Lord in shock and anger. There's no way it can't be sucked in. Unless his tower is also a rank 7 flying type treasure. The 3rd Sacred Lord frowned. No. The 4th Sacred Lord suddenly said in a low voice, that tower isn't a rank 7 flying type treasure. It's the black stone pillar. Just now, Tao Lord Mountain Sea moved his supreme treasure and embedded it into the black stone pillar. Those black stone pillars were left behind by the 8 cloud generals, and they are one with this plaza. The mystic arts condensed from them can instantly kill even the most elite of universe Tao Lords. It's clear that the stone pillar contains a terrifying amount of power. If you want to suck Tao Lord Mountain Sea and the tower into the rippling palace, you'll probably have to break the black stone pillar as well. Oh, what? How can this be? I've never seen something like this before. The 100+ Tao Lords in the plaza were all stunned. Chapter 6:14. Jianghu's face was all smiles as he stood within the Skirich Pavilion. The Skirich Pavilion was currently stuck firmly in the black stone pillar. Even if the Skirich Pavilion wasn't a 7th-tier supreme treasure, the enemy would still have to separate it from the black stone pillar if they wanted to take it away. However, this clearly wasn't going to work. Both the Skirich Pavilion and the stone pillars left behind by the 8 cloud generals were unshakable. This created a false impression. The experts outside would mistakenly believe that the reason they couldn't take the Skirich Pavilion away was because of the black stone pillars. That way they wouldn't suspect that the Skirich Pavilion was a supreme treasure. Damn it. That sly human. Although the 7th-tier supreme treasure, the Palace of Tidal Waves, is powerful, it can't break apart the black stone pillars at all. It seems there really is no other way. And the stone pillar that Tao Lord Mountain Sea is attached to is his. Even if he hides in the tower forever, he'll still be able to deduce the Heavenly King diagram at any time. The experts quickly realized these problems. They were all infuriated, but there was nothing they could do. There's no other way to get rid of this threat. Tao Lord Beishir, return the Palace of Tidal Waves to me, the 3rd Sacred Lord said, giving up as well. Tao Lord Beishir hesitated for a moment, then exchanged glances with the other experts of the Juntian Sacred Land. In the end, he decided to trade supreme treasures with the 3rd Sacred Lord in exchange for the 10 6th-tier supreme treasures of the Juntian Sacred Land. Now that things had developed to this point, there was nothing the 3 major powers could do. There's no other way. There's only one stupid way left. Attack the tower. Attack it again and again. This is a 6th-tier supreme treasure. At most, it can weaken most of the attacks. Even the shockwaves from the attacks will affect it. I refuse to believe that it'll be able to calm down enough to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Fine. Let's choose a few more Tao Lords and attack it together. Instantly, the 3 major powers each sent out 2 more cosmic-level Tao Lords, in addition to the 3 who had survived earlier. The 9 supreme cosmic-level Tao Lords attacked the 9-level tower that was embedded into the black stone pillar nonstop. Rumble. The 9-level tower trembled slightly as though it was being affected, but of course, this was all a disguise. Even the violent shaking when the Palace of Tidal Waves had been used to suppress the tower was all a disguise. No matter how crazy you all are, it's all in vain. Jianghu was leisurely sitting cross-legged in sky-piercing tower. He was even in the mood to take out his wine gourd and drink. Although he could only unleash the power of a 7th-stage supreme treasure of the Heavenly Tower, The original grade of this special supreme treasure was higher than that. From Ni Shang's words, it could be inferred that the sky-reaching tower was the same as the Xinhuang mountain. It should also be a Tier 9 supreme treasure. Given how tough this supreme treasure was, not even the terrifying blades of light from Mount Xuanwang's quintessence region had been able to shake it. The 9 cosmic Tao Lords outside were even less able to do anything to it. Their frenzied attacks did not even count as tickling Heaven-span tower. Jiang Xi was in the space of the Heavenly Tower and was not affected at all. He could concentrate on studying the Heavenly King diagram. I don't even need to use my spiritual sense to explore the pattern made of light and shadow. Universe 4 inside the Heavenly Mountain River diagram. In a quiet part of the starry sky, there were large stars orbiting around and nebulas circulating. A mysterious pattern made of gigantic light and shadow seemed to be ever-changing as it hovered silently in the starry sky. A wisp of Jiang Xi's clone's spirit consciousness transformed into a spirit body and appeared here, looking at the pattern. Although the Heavenly King diagram is ever-changing, the composition of the light and shadow is fixed. I've memorized the process of the 8 clouds divine general using the light and shadow to condense this pattern. Naturally, I can simulate the same pattern in the Heavenly Mountain River diagram. In the civilization of the 8 clouds divine general, even children could deduce the Heavenly King diagram. This meant that although the diagram was mysterious, it was extremely difficult to deduce. However, as long as one remembered the way the light and shadow formed the pattern, it was not difficult to sketch it out. It was just like how everyone knew that 1 + 1 is equal to 2 and could write it out casually, but they did not know why it was equal to 2. By the same logic, he could simulate the exact same Heavenly King diagram, but he did not know how many changes there were within. As for the Heavenly King diagram before him, Jiang Xi did not simulate it early on because he expected that he would be attacked. This was because after Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord 9 Clouds knew of the existence of the Heavenly King diagram, they immediately asked Jiang Xi to simulate the Heavenly King diagram into the Heavenly Mountain River diagram. Clearly, Celestial Venerable Ming, Tao Lord 9 Clouds, and the other Tao Lords of the human race were very curious about the Heavenly King diagram. The Heavenly King diagram was the most popular deduction game in the civilization of the 8 clouds divine general. It was also a supplementary cultivation method. As Tao Lords and Celestial Venerables, there was no one who was not curious. Therefore, Jiang Xi tried to simulate the Heavenly King diagram. He only needed to simulate 1 copy. With the ability of the Heavenly Mountain River diagram, he could naturally replicate more copies so that every Tao Lord of the human race could study it. In the future, even the perfected lords and 9 tribulation transcenders of the human race could train and improve their comprehension through deducing the Heavenly King diagram. The Heavenly King diagram is too mysterious. It seems to hide a great world and is the truth of everything in the world. I have to deduce and study it properly. The spiritual consciousness of Jiang Xi's clone began to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Of course, he did not forget to deduce the Taoist technique and strive to advance it to the level of the Heavenly Tao as soon as possible so that he could become a Tao Lord. He looked at his experience points. Experience: 1,880 trillion eternal experience. 19 yuan. In the battle in the 8 cloud ruins just now, he had killed 2 universe Tao Lords in a row and obtained 18 yuan of eternal experience points. These experience points were enough for him to deduce for tens of thousands of years. This was where Jiang Xi's confidence came from. Time passed. In the Myriad World's ruins, one of the 3 most dangerous places in the Chaos Sea, outside the 8 cloud ruins shrouded in red fog, more and more powerhouses from various factions rushed over. However, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo of the Great Sky Sacred Land and Heavenly Venerable Sparkling Dust of the Red Lotus Sacred Land reached a tacit understanding at this time and blocked the stone door. Great Sky Sacred Land, Red Lotus Sacred Land. You are not troubled by the crisis of the calamity, but you still want to snatch this inheritance. Do you think your 2 sacred lands can stop the entire first universe? Stop all the 4 primal universes? 2 old farts, get lost. Get lost. You destroyed the eternal hope of my race. This is a life and death feud. We will not rest until one of us is dead. In front of eternity, I don't care if you are a sacred land or not. Everyone attack together. At the stone door of the 8 cloud ruins, the battle had already turned red. The crisis of the calamity was imminent. In the face of life and death, the various factions of the 4 primal universes did not care about sacred lands. 2 sacred land universes actually dared to join forces to block the door. Weren't they courting death? Instantly, the 3 heavenly venerables and dozens of Tao Lords gathered here joined forces and attacked crazily. However, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo and Heavenly Venerable Sparkling Dust both had 7th grade true treasures, so they were naturally not afraid of them. You can block us for now, but do you think you can block us forever? When all the other factions arrive, you still won't be able to block them. Back off. Damn it. Shameless Sacred Land Universes. The powerhouses blocked outside the door became angrier and angrier. There were close to 100 factions in the Chaos Sea. In terms of overall strength, the Great Sky Sacred Land and Red Lotus Sacred Land were ranked first and second. However, compared to the 4 primal universes, even the weakest universe, the 4th, had to join forces with the 2 sacred lands to be about the same level. As for the first 3 primal universes, such as the 1st, there were close to 100 heavenly venerables alone. In comparison, the 2 sacred land universes added together and multiplied by 10 times would barely be able to catch up to the entire first universe. Because the sacred land universes were unable to produce heavenly venerables, the heavenly venerables who were still alive were those who had survived before the sacred land universes were established. Moreover, the heavenly venerables of the sacred land universes did not have miniature universes, so they were weaker than those of the same level. Compared to the heavenly venerables of the 4 primal universes, their advantage was that they had excavated many ancient inheritances and 7th grade true treasures in the Chaos Sea over a long period of time. With the help of these inheritances and true treasures, their actual combat strength was still considered passable. This was why the 2 old guys from the Great Sky Sacred Land and Red Lotus Sacred Land could block the stone door of the 8 Cloud Ruins for more than a year. However, soon, 8 heavenly venerables rushed over with more than 100 Tao Lords and charged in mightily. There was no way such a huge formation could stop them. Then, after the 8 heavenly venerables sent their own people in, they also joined the ranks of blocking the door, blocking the forces behind with the Great Sky Sacred Land and Red Lotus Sacred Land. Only 3 months had passed since this interception. The last batch of more than 20 heavenly venerables joined forces and led a large number of Tao Lords, Perfected Lords and a massive army of 9 Tribulation Transcenders into the 8 Cloud Ruins. At this point, the nearly 100 forces in the Chaos Sea had basically participated. However, towards the end, the selection of the 8 Cloud Generals was obviously much stricter. If Jianghu's batch was said to have eliminated 20 to 30% of the candidates, then 20 to 30% would be eliminated. Now, because there were too many candidates, the elimination rate had greatly increased. The elimination rate of Tao Lords and Perfected Lords had reached 80%, and the elimination rate of 9 Tribulation Transcenders had reached 99%. There were so many candidates, but only a small portion of them had passed the 9-realm bridge and reached the 3rd square. On the Black Stone Square, the experts and geniuses of the 4 primal universes and the 2 holy lands had gathered. Excluding those who had been eliminated in the first 2 rounds or killed by the puppets of the 9 realms, there were not many candidates left from the various forces. There were even fewer heavenly venerables and Tao Lords. However, the heavenly venerables and Tao Lords who could make it here were naturally outstanding among those of the same level. The Juntian Holy Land had 32 Tao Lords. The Red Lotus Holy Land had 18 Tao Lords. The first universe had 8 heavenly venerables and 185 Tao Lords. The second universe had 5 heavenly venerables and 125 Tao Lords. The third universe had 2 heavenly venerables and 98 Tao Lords. The fourth universe had 32 Tao Lords. In the face of the calamity, almost every force had sent their elites and geniuses. From the number of experts, one could see how powerful the first universe was. Even the 2 holy lands didn't have any advantage. They could only bow their heads and avoid the danger for the time being. In fact, the forces of the 4 primal universes were still restrained and didn't really go all out. This was because the 2 holy lands had only sent Tao Lords, Perfected Lords and 9 Tribulation Transcenders. No heavenly venerables had entered the 8 Cloud Ruins. In terms of heritage and secrets, the various forces of the 4 primal universes couldn't compare to the 2 holy lands. In the eyes of the various forces, the 2 holy lands, which had always been aloof in the past, had sent a large number of their people in this time. Obviously, the inheritance this time was very important. However, the 2 holy lands didn't send any heavenly venerables in. This also showed that heavenly venerables weren't of much use. Therefore, other than the 2 heavenly venerables from the Heavenly Feather clan, the other forces weren't so blind. Especially the 4th universe, where no heavenly venerables had entered. After a large number of candidates poured into the 3rd square, they saw a strange scene. Boom, boom. 9 Supreme Universe Tao Lords were constantly unleashing attacks against a 9-level pagoda. All kinds of beasts, saber lights, sword lights, fist marks, palm marks formed by secret techniques. They emitted a terrifying power, and the explosions caused the entire black stone square to tremble slightly. What's going on? Who are those Tao Lords attacking? Some of the newcomers were both stunned and puzzled. Inside the 9-story tower being attacked is Tao Lord Mountain C of the 4th universe's human race. It's said that Tao Lord Mountain C is most likely to obtain the inheritance, so everyone is trying their best to effect his deduction. Those 9 tribulation transcenders secretly transmitted their voices to each other. There were too many 9 tribulation transcenders present. For example, almost every force in the first universe had brought thousands of 9 tribulation transcenders. Even the Heavenly Feather clan had sent another batch of 9 tribulation transcenders. After all, the lives of 9 tribulation transcenders were worthless. As a result, the number of 9th tribulation transcenders from the 4 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes on the Black Stone Square was still close to 100,000, even after going through 2 rounds of screening. The number of perfected lords was close to 5,000. The number of Tao Lords was close to 500. Tao Lord Mountain C, you want to obtain the inheritance? Don't be delusional, puny 4th universe's human race. This is a disaster for you, not a blessing. Attack him. In addition to the 9 top-notch universe Tao Lords, the other major forces also occasionally sent powerhouses to attack. It was as if they were using Jianghu as a punching bag and dared to attack anyone. In the space of Heavenly Tower, Jianghu looked outside with an indifferent expression. Laugh all you want. When I obtain the inheritance in the end, you will be dumbfounded. However, it seems that Divine General 8 Clouds really wants to choose the best inheritor. He actually let so many candidates in. Even my 4th universe's human camp has sent quite a few. This time, because the 4th universe's forces were the weakest and they didn't send many powerhouses, they temporarily joined forces. The human race, the monster race, the ghost race, and dozens of top races joined forces and sent a batch of candidates in. Of course, there weren't many left who could really cross the 9-realm bridge and arrive at the Black Stone Square. Among them, the human camp only had 1 universe Tao Lord Clear Flame, 14 perfected lords, and 159 tribulation transcenders. Tao Lord Clear Flame was the sect leader of the Tao sect, and he took a great risk to enter this time. How pitiful. Tao Lord Mountain C has become the target of everyone. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. The 32 Tao Lords of the 4th universe gathered together. Tao Lord Clear Flame saw that the other 4 primal universes and 2 Holy Land universes often attacked Jianghu. Although he was very angry, there was nothing he could do. As for the monster race, ghost race, and other races, although their words were beautiful, they were probably secretly gloating. They were only temporarily allied and were still hostile races. They didn't want to see the human race become stronger. Time flew by year after year. In the blink of an eye, nearly 300 years had passed. They originally thought that the test of the Heavenly King diagram wouldn't take too long, but the current situation showed that it would probably take a long time. This was because the deduction of the Heavenly King diagram was too difficult. The powerhouses and geniuses of the 4 primal universes and 2 Holy Land universes all felt the complexity and variability of the process at first. They felt that it was simple. But the further they went, the more difficult the deduction became, and it rose in a straight line. I've finally deduced the 2999th change. In the starry sky of the Heavenly King diagram in the 4th universe, the spirit body of Jianghu's clone stood in front of the simulated Heavenly King diagram and deduced seriously. In the past 300 years, as he deduced one correct change after another, the efficiency of Jianghu's deduction kept decreasing, and the deduction speed became slower and slower. It actually took him nearly 300 years to deduce the 2999th change. One had to know that in the first month he had already deduced 100 changes. Now the difficulty had increased by dozens of times. The 3000th change. The difficulty has increased again. Jianghu took a deep breath. The 3000th change should be another bottleneck. The most difficult part of deducing the Heavenly King diagram was that the changes that had already been deduced would interfere with each other in his mind. The more changes that were deduced, the greater the interference in the future. And when Jianghu deduced the 3000th change, he clearly felt that the previous 2999 changes were about to interfere with him to a higher level. In the Heavenly King diagram, when the spirit body of Jianghu's clone was using the experience panel to deduce the Heavenly King diagram, a handsome man in a purple Taoist robe was standing not far away and watching. The handsome man's eyes were like stars, faintly hiding the mystery of the entire universe's operation. He had a smile on his face, and just his smile could make people feel relaxed and happy. This Jianghu as expected of the strongest genius in the history of our human race. The man in the purple Taoist robe was observing Jiang Xi. The strange thing was that Jiang Xi's eyes could clearly see in this direction, but it was as if he couldn't see this man. With Jiang Xi's current strength in the Heavenly King diagram, even if it was Venerable Ming, it was impossible for him to be completely invisible in front of Jiang Xi. Only the creator of the Heavenly King diagram, Venerable Zishao, could be completely invisible in front of Jiang Xi, so that Jiang Xi couldn't detect him. He has cultivated for an extremely short period of time, and his talent and perception are rare in the world. Venerable Zishao smiled and praised. From the fact that he cultivates 7 Taoist techniques at the same time, it can be seen how strong his perception is. Even Venerable Ming is much inferior to him. The human experts had separated a wisp of their spiritual consciousness to deduce the Heavenly King diagram in the Heavenly King diagram. The Heavenly King diagram was the strongest mystic technique that Venerable Zishao used, so he was very clear about the deduction progress of the various human experts. He was shocked to discover that Jiang Xi's deduction speed was far faster than that of any human Tao Lord. Even Venerable Ming was far inferior to Jiang Xi. Heavenly Venerables, Tao Lords, Perfected Lords, and 9 Tribulation Transcenders. These 4 levels are different in strength, and the strength of the essence soul varies. In terms of deduction speed, there is a fundamental gap. It is difficult to make up for it just by relying on perception. From this, it can be speculated that the requirements of the 8 clouds divine general for the candidates of each level should be different. Venerable Zishao muttered to himself. Jiang Xi is only a 5th transformation true lord, so the requirements shouldn't be high. However, he can deduce so quickly. It's not strange that he is targeted by the 8 clouds divine general. That's why he created some difficulty for him and forced him to reach his limits. Venerable Zishao chuckled and looked into the distance as if he could see the end of this world. Venerable Ming is obviously much worse in terms of deduction. This is related to his personality. He is usually too calm, and after a long time, his drive has long been worn away. He shook his head. Otherwise, as a 3rd step heavenly venerable with such a strong essence soul, he wouldn't be inferior to Jiang Xi in terms of deduction speed. Venerable Zishao walked to Jiang Xi's side and sat down cross-legged. Jiang Xi didn't notice at all. If I were also a 5th transformation true lord, my deduction speed would probably be comparable to Jiang Xi's. He was invincible in the Chaos Sea back then and had already reached the end of the heavenly venerable path. Of course, his foundation was extremely high. In terms of strength, Venerable Ming was far inferior to him. In the entire Chaos Sea, the only ones who could truly defeat him were the 2 supremes who rarely appeared. Moreover, he was eternally suppressed by the 4th universe for countless years. It was also a kind of cultivation that allowed him to become more complete and powerful. It was only because he was eternally suppressed that he couldn't leave. The 6,000th change is indeed difficult to deduce. Venerable Zishao stared at the mysterious pattern formed by light and shadow and frowned slightly. He was originally a genius, and his talent was second only to Jiang Xi. Back then, he led the entire human race to become the strongest race in the 4th universe with his own strength. His own strength was invincible in the Chaos Sea. Moreover, after being eternally suppressed for so many years, the strength of his essence soul had long surpassed the heavenly venerable level and reached the supremacy level. Therefore, his deduction speed was much faster than Jiang Xi's experience panel. If Jiang Xi knew, he would probably be dumbfounded. There was actually a human-shaped cheater in this world. Of course, Jiang Xi had already discovered a pattern. The speed and efficiency of the experience panel's deduction was related to his cultivation and essence soul strength. The higher his cultivation and essence soul strength, the higher the speed and efficiency of the panel's deduction. Venerable Zishao's essence soul strength was already at the supremacy level, but his essence soul strength was still at the universe level. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. The fact that he could rely on the experience panel to far surpass Venerable Ming, who was a 3rd step heavenly venerable, in terms of deduction was enough to prove the power of the panel. Venerable Zishao carefully observed the Heavenly King diagram and deduced the changes within. Heavenly King? What kind of powerful existence is this to be able to create such an unbelievable and mysterious diagram? It's countless times more complicated than my strongest mystic technique, the Heaven Connecting Mountain River diagram. In my opinion, if I can comprehend this Heavenly King diagram, I might be able to obtain a precious inheritance that's not inferior to the 8 clouds inheritance. Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament silently sat cross-legged beside Riverward, carefully comprehending and deducing. However, Jiang Xi did not know that there was a human-shaped cheater sitting beside him. Chapter 6:15. Chaos C8 Cloud Ruins the Third Square. The Heavenly King diagram formed by light and shadow was suspended in mid-air in the center of the square, changing mysteriously. Below, more than 100,000 black stone pillars rose from the ground and stood erect around the pattern. Each black stone pillar corresponded to a candidate. The powerhouses and geniuses from nearly 100 forces in the Chaos Sea were seriously deducing this mysterious diagram. Of course, there were more than 10 Dao Lords attacking the 9-story tower to interfere with Jianghu's deduction. In fact, as time passed, the threat of Jianghu in everyone's hearts had decreased by a lot. This was because although Jianghu and Dao Lord Tuoyi were the first batch to enter, they had only entered 1 or 2 years earlier. Now that 300 years had passed, the advantage of 1 or 2 years had become very small. However, everyone had attacked for a long time and had formed a habit. When they were tired of deducing, they would attack Jianghu's 9-story tower to relieve their boredom. Ding dong, a pleasant sound rang out, waking up every candidate present. Huh? What's going on? What happened? What's that sound? Look, it's Divine General 8 Clouds. Whether it was Heavenly Venerables or 9 Tribulation Transcenders, more than 100,000 candidates gathered their gazes. In mid-air, a blood-colored light appeared and condensed into a red-armored figure holding a heavenly halberd. It was Divine General 8 Clouds, who had not appeared in 300 years. His eyes, which were like the 9 nether abyss, fell on the 9-story tower. Candidate Universe 4 Mountain Sea has reached the minimum requirement. What? This is impossible. Dao Lord Mountain Sea has reached the minimum requirement. The candidates of the various forces were shocked. In the beginning, they still regarded Dao Lord Mountain Sea as a huge threat. But as time passed, everyone no longer thought that Dao Lord Mountain Sea was much of a threat. This was because the difficulty of deducing the Heavenly King diagram was getting higher and higher. Although it was fast at the beginning, it did not mean that it would continue to be fast. Perhaps there would be someone with high comprehension ability among the latecomers and their deduction speed could catch up to Dao Lord Mountain Sea. Quiet. Divine General 8 Clouds' indifferent gaze swept across the square. The noisy black stone square immediately quieted down. The 8 Clouds General looked at the pagoda and said softly, "Mountain Sea, come out." Whoosh. The 9-story pagoda disappeared and Jianghu, who was wearing a black armor with golden patterns, stood there. He bowed respectfully. "Greetings, 8 Clouds Divine General. Is that Dao Monarch Mountain Sea of the 4th Universe? Lord Dao Lord Mountain and Sea." The 9th Tribulation Transcenders from various forces widened their eyes and looked up at the dazzling figure in midair. This scene was fixed in the hearts of these geniuses. Jianghu was well aware of what had happened because just now, he had deduced the 3000th change. It was as if he had completed a stage of deduction. Of course, he was the first to reach the minimum requirement of becoming an 8-Cloud Divine General. It was not only because of the help of the experience panel that his deduction speed was far ahead of the other candidates. Also, it should be related to his cultivation level. After all, his actual cultivation level was only that of a 5th Revolution True Monarch. Divine Generals of the 8 Clouds probably had different minimum requirements for candidates of different strength. Mountain Sea. The 8 Clouds Divine General looked down at Jianghu. Jianghu bowed slightly, ignoring the envious and hateful candidates below. Although you have reached the minimum requirement, there is still a long time before the 3rd stage. Continue deducing. The 8 Clouds Divine General nodded. In this stage, the more changes you can deduce, the more help it will be to you. When you receive the inheritance in the future, you will also obtain more benefits. Yes. Jianghu bowed respectfully. You can deduce at ease. From now on, no one can interfere with your deduction. As the 8 Clouds Divine General spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed. Buzz. Jianghu's black stone pillar suddenly emitted a misty light and shadow. Like a barrier, it enveloped the entire stone pillar and also Jianghu. The entire light and shadow barrier emitted a silver light, and there were complicated patterns and secret runes circulating on it. Just the power it faintly emitted made all the powerhouses present tremble in fear. Whoever dares to attack and interfere with the Mountain Sea will be eliminated and killed. The 8 Clouds Divine General's cold gaze swept through the crowd. Killed. As soon as these words were spoken, the powerhouses of the various factions gathered in the black stone square trembled. Apart from the powerhouses of the 4th Universe's human camp, all the other powerhouses felt anxious, angry, and indignant. Originally, the 300 years of deduction made them think that Dao Lord Mountain Sea, who was only 1 or 2 years ahead, was not much of a threat. Especially those heavenly venerables. with the strength of their essence spirits, their deduction was naturally extremely fast, so they were confident that they could overtake him. However, reality slapped them hard in the face. The first to meet the minimum requirement was Tao Lord Mountain Sea again. We're in big trouble. This is bad. What should we do? That human really deserves to die. The Supremes have already ordered us to fight for this inheritance at all costs. The powerhouses of the various factions were furious and anxious. The group of Tao Lords of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground were also communicating with each other via voice transmission. Tao Lord Tua Yi frowned and sighed. I have no choice. From the beginning, the Eight Clouds Divine General took care of Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Now, Tao Lord Mountain Sea is the first to meet his minimum requirement. As the saying goes, if one step is fast, one step will be fast. If this continues, his advantage will probably grow bigger and bigger. At that time, the chances of us obtaining the inheritance in the end will be slim. Tao Lord Tua Yi, why don't we kill Tao Lord Mountain Sea? That's right, kill him. We'd rather be killed by the Eight Clouds Divine General to kill Tao Lord Mountain Sea. We can't give him a chance. This inheritance belongs to our Red Lotus Sacred Ground. The other Tao Lords of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground suggested anxiously. Tao Lord Tua Yi shook his head. Calm down. We're not the only ones who are anxious now. The Great Sky Sacred Ground is also anxious. Of course, the most anxious ones are the factions of the four primal universes because they are facing the crisis of the calamity. If Tao Lord Mountain Sea obtains the inheritance of the Eight Clouds, it will be equivalent to snatching away the eternal opportunity of the other factions. Therefore, they definitely can't hold back. However, in my opinion, it will be very difficult to break through that silver light barrier. Tao Lord Tua Ye's words calmed the other Tao Lords of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground for the time being. At the same time, the various factions were secretly discussing whether to attack or what to do. The Eight Clouds Divine General looked at everyone coldly and continued, "The Mountain Sea is protected by my secret technique. Even if you want to attack, you won't be able to break through this barrier. Therefore, it's better not to send yourselves to death. There's still a long time to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Work hard. The more changes you deduce, the greater your chances of obtaining the inheritance. If anyone can deduce more than 20,000 changes in this stage, they will be able to obtain the inheritance of my Eight Clouds lineage directly." Hearing such words, everyone's reaction was very calm. This was because the requirement to deduce 20,000 changes was mentioned by the Eight Clouds Divine General when every batch of candidates entered. In the beginning, the new candidates would be very excited and full of confidence. However, when they really began to deduce, they would realize that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to deduce 20,000 changes. This was something that was simply impossible to achieve. It was simply a dream. 20,000 changes? The difficulty is unimaginable. I've only just deduced 2002 changes. The third Sacred Lord sighed. The fourth Sacred Lord is stuck at the 1999th change and has reached a bottleneck. Every change in the Heavenly King diagram interferes with each other. The more changes one deduces, the greater the interference. Every 1,000 changes will increase the difficulty by a level. I wonder how difficult it will be in the future. I wonder what the minimum requirement for becoming an Eight Clouds Divine General is? I've already deduced 2002 changes, which is the highest in the Heavenly Feather race. However, I still haven't reached the minimum requirement for becoming an Eight Clouds Divine General. However, the Mountain Sea Tao Lord has reached the requirement. Could it be that he has deduced more than me? Or perhaps the minimum requirement for becoming a Tao Lord is different from that of a Heavenly Venerate. The third Sacred Lord guessed. On the other side, the Eight Clouds Divine General looked at Jianghu. He was no longer as cold as before and said, "Mountain Sea, continue to work hard." Yes. Jianghu bowed again. Whoosh. The Eight Clouds Divine General nodded lightly and disappeared. The Black Stone Plaza became noisy again as all sorts of discussions rang out. Jianghu looked around calmly and immediately discovered that many experts were staring at him. Their gazes were filled with anger, resentment, jealousy, and killing intent. He stood within the silver light barrier and smiled at the candidates. "Come on, continue. Don't stop. Continue to attack me." As soon as he said this, the entire place exploded. Damn it. He's too arrogant. This bastard. The experts of many factions were furious. They gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't dare to do anything. Previously they had dared to attack, but now the Eight Clouds Divine General had repeatedly emphasized that once they attacked, they would be eliminated. Moreover, the Eight Clouds Divine General had said that none of the experts present could break through the silver light barrier. Since such an existence dared to say this, he definitely had his confidence. Haha. Riverward roared with laughter, his gaze sweeping past the Tao Lords who had attacked him. This provocative gaze made the Tao Lords even angrier. However, they also understood that the Mountain Sea Tao Lord had done this on purpose. If they really attacked, they would be fools. A bunch of cowards. Jianghu shook his head. This sentence directly dealt a blow to the more than 100,000 experts and geniuses of the four primal universes and the two Holy Land universes. Then he sat cross-legged within the silver light barrier and continued to study and deduce the Sky King diagram. The experts of the various factions, especially the two Holy Land universes and the first universe, all approached the light barrier to carefully sense the terrifying aura. In the end, they could only retreat helplessly. Obviously, the power of this light barrier was terrifying. These experts had already lost confidence before they even attacked. They were anxious and angry, but there was nothing they could do. At the same time, they hated the Mountain Sea Tao Lord even more. Is the only chance of eternity going to be obtained by a mere human? Damn it. The human race of the fourth universe must be destroyed. All of them glared fiercely at Jianghu and threatened him. Jianghu glanced at them expressionlessly and then ignored them. These words had no power. They were just barks. He knew very well that as his advantage grew, he would become a thorn in the eyes of the various factions in the Chaos Sea sooner or later. They would hate him. This was indeed the case. Ever since the Eight Clouds Divine General gave him special treatment, the various factions had begun to surround and attack him. Since they had already shed all pretenses, he wouldn't put on any pretense, nor would he think about easing the relationship between the various factions. In front of a real opportunity, he should move forward bravely and not retreat. Jianghu will definitely get this inheritance. As for the various hatred and threats, there was no need to care. In the future he would return them one by one. Universe 4 Heaven-Reaching Tower Mountain River Diagram. A huge Sky King diagram formed by light and shadow floated quietly in the starry sky. It was surrounded by large stars and nebulas. Jianghu sat cross-legged in front of the Sky King diagram, quietly deducing. Beside him, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament, who was wearing a purple Taoist robe, sat side by side with him, also comprehending this mysterious diagram. Jianghu, how delightful. Haha Jianghu, well done. You didn't even tell us about such a delightful thing. Suddenly, several figures appeared not far away. They were all experts of the human race. Apart from Heavenly Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Firmament, experts such as Buddhist Venerable, Imperial Lord Mi Luo, Tao Lord Sword One, Tao Lord Long Wall, and a few others had arrived. All of them were delighted. Jianghu stood up to welcome them. We just found out too. Heavenly Venerable Ming laughed loudly. You're actually the first to reach the minimum requirement of the Eight Clouds Divine General. As the saying goes, the faster the faster. The longer you take, the greater your advantage. It seems that you have the greatest chance of obtaining the inheritance this time. Now, don't bother about anything else and don't care about the threats of those factions. At most, we'll stay in Universe 4 and not go to the Chaos Sea. Those two sacred grounds value the Eight Clouds inheritance so much. If our race obtains this inheritance, we can even surpass those two sacred grounds in the future. By then we won't be afraid of any threats. That's right. Don't worry about anything else. Just focus on seizing the inheritance. Tao Lord Nine Firmament laughed as well. Heavenly Venerable Ming Master, I understand. Jianghu nodded and smiled. Actually, even if they want to threaten or disturb me now, they can't do anything about it. Haha, that's good. We won't disturb you any further. Continue with your divination. Heavenly Venerable Ming laughed loudly. Junior Apprentice Brother, the prosperity of our Tao Alliance's human race depends on you. Imperial Lord Mi Luo was also smiling. Mountain Sea, do your best. Show those factions in the Chaos Sea how terrifying our race's geniuses are. Tao Lord Long Wall laughed as well. In the beginning he had always been at odds with Jianghu. Now he had become good friends with Jianghu. Buddhist Venerable Ming, Tao Lord Sword One, and the others encouraged him from the side. The group of human experts chatted with Jianghu, but none of them, including Heavenly Venerable Ming, noticed that Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament was silently watching from the side. Our race can only rely on them to fight for everything. I can only watch from the side. Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament sighed softly. Jianghu, work hard. He was also cheering for Jianghu. Ever since he had been permanently suppressed by the fourth universe, he had watched the human race encounter crisis after crisis for countless years. However, he could only watch without being able to do anything. Even though he had monstrous strength and had comprehended a lot during the battle with the Fourth Universe's quintessence, his primordial spirit had reached the level of primordial spirit. Now, if he were to go to the Chaos Sea's endless void to challenge eternity, he would have a certain level of confidence. Unfortunately, it was all too late. After being permanently suppressed, he could do nothing. Quintessence of the universe, I won't bow to you just like that. Even if there's only a sliver of a chance, I'll fight to the end. Galaxies flowed in heavenly venerable purple firmament's eyes. The universe hidden inside seemed to be about to break out of its shell, but it quickly returned to normal. He continued to look at the Heavenly King diagram and divined with all his might. The top experts of all the factions in the Chaos Sea knew the importance of the Eight Clouds legacy. For the factions of the four primal universes, this legacy from countless eras ago represented eternity. For the sovereigns of the two sacred lands, it was a path that was even further than eternity. Therefore, these top experts were silently waiting and looking forward to it. They hoped that the experts and geniuses on their side who entered the Eight Clouds ruins could reach the minimum requirement to deduce the Heavenly King diagram faster. The third plaza of the Eight Clouds ruins had become a silent battlefield that the entire Chaos Sea was paying attention to. After all, the Eight Clouds legacy would determine which faction could become eternity and establish the next eternal sacred land. Dao Monarch Mountain Sea only has a temporary advantage. We still have a chance. Yes, as long as we reach the minimum requirement of 8 clouds in the third round, we can enter the fourth plaza and obtain the legacy. We must obtain this opportunity. Whether our race can become eternity depends on this. Even if we die, we must obtain this opportunity for our race. All the factions were in a frenzy. They had seen the situation clearly. It was impossible to surpass Dao Monarch Mountain Sea in the third round of the Heavenly King diagram. Therefore, they set their goal as reaching the minimum requirement of 8 clouds to enter the next plaza and obtain the legacy. As long as there was a chance, everything was possible. In the blink of an eye, another 200 years had passed. The legacy of the 8 clouds ruins had lasted for 500 years. Ding dong, on the silent black stone square, a pleasant voice rang out again, awakening more than 100,000 candidates. All the 9 tribulation transcenders, true lords, Dao monarchs and heavenly venerables present, including Jianghu, who was enveloped by the silver light barrier, immediately looked up. The blood-red light gathered and condensed into a towering red-armored figure. 8 Clouds General. 8 Clouds General has appeared again. He appeared last time because Dao Monarch Mountain Sea had reached the minimum requirement. Now he's here again. Could it be me? In my race, I'm the fastest at deducing the Heavenly King diagram. I've already deduced 1,720 variations. The candidates were very excited and expectant. Jianghu frowned. He had already reached the minimum requirement. It couldn't be that he appeared for him again, right? Candidate, Hu Yu of the Great Sky Holy Land, has reached the minimum requirement to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. 8 Clouds General looked at an 8-armed figure. It was a handsome man from the Great Sky Holy Land camp. At this moment, his face was full of excitement. All the candidates present, including Jianghu, looked over. Among the more than 100,000 candidates, this true Lord Hu Yu was very ordinary and didn't have much fame. He had never heard of him before. When Riverward saw this, his brows furrowed. I'm a rank 5 true lord. The second person to reach the minimum requirement is also a rank 5 true lord. A rank 5 true lord. After Dao Monarch Mountain Sea, the second person to reach the minimum requirement is actually a rank 5 true lord. There are more than 10 heavenly venerables and nearly 500 Dao monarchs present. It's fine if Dao Monarch Mountain Sea was the first to succeed. After all, he's a rare genius Dao monarch in the Chaos Sea. But now, a rank 5 true lord has succeeded? How can this be? Almost all the candidates were puzzled and full of doubts. Buzz, 8 Clouds General pointed with his finger. The black stone pillar beside True Lord Hu Yu was also covered by a layer of silver light barrier. It was exactly the same as Jianghu's, protecting True Lord Hu Yu from being disturbed by the other candidates. Hu Yu, the more changes you deduce, the more help it will be to you. Deduce at ease. With my secret barrier protecting you, no one will be able to hurt you. 8 Clouds General encouraged True Lord Hu Yu. Yes. True Lord Hu Yu bowed respectfully. 8 Clouds General nodded. Then, his cold gaze swept across all the candidates present. If you reach the minimum requirement, you will be protected by me. If anyone dares to attack, they will be eliminated and killed. After he finished speaking, he disappeared. The Black Stone Plaza instantly became lively. It's fine if it was Tao Monarch Mountain C, but now, a true lord has taken the lead. Could it be that a true lord's deduction speed is faster than mine? The third sacred lord of the heavenly feather race could not help but be furious. He was the one with the highest cultivation and strength among all the candidates in the Black Stone Plaza. He believed that his deduction speed was also the fastest. I didn't expect that the second person to reach the minimum requirement would be a true lord. All sorts of angry voices sounded in the plaza, but no one dared to question Eight Clouds' general. But the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land were very excited. They were all encouraging True Lord Huyu. As for the eight-armed True Monarch Huyu, he nodded excitedly. He even looked at Jianghu from afar. His meaning was obvious. He wanted to compete with Jianghu. Jianghu only looked at him calmly before closing his eyes again. I'm the first person to reach the minimum requirement. When Eight Clouds' general chooses his successor, he will definitely look at many aspects. He will probably choose many candidates to enter the next plaza. 500 years have passed, and I've only managed to deduce 4,456 changes using my experience panel. I'm still far away from 20,000 transformations. I have to deduce even more transformations. According to Eight Clouds' general, the better my performance in the third stage of the Heavenly King diagram, the more likely I will be to obtain the inheritance. Jianghu calculated silently in his heart. What he was considering now was not only his own path of cultivation. Now the eternal hope of the entire race was on him. He already had such a huge advantage. Naturally he could not relax at all. Chapter 616. Chaos C, Great Hammer Divine World of the Juntian Holy Land Universe. Huyu. Perfected Monarch Huyu actually met the minimum requirement? My Juntian Holy Land sent out quite a number of Tao Lords, Perfected Monarchs and Ninth Tribulation Transcenders this time. In terms of deducing the Heavenly King diagram, the fastest should be Tao Lord Chi Han. In the long years of tempering, the strength of his essence soul has long been comparable to that of a third-step Heavenly Venerable. He has already deduced 3,420 transformations, but he still hasn't met the minimum requirement of 8 Divine Generals. Huyu has just deduced 3,000 transformations, but he's already been judged to have met the requirement? In a temple, several heavenly venerables and hundreds of Tao Lords of the Juntian Holy Land were gathered. They discovered the difference. A figure wearing a black robe with golden patterns appeared in midair of the temple. The black-robed figure was shrouded in a misty breeze mixed with blue lightning, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. Supreme. Greetings, Supreme. All the experts in the temple hurriedly bowed respectfully. Juntian Supreme's blurry figure looked at them and said softly, Now we can confirm that when the 8 divine generals choose their inheritors, the requirements are different for experts of different strength. Let our perfected monarchs and Ninth Tribulation Transcenders work harder. The more clansmen that meet the minimum requirement, the greater the chances of our Juntian Holy Land obtaining the 8 divine generals' inheritance. We obey the Supreme's order. These experts hurriedly replied. Whoosh, Juntian Supreme's figure directly dissipated. Inside the temple, the group of experts who had lived through countless eons exchanged glances with each other. They were all secretly shocked. Because in the past, Juntian Supreme would only appear once in a very long time. Sometimes he would not appear for hundreds of years. But in these few hundred years, he had appeared twice in a row. Previously, he had publicly appeared and sent out a large number of experts to compete for the inheritance. Now he had directly appeared in this temple and talked to them face to face. From this, it could be seen how much importance Juntian Supreme attached to the 8 divine generals' inheritance. Since the Supreme attaches so much importance to it, then we should seize this inheritance. Yes, Perfected Monarch Huyu is the second to meet the minimum requirement. The chances are very high. Although Perfected Monarch Huyu is only a 5th transformation true monarch, he is a quasi-Tao Lord. After countless eons of tempering, the strength of his nascent divinity had reached the level of a first-step celestial master. In terms of calculating speed, he was far superior to the Tao Lords and True Lords of the 4 primal universes. He had a great advantage. If I had known this would happen, I would have sent a few more quasi-Tao Lords over. It's not too late yet. Send some more over. Yes. Quasi-Tao Lords referred to some special true monarchs. The Great Sky Holy Land had existed for an incomparably long time. Even if there were only 10 Tao Lords in a single cataclysm era, the number of Tao Lords would be uncountable by now. However, in reality, there were less than 1,000 Tao Lords in the Great Heaven Sacred Ground. The reason was that there was a limit to the capacity of the Holy Land universe. After all, the size of a Holy Land universe was much smaller than the size of the 4 original universes. Holy Land universes were unable to nurture celestial venerables. At most, they could nurture Tao Lords. Furthermore, there was a limit to the number of Tao Lords and True Lords that the Holy Land universe could accommodate. This was because true monarchs and Tao Lords had to establish their own Grotto Heaven worlds. This was a burden to the Holy Lands. Once the number of Grotto Heaven worlds reached a certain limit, they could not continue to increase. Otherwise it would cause harm to the Holy Lands. Therefore, some quasi-Tao Lords who had perfected their Tao techniques long ago could become Tao Lords at any time. Because they could not expand their Grotto Heaven worlds into large Grotto Heavens, they could not advance and could only be trapped at the true monarch level. These quasi-Tao Lords only had one chance to advance, and that was if a Tao Lord of their race died, the pressure on the Holy Lands would be reduced. Then the race would choose the most outstanding quasi-Tao Lord and use this empty spot to advance to a true Tao Lord. It could be said that apart from Tao Lords who could not become true monarchs, the quasi-Tao Lords of the Holy Lands were generally stronger than the Tao Lords of the 4 original universes in all other aspects. Whether it was their Tao techniques, secret techniques, physical strength, or essence spirit strength, they had all been tempered to the limit in countless cataclysm eras, in the 700th year since the 8 Cloud Ruins opened. Ding dong, that pleasant voice sounded again, and the 8 Cloud Generals appeared again. Instantly, the various factions were filled with anticipation. Candidate, Third Universe, Demon Race, Trikaska C, has reached the minimum deduction requirement. The 8 Cloud Generals looked down, and his gaze landed on a demon. This is impossible. How can it be a 9th Tribulation Transcender? Even a 9th Tribulation Transcender has reached the minimum requirement. All the candidates were shocked, including Trikaska C himself. After Tao Lord Mountain C of the human race and true monarch Hu Yu of the Juntian Holy Land in the 4th universe, the third person to reach the minimum requirement was actually a 9th Tribulation Transcender of the demon race from the 3rd universe. Bus. The 8 Cloud General stretched out his finger and covered the black stone pillar next to Trikaska C with a layer of silver light. As time passed, one candidate after another reached the minimum requirement. The various factions had basically confirmed that the minimum requirement for different strength was indeed different. Because there were 15 heavenly venerables present, their deduction speed couldn't be worse than a 9th Tribulation Transcender, right? But none of these heavenly venerables had reached the minimum requirement. The first was Jianghu. The second was a true monarch. The third was a 9th Tribulation Transcender. The fourth was a 9th Tribulation Transcender. The fifth was a Tao Lord powerhouse, Tao Lord Chihan from the Juntian Holy Land. Since then, the Juntian Holy Land had 2 people who had reached the minimum requirement. At this time, Jianghu had been deducing the Heavenly King diagram for more than 1,000 years. The sixth was a true monarch powerhouse. The seventh was a Tao Lord powerhouse and also someone Jianghu was familiar with. He was also from the first batch of Tao Lord Tua Yi to enter the 8 Cloud Ruins. This half-step heavenly venerable had finally reached the minimum requirement. At this time, Jianghu had been deducing the Heavenly King diagram for more than 1,300 years. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3,000 years had passed. There were many candidates in the entire Black Stone Square. They were all within the silver light barrier to avoid being disturbed by other candidates at this time. There were already 84 candidates who had reached the minimum requirement. In fact, since the 2000th year, the number of candidates who had reached the minimum requirement had begun to increase rapidly. The first batch of 5 powerhouses to enter the 8 Cloud Ruins, Jianghu, Tao Lord Tua Yi, Tao Lord Xianglu, Tao Lord Xinfang and Tao Lord Jinlan, were all in this list. The others, like Tao Lord Yanqing from the 4th Universe's human camp, had also reached the minimum requirement. On the contrary, none of the 15 heavenly venerables had succeeded until now. Ding dong, a pleasant voice sounded as if it was congratulating them. The figure of the 8 Cloud General also appeared again. However, everyone's reaction was no longer as excited as before. They just looked up to see which faction's candidate had reached the requirement. First Universe, Heavenly Venerable Feng Lai, has reached the minimum requirement. The 8 Cloud General's voice was very calm. However, those words caused the Heavenly Venerates to tremble. Phew, finally, a Heavenly Venerable has reached it. The 15 Heavenly Venerables were very excited. Nearly 3,000 years. They watched as the candidates who were many times weaker than them reached the minimum requirement one after another. However, none of them who could be considered the top group of people in the Chaos Sea succeeded. This made them wonder if there was no hope for a Heavenly Venerable. Finally, a heavenly venerable succeeded. This was the 85th person to reach the minimum requirement and also the first heavenly venerable to succeed. The minimum requirement for a heavenly venerable is to deduce 5,000 changes. Heavenly venerable Feng Lai sighed secretly. Next, one candidate after another reached the minimum requirement to deduce the heavenly king diagram. 86th, 87th. On the black stone square, it was possible that most of the candidates' deduction speed was not particularly fast. However, there were too many of them. There were more than 100,000 candidates, and as time passed, the number of candidates who met the minimum requirement also increased rapidly. Moreover, this increase was becoming greater and greater. One silver light barrier after another was scattered throughout the square. There were already a lot of them. The time given for the third stage to deduce the heavenly king diagram is actually so long. There are already close to 100 people who have reached the minimum requirement. From the looks of it, the 8-Cloud General is planning to select even more outstanding candidates and then choose the true inheritor from them. Yes, the inheritor definitely can't only consider good or bad perception. Other aspects have to be considered. Therefore, the Mountain Sea Dao Lord who has the advantage in the third stage doesn't mean that he will definitely become the final inheritor. My Great Sky Holy Land already has 11 people who have reached the minimum requirement. The further we go, the greater the advantage of my Great Sky Holy Land. The candidates would sometimes secretly communicate with each other. After all, deducing the Heavenly King diagram was a very difficult matter. It also consumed a large amount of essence spirit power. The further they went, the more it would be consumed. Therefore, these candidates would stop and rest for a while every once in a while. Universe 4, inside the mountain river diagram of Sky-Piercing Tower. There are already 91 candidates who have reached the minimum requirement. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments frowned, showing a rare trace of anxiety. The further we go, the more such candidates there will be. At this rate, Jiangxi's advantage will become smaller and smaller. Unlike other factions, we can't send a large number of people over. Only Jiangxi alone. What should we do? Our chances of obtaining the inheritance are constantly decreasing. Tomorrow Venerated and the Dao Lords of the human race were gathered together. Like Dao Lord 9 Firmaments, everyone was a little anxious. Although most of them were wandering in the Chaos Sea, they had been paying attention to Jiangxi in the 8-Cloud ruins. Everyone knew that the 8-Cloud inheritance this time was a silent war. This war would determine who would achieve eternity and which race would establish the third eternal sacred land universe in the Chaos Sea. Haha, don't be anxious. Tomorrow Venerated laughed. It's useless for us to be anxious here. Let Jiangxi deduce in peace. As for us, we'll do what we have to do. If the 8-Cloud inheritance continues for 10,000 years or even longer, are we going to keep watching? But, alright, let's all go back. Tomorrow Venerated waved his hand. In another part of the sky-piercing river diagram, a heavenly king diagram hovered quietly in the starry sky surrounded by great stars. Jiangxi and Celestial Venerated Purple Firmament were still deducing here. Of course, Jiangxi didn't know that there was a human cheat beside him. The 6,000 changes are really difficult. Jiangxi stood in front of the Heavenly King diagram feeling a little anxious. It had been 3,000 years, and there had been candidates who had reached the minimum requirement. This had indeed made him feel pressured. Now, no one knew what would happen after the third trial and the fourth plaza. The more candidates passed the third trial, the more his chances would be affected. Jiangxi fully understood the 8-Cloud General's plan. Clearly, although the 8-Cloud General thought highly of him, he did not place all his hopes on him alone. Since I'm already in the lead for this inheritance, I must expand my advantage and obtain this inheritance. Jiangxi's eyes shone. The deduction speed and efficiency of the experience points panel has a lot to do with my cultivation and the strength of my essence spirit. My cultivation definitely can't break through for the time being. I still have to refine Shenhuang Mountain. Once I break through to the Dao Lord level, the conditions for Shenhuang Mountain to recognize me as its master will become even harsher. Apart from the physical strength of a Tier 5 cardinal treasure, the conditions for Shenhuang Mountain to recognize me as its master were even harsher. A perfected lord had to have the strength of a heavenly venerable's essence spirit. A Dao Lord had to have the strength of a supreme's essence spirit. Therefore, before obtaining Shenhuang Mountain, Jiangxi would not break through. This was a Tier 9 cardinal treasure. He would not miss it. Therefore, if I want to increase the deduction speed and efficiency now, I can only try my best to increase the strength of my essence spirit and let it reach the heavenly venerable level. Jiangxi thought to himself. Currently, there are two ways to increase the strength of my essence spirit. Continue to expand the grotto heaven world. With the help of stronger world energy, both my physical strength and essence spirit will increase. They might even transform. Or, when my Tao technique reaches the heavenly Tao level, after my Tao technique transforms, the strength of my essence spirit will definitely transform as well. Jiang Xi calculated carefully and then shook his head. The first method was obviously not desirable. He still did not know how long the inheritance would last, so he had to save all the experience points and not use them to expand the grotto heaven world. Then, there was only the second method. I cultivate 7 Tao techniques at the same time. As early as 7,000 years ago, I cultivated all of them to the great Tao level. I haven't stopped deducing Tao techniques for a moment. If I include the 80,000 years I spent in seclusion in Luyuzhou, the time I spent deducing Tao techniques is actually close to 90,000 years. It's about time. I succeeded, right? Jiang Xi sighed softly and then stopped thinking about it. He continued to deduce the Heavenly King diagram and also continued to deduce Tao techniques. Beside him, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament heard Jiang Xi sigh and frown slightly. Looks like Jiang Xi's deduction has encountered a bottleneck. With his talent and comprehension, he should have already deduced more than 5,000 changes, right? Under the circumstances where the 8 clouds divine generals were not public, only Jiang Xi himself knew how much Jiang Xi had deduced. Chapter 617. Heavenly Venerable Zi Shao looked at Jiang Xi and sighed inwardly. He's still a 5th transformation true lord. 3,000 years. If he can really deduce 5,000 changes, that would be amazing. He turned his gaze back to the Heavenly King diagram, his eyes glowing. Just like how no one knew how many changes Jiang Xi had deduced, no one knew how many changes Heavenly Venerable Zi Shao had deduced. After 3,000 years of research, he had already deduced more than 15,000 changes. If one were to compare their understanding of the Heavenly King diagram, then this legendary powerhouse who was once invincible in the Chaos Sea could be considered the number one. In Heavenly Venerable Zi Zhao's opinion, the strength of the primordial spirit was the foundation for the deduction of the Heavenly King diagram, and comprehension was the foundation. In short, the more changes one deduced, the higher one's comprehension was. Now, those candidates seemed to have broken through and reached the minimum requirements. In fact, they had only completed the first stage of the deduction of the Heavenly King diagram. Specifically, the first stage of a 9 tribulation transcender was to deduce 2,000 changes. The first stage of a perfected lord was to deduce 3,000 changes. The first stage of a Tao lord was to deduce 4,000 changes. The first stage of a heavenly venerable was to deduce 5,000 changes. With high aptitude and comprehension, it's not difficult to reach the requirements of the first stage after spending enough time. For those heavenly venerables, each of them can walk their own path of origin and open up a miniature universe, so their comprehension is naturally not bad. As long as there's enough time, each of them can deduce 5,000 changes. Heavenly Venerable Zi Shao shook his head lightly. But this is only the requirements of the first stage. There will definitely be a second stage or even a third stage. The time required would be 10 times or even several tens of times more. In the end, no matter how much time is spent, it won't be able to deduce more changes. Because aptitude and comprehension determine how far a powerhouse can deduce. For example, a Tao Lord would be stuck at the 2,999th transformation. Then, after 10,000 years, 100,000 years, a million years or even an era, he would not be able to continue deducing. Because that was his limit. Unless his aptitude and comprehension had undergone a fundamental improvement. This was the extent of Heavenly Venerable Zi Zhao's understanding of the Heavenly King diagram. While everyone was still immersed in the deduction, he was already standing at a higher level and looking at this deduction game. Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament looked at Jiang Xi, who was seriously deducing, and secretly praised him. Jiang Xi easily completed the first stage of the deduction, so the second stage shouldn't be difficult for him. But what was his limit? The third stage? Or even the highest fourth stage? As expected of the most talented human in the history of our human race. If he can get the inheritance of 8 clouds this time, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to cultivate to the eternal realm in the future. Maybe he can even see the path beyond the eternal realm. A smile appeared on Purple Firmament Sovereign's face. Although the changes that he deduced far surpassed Jiang Xi's, he knew clearly that it was because the strength of his primordial spirit had long reached the level of a supreme being. It would be strange if it wasn't strong. Jiang Xi had been deducing the Heavenly King chart for more than 3,000 years. The Black Stone Plaza was completely silent. Silvery barriers of light and shadow were scattered all over the place. Inside them were the candidates who met the minimum requirements. Ding dong! A familiar voice rang out and awakened every candidate. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. The figure of the 8 cloud generals appeared once again. Another candidate has met the requirements. This is the 92nd candidate. I wonder who it is. It should be our 4th universe, right? It can't always be the 2 holy lands and the first 3 universes, right? It must be our 3rd universe this time. The candidates were all guessing. The candidates from the 2 holy lands and the first 3 primal universes were the majority. The 4th universe was much less than 10%. The 8 cloud generals looked down at the candidates and revealed a rare smile. I'm very happy. All the powerhouses and geniuses present were shocked. Happy? The 8 cloud generals said that he was very happy? This was a situation that had never happened before. The 8 cloud generals swept his gaze across the crowd and smiled. The 4th universe's human race, Mountain Sea, has completed the 2nd stage of the deduction and reached a new level. Boom. All the candidates were stunned. All their gazes gathered in one direction. There was a figure wearing black armor with golden patterns. It was Tao Lord Mountain Sea, whom everyone had almost forgotten in recent years. Who? The 8 cloud generals pointed. Suddenly, a layer of golden light and shadow barrier spread out from the black stone pillar next to riverward. It fused with the original silver light barrier, forming a gold and silver barrier. Jianghu's expression was calm, but his heart was moved. He had just deduced the 6,000 variation and was treated differently. It seemed that this was another kind of incentive. Not only was it encouraging him, but it was also stimulating the other candidates. In comparison, the candidates of the other factions were unable to remain calm like Jianghu. They were all shocked, and a strong sense of danger arose in their hearts. They thought that after meeting the minimum requirements, everyone's chances would be the same. But now it seemed that there was a big difference. The 8 cloud generals looked at the shocked and stunned candidates below and said softly, I said that the more correct variations you deduce when deducing the Sky King diagram, the greater the benefits when inheriting it. You have completed the 1st stage of the deduction and only met my minimum requirements. If you can't even meet the minimum requirements, you naturally won't have the qualifications to continue. Now, only Mountain Sea has completed the 2nd stage and reached the 3rd stage. The 8 cloud generals nodded slightly at Jianghu. Then he said to all the candidates in a deep voice, I can clearly tell everyone that for candidates of different cultivation levels besides Empyreans, when deducing the Heavenly King diagram, there are 5 stages. If any of you can complete the 4th stage and reach the 5th stage, you will directly become an inheritor. There will be no need for competition and you will receive the inheritance of my 8 cloud lineage. He looked at the 15 Empyrean venerables. You Empyrean venerables have already opened miniature universes. The stronger you are, the higher the requirements. For you, the 3rd stage of the Empyrean level happens to be 20,000 variations. In other words, you only need to complete the 3rd stage of the Empyrean level to receive the inheritance. Of course, I reckon that it's almost impossible for you to complete the 3rd stage of the Empyrean level in the time I require. Therefore you need to work harder to deduce. The more variations you deduce and the more stages you complete, the more inheritances you will come into contact with in the future will naturally be different. For example, Mountain Sea's chances of receiving the inheritance are 100 times higher than yours. Unless you can complete the 2nd stage of the deduction. Juniors work hard. The 8 cloud generals glanced at the candidates before disappearing. The black stone square became lively again. All the experts and geniuses present understood the rules of the Sky King diagram's deduction. So this was the difference between the number of variations deduced. Apart from Empyrean venerables, candidates of the other 3 levels had a total of 5 stages of deduction. Actually, there was no need to complete the 5th stage. As long as they completed the 4th stage and reached the 5th stage, they would receive the inheritance directly. If they couldn't even complete the 1st stage, they would only be eliminated. And the fate of elimination was to be killed. The experts of the various powers were secretly anxious. Especially now that they knew that Tao Lord Mountain Sea had completed the 2nd stage and was about to reach the 3rd stage, everyone was extremely anxious. The 3rd stage. Jianghu seemed very calm. Now it seems that for perfected lords, the first 1 to 3,000 variations are the 1st stage, and the third 1 to 6,000 variations are the 2nd stage. Then the 3rd stage is 9,000 variations? Or 12,000 variations? Jianghu naturally didn't know the answer to this question, so he could only continue deducing. Time passed, and one candidate after another completed the 1st stage of deduction. Fourth universe's human race, Yufeng, has reached the minimum requirement. Red Lotus Sacred Grounds Dao Lord Wuxia has reached the minimum requirement. The 8 cloud generals stood in the air above the black stone square. Ever since he appeared last time, he hadn't disappeared. Because the number of candidates who completed the first stage began to increase explosively. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded 200 and continued to soar. Jianghu no longer paid attention to these candidates who completed the first stage one after another. He only focused on deducing the Sky King diagram according to his own rhythm. Time passed, and in the 4,000th year since the 8 cloud ruins opened, the number of candidates who broke through the first stage increased greatly. Then, like a parabola, it began to slow down gradually. From the 5,000th year onwards, there were no new candidates who broke through the first stage. This is your limit? Only 695 people completed the first stage? The 8 cloud generals shook his head coldly. In the distance, Jianghu, who was enveloped by the gold and silver barrier, also shook his head gently. Like heavenly venerable purple firmament, his understanding of the Sky King diagram had also reached a higher level. Jianghu understood that the more time it took to deduce the Sky King diagram, the more variations it could deduce. Many ninth tribulation transcenders and perfected lords present had limited potential. Once they reached their limits, it was naturally impossible to break through the first stage. At this moment, the 695 candidates who completed the first stage of deduction and reached the second stage included all 15 heavenly venerables and all Tao lords. The remaining few were ninth tribulation transcenders and perfected lords. And the only candidate who completed the second stage of deduction and reached the third stage was Jianghu. The 8 cloud generals turned his gaze and looked in a direction. Jun Tian's Sacred Grounds perfected Lord Huyu has completed the second stage and reached the third stage. The coldness on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. From the looks of it now, only you and Tao Lord Mountain Sea have the most hope of obtaining my 8 cloud lineage's inheritance. You have to work harder and not slack off. Yes. Perfected Lord Huyu bowed respectfully. At the same time, a second layer of golden light appeared on the black stone pillar beside him, fusing with the original silver barrier and becoming a 2-colored barrier. In the entire black stone plaza, perfected Lord Huyu and Jianghu were enveloped by the 2-colored barrier, reflecting each other's brilliance. Perfected Lord Huyu? Jianghu frowned slightly. Then he no longer thought about it and continued to deduce. In another place, the Tao lords of the Juntian Sacred Ground were extremely excited. As long as it was on their side, no matter who obtained the inheritance, it would represent the entire sacred ground obtaining the inheritance. Perfected Lord Huyu, the hope of my Juntian Sacred Ground is on you. Perfected Lord Huyu smiled at the surrounding people. This inheritance was the greatest opportunity for him to change his fate. Before this, although he had the title of a quasi-Tao Lord in the Juntian Sacred Ground where experts were as common as clouds, he could only be considered ordinary. In terms of physical strength, primordial spirit strength, and Tao cultivation, he was more powerful than many Tao Lords in the 4 primal universes. However, because the Sacred Ground's tolerance was limited, with so many Tao Lords present, quasi-Tao Lords could not break through at all. He did not even have the qualifications to explore the Chaos Sea. Although he had lived for countless eons, he was trapped in the sacred ground like a prisoner. And this time, the 8 clouds inheritance allowed him to jump from such an awkward quasi-Tao Lord status to the most dazzling person in the entire Juntian Sacred Ground. His status was so high that it surpassed all the Tao Lords and heavenly venerables in the sacred ground. Even Juntian Supreme met him personally and had high hopes for him. He even said to him personally, "The deduction of the Heavenly King diagram has proven your potential. Even if you don't obtain the 8 clouds inheritance this time, you will receive the best grooming from my sacred ground in the future. So don't feel pressured. Just do your best to fight for it. If your performance is good enough this time and your potential is great enough, I can even help you become a heavenly venerate at all costs. I can even help you become a supreme and achieve eternity." Juntian Supreme's promise had long made perfected Lord Huyu's blood boil. The passion in his heart that had been silent for God knows how many eons burned again. He felt that he had returned to his youth, those years when he was constantly struggling, filled with fighting spirit. Become a heavenly venerate? Aren't only the 4 primal universes able to give birth to heavenly venerables? Could it be that Supremes have a way to break this limit? Perfected Lord Huyu also had doubts, but the admiration and trust he had for Juntian Supreme quickly cleared his doubts. The inheritance of the 8 clouds divine general is a complete path. It can allow one to cultivate from a weak to an extremely high realm. There is a high chance that it can break this limit. Since the ancient civilization has such a method, Supremes might be able to do it if they pay a certain price. Perfected Lord Hu Yu was very clear that this was the greatest opportunity he had encountered since he started cultivating. From mediocrity to legend. Even if he failed to fight for the inheritance, as long as he proved his potential, Jun Tian Supreme would be able to use a great ability to revive him and groom him again. Of course, Perfected Lord Hu Yu did not think that he would fail until the final moment. I must succeed. What is that Tao Lord Mountain Sea? He is just a small fellow. I have been mediocre for countless eons and did not have the qualifications to roam the Chaos Sea. Now that this opportunity has appeared, a chance to become a legend, I must grab it tightly. Perfected Lord Hu Yu looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in a state of madness. He was like a drowning person who suddenly grasped the hope of being rescued and could not let go. Chapter 6:18. In the fourth universe, there was a grotto heaven world that far exceeded the limit of a Tao Lord. It floated in the depths of space and slowly moved in the direction of the universe barrier. One day it would reach its limit, break through the universe barrier, and evolve into a miniature universe. This was Jianghu's grotto heaven world. Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven. In the grotto heaven world, except for the lack of spiritual life, there were mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, flowers, trees and so on. It was a scene of vitality. The clone was Jianghu's last resort and also his biggest trump card. It had been guarding the grotto heaven world and had never left. At this moment he suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with surprise. A melodious voice rang out in his mind. You have comprehended the ultimate sword Tao, eternal experience points plus 10 yuan. Breakthrough. I've finally broken through. The level of sword Tao is slightly different from ordinary Tao techniques. Sword intent corresponds to the level of the great Tao, while the ultimate sword Tao corresponds to the level of the heavenly Tao, Jianghu thought. Then he opened the experience points panel to check the changes in the Tao technique. Ultimate sword Tao, 10th level, 11,000 yuan. Jianghu was dumbfounded. The experience points needed to level up were heaven-defying. 1,000 eternal experience points. He could only get 9 eternal experience points from killing a universe Tao Lord. Then he would have to kill more than 100 to level up to perfection. Then he looked at his experience points. Experience points, 3,650 trillion. Eternal experience points, 27 yuan. In the past 5,000 years he had used up nearly 2 eternal experience points. Just now he was rewarded with another 10 yuan for comprehending the ultimate sword Tao, so his eternal experience points increased to 27 yuan. But compared to 1,000 yuan, it was still a far cry. Let's not think about this for now. Let's increase the strength of my primordial spirit first. Jianghu shook his head. Although the ultimate sword Tao had just broken through, the nature of the Tao technique had undergone a fundamental change. It had changed from the power of the great Tao to the power of the heavenly Tao. With a single thought, Riverward guided the Tao magic power of his Omega Sword Tao into his body and mind. His body's strength had already reached the level of a 6th-tier supreme treasure, so the power of Tao this time could not transform his body again. Due to the expansion of the estate world, his primal divinity had already reached the level of a universe Tao Lord and was on the verge of breaking through. Now that the Tao of the Omega Sword Tao had surged into his mind, Lin Yun felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Boom. Suddenly, there was a feeling of heaven and earth rumbling, and raging waves surged in his mind. The surging tide surrounded Jianghu's primordial spirit and roared continuously as if it was tempering Jianghu's primordial spirit. The strength of his primal divinity continued to rise through the tempering process. Soon it was close to the very limits of a universe Tao Lord. Just a step away from reaching the Empyrean level. However, the Tao of the Omega Sword Tao's effect on tempering the primordial spirit began to decrease. Almost. Just a little more. In his mind, Jianghu's primordial spirit was also roaring, "Break through." This voice seemed to form a wave, causing the mind that had calmed down to be filled with turbulent waves that smashed towards the primordial spirit. Boom. It was like a thunderbolt. It was also like the endless source of chaos that instantly evolved into the universe's billions of stars and countless living beings. At this moment, Jianghu's primordial spirit seemed to have broken through a layer of shackles. There was a happy feeling of being a fish in the sea. The 9-heaven world was mine to soar. At the same time, an extremely powerful spiritual consciousness spread out from his clone and fused into the entire Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven. The strength of a heavenly venerable's primordial spirit. Haha, my primordial spirit has broken through. Then I'll be a hidden dragon rising to the heavens. Jianghu laughed heartily. He could already feel that the speed and efficiency of using the experience panel to deduce the Heavenly King diagram had increased greatly. Universe 4 within the Skyspan Mountain River diagram. In front of the Heavenly King diagram that was surrounded by stars and nebulas. Oh! Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament looked at Jianghu in surprise. His spirit body has changed. The strength of his primordial spirit has transformed. He has cultivated for less than 100,000 years and already has a heavenly venerable level primordial spirit. Impressive. Even though he was a legendary heavenly venerable who was once invincible in the Chaos Sea, he had never seen anyone who could make their primordial spirit reach the heavenly venerable level in such a short period of time. This is great news. With the strength of his primordial spirit increasing, his deduction speed will be faster and more efficient. This way, his chances of obtaining the 8 Clouds legacy will greatly increase. Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament laughed heartily. Jianghu's spirit body stood in front of the Heavenly King diagram and started to deduce seriously. His entire being had entered an absolute peak state of deduction. Many difficult problems that previously required a long period of time to deduce and solve were now solved directly. In the blink of an eye, another 3,000 years had passed. The 8 Clouds ruins had been open for more than 10,000 years. At a glance, the Black Stone Square was filled with more than 100,000 experts and geniuses from various races in the Chaos Sea. At this moment, many candidates were secretly discussing the scene that had happened not long ago. Who would have thought that after Dao Lord Mountain Sea and perfected Lord Huyu, the one who completed the 2nd stage and reached the 3rd stage would be perfected Lord Fire Wind? This perfected Lord Fire Wind was unremarkable in the 3rd universe, but he managed to catch up. His potential is extraordinary. The 2 sacred grounds and the 1st universe must be mad. It would be strange if they weren't mad. The Red Lotus sacred ground has yet to have a candidate who has broken through the 2nd stage. The 1st universe is the most miserable. They sent the most candidates, but none of them could complete the 2nd stage. Although the Juntian sacred ground has perfected Lord Huyu who completed the 2nd stage, how many calamity eras has he lived? In terms of cultivation time, among the 3 candidates who completed the 2nd stage, Dao Lord Mountain Sea is the youngest, followed by perfected Lord Fire Wind. Although perfected Lord Huyu is also a perfected Lord, his competitiveness is naturally far inferior to perfected Lord Fire Wind. The experts from various forces in the Chaos Sea side. From the looks of it, the one with the best aptitude and comprehension was Dao Lord Mountain Sea of the 4th universe, followed by perfected Lord Fire Wind of the 3rd universe. It's done. Jianghu stood in front of the black stone pillar and smiled. He had finally succeeded in deducing 12,000 transformations. Before his essence spirit broke through, he had used 5,000 years to deduce 6,000 transformations. After that, he used 3,000 years to deduce the next 6,000 transformations. The first to 6,000 transformations and the 6,001 to 12,000 transformations. The number of transformations seemed the same, but the difficulty was thousands of times higher. When I deduced the 9,000 transformations, Divine General 8 Clouds did not appear. This means that the 3rd stage of the perfected Lord level is 6,001 to 12,000 transformations. Now he should appear, right? Jianghu chuckled and imprinted the 12,000 transformations on the black stone pillar. Countless blood-red light spots condensed out of thin air. The wind howled as if someone was crying in the cold wind, causing all the experts to wake up and look at the sky in shock. In the sky, the blood-red light spots quickly condensed into blood-red raindrops that fell from the sky and covered the entire square. Blood rain poured down. What's going on? This sound, why do I feel like crying? My essence spirit is at the heavenly venerable level. How can this sound affect my emotions? Something big is going to happen. At this moment, the rain of blood that filled the sky suddenly surged towards riverward. Whoosh! The blood rain condensed into a red light barrier in the blink of an eye and merged with Jianghu's original 2-colored barrier, forming a gold, silver, and red barrier. This 3-colored barrier was extremely dazzling. It was like an emperor standing in the middle of more than 100,000 experts and geniuses. Seeing this scene, everyone instantly understood what was going on. Impossible. No. The 3rd sacred master of the heavenly feather race in the 1st universe screamed crazily. His eyes were filled with anger and fear. The eternal opportunity belongs to my heavenly feather race. It belongs to my heavenly feather race. Damn it, damn it. This? A giant star beast in the second universe cried out in pain. The calamity is coming. Does the heavens want my star beast race to die? Even our last chance is being taken away? I'm not willing, not willing. The feeling of despair was spreading. At this moment, all the factions in the 4 original universes, except for the human faction in the 4th universe, were in despair. The calamity was coming. Apart from the eternal sacred land, everything would be destroyed and turned into nothingness. They were not willing to be drowned by the river of time. They were not willing to let their entire race disappear in the calamity. Therefore, when the 8 cloud ruins appeared, they gave it their all and used all their means. From the beginning, they attacked wantonly in order to affect the progress of Tao Lord Mountain Sea's deduction. But in the end, fate played a big joke on them. How could they not understand the scene before them? Tao Lord Mountain Sea had completed the 3rd stage and was now at the 4th stage. One had to know that apart from heavenly venerables, there were 5 stages in the deduction of the Heavenly King diagram. If anyone could complete the 4th stage, there was no need to continue the competition. They would be able to obtain the inheritance directly. Now that Tao Lord Mountain Sea had made another breakthrough, he was only one step away from obtaining the inheritance directly. How could these factions not feel despair? Mountain Sea. A crimson-armored figure appeared in the sky, shining with divine light. At this moment, the 8 clouds general was no longer as cold as before. Instead, he was dazzling. 8,000 years. The 8 clouds general closed his eyes, tears flowing down his cheeks. Silence. All the experts and geniuses present looked up at the 8 clouds general. Only 8,000 years. The 8 clouds general sighed softly. I didn't expect that after abandoning everything and embarking on a path of despair, I would be able to find a successor. In the future of the limitless calamity, I would find a junior like you. What? Did the 8 clouds general give the inheritance directly to Tao Lord Mountain Sea? The experts of various races paled. They were very worried but didn't dare refute. I have let down my ancestors. The 8 clouds general closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly. His expression was pained. After a long while, he opened his eyes again and looked at Jianghu. I have let them down. I am the one who caused the 8 clouds bloodline's destruction. My bloodline is incomparably noble. We once stood at the peak of countless civilizations and illuminated countless eras. However, because I stepped onto that path, the inheritance was almost severed. All along I have considered myself a sinner. But in the situation back then, I had no choice. The 8 clouds general's eyes were like the abyss of the 9 nether, filled with reminiscence. He looked at Jianghu and heaved a sigh of relief, as if all the pressure on his body had been lifted. Your aptitude and comprehension have already surpassed mine. No matter what happens next, at least the successor I find for this inheritance won't be inferior to me. In just 8,000 years, you have completed the 3rd stage and reached the 4th stage of the Heavenly King diagram. Congratulations, Mountain Sea. The 8 clouds general congratulated Jianghu with a smile. At that moment, Jianghu was already stunned by those words. The value of the 8 clouds bloodline's inheritance seemed to have far exceeded his imagination. Next, before the end of the 3rd stage, if you can deduce 20,000 changes. At this point, the 8 clouds general's gaze swept across the crowd. These candidates will be eliminated one by one to congratulate you for obtaining the inheritance. The 100,000 plus experts present were all shocked. Eliminated one by one? Wasn't it said that one could continue as long as they met the minimum requirements? But from the looks of it, the 8 clouds general wasn't some merciful person. Once he found a successor, all the other candidates would be useless. The 8 clouds general looked at Jianghu and continued, the time for the 3rd stage to deduce the Heavenly King diagram is 20,000 years. If you can deduce 20,000 changes within 20,000 years, then I'll be dead. Haha, although I'll die, I won't disappoint my ancestors. Remember 20,000 years. The 8 cloud divine general laughed and disappeared. The entire black stone square was deathly silent. Countless powerhouses looked at Jianghu with eyes filled with either jealousy, madness, or malice. Only the candidates from the 4th universe's human camp looked at him with eyes filled with worship. Facing all of this, Jianghu calmly closed his eyes. His spiritual sense entered the Heavenly King diagram and continued to deduce with all his strength. 20,000 years, there were still 12,000 years left. Time passed year after year. Of the more than 100,000 candidates, the speed of deduction became slower and slower. More and more of them approached the limits of their potential. Every few thousand years, only one candidate would barely complete the 2nd stage and reach the 3rd stage. As for those who completed the first stage, there were no more. Clearly, those who still couldn't break through at this time had already reached their limits. No matter how much time was given, it was impossible to break through. Currently, those who had reached the third stage. Perfected Lord Hu Yu was ranked second only to Jianghu. Perfected Lord Firewind was third. Dao Lord Tuoyu was fourth. His breakthrough surprised the Red Lotus Sacred Land and they were looking forward to it. Trikoska Si was fifth. This was the only ninth tribulation transcender from the third universe. Dao Lord Chihan was sixth. Another hope for the Great Sky Sacred Land. Dao Lord Jinlan was seventh. It was definitely a huge surprise that she could break through to the third stage. Even the Heavenly Feather race didn't expect that Dao Lord Jinlan would break through consecutively. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Feather race were excited. There was finally hope. Time seemed to pass faster and faster. 15,000 years, 16,000 years, 17,000 years, 18,000 years, 19,000 years. As the 20,000-year deadline approached, everyone was anxious and worried. They were worried that Dao Lord Mountain Sea would deduce 20,000 changes at the last moment. As long as the inheritor did not appear and everyone entered the fourth square, there was still a chance. It must not succeed. It must not succeed. If it succeeds, all hope will be gone. If there's a mystical ability in this world that can exchange a life for a life, I'd rather die in exchange for the life of Dao Lord Mountain Sea and give my race hope. Everyone was silently looking forward to it. Along the way there were even Dao Lords who attacked Jianghu crazily in despair. In the end, they were destroyed by the tricolored barrier. Chapter 619. Universe 4 Inside the Skyspan Mountain River Diagram. Heavenly Venerable Zi Shao looked at Jianghu, who was seriously deducing next to him. He was more and more surprised because Jianghu's progress was too fast. This Heavenly Monarch diagram was an increasingly difficult deduction game, but Jianghu's deduction speed was abnormal. It was getting faster and faster. Is it because he's from Earth? Ever since Jianghu became a high-ranking member of the human race, the Earth lineage had been completely integrated into the human race of the Tao Alliance. In the past 30,000 years, it had welcomed a flourishing development. There were close to 10,000 tribulation transcender experts, and 2 perfected lords had appeared. They were Jianghu's sworn brother Shen Tian and second sister Li Baibai. The speed at which the experts of the Earth lineage appeared was very shocking and abnormal. Even among the 3 gates and 6 sects, no one dared to say that so many experts had appeared in 30,000 years. Moreover, there were many young geniuses of the Earth lineage. One could imagine that as time passed, those geniuses would become tribulation transcenders and perfected lords. Jianghu seems to be the most dazzling person of the Earth lineage. Heavenly Venerable Zi Shao frowned and pondered. Now, the higher-ups of the human race of the Tao Alliance knew that Earth was a very special planet. The life forms born on this planet generally had high aptitudes and comprehension abilities. They rarely encountered bottlenecks in their cultivation, and even if they did, they would quickly break through them. Everything behind this is related to Heavenly Venerable Bluestone. Heavenly Venerable Zi Shao thought of the barbarian in the beast robe. Before he was permanently suppressed by Universe 4, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone had already been active in Universe 4. In fact, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone had become a Heavenly Venerable earlier than him. This old man is very mysterious. Over the years, even with his help, my Heavenspan Mountain River diagram was unable to spy on this planet. In the entire Primal Chaos Sea, apart from the 2 Supremes who have never appeared in the Primal Chaos Sea, only Heavenly Venerable Bluestone can't see through him. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone deliberately hid Earth for countless eras. What is he trying to do? Now, it seems that I should be able to find the final answer through Jianghu. Jianghu was doing his best to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. During this process he had obtained many benefits, especially in terms of perception. Although he was deducing it through the EXP panel, the root of the problem was still his primordial spirit. The EXP panel was like a magnifier, amplifying the strength of his primordial spirit by many times. Therefore, under this kind of training, his comprehension ability obtained a great improvement. Jianghu was confident that even if he didn't use the experience panel now, he would be able to deduce 100 variations of the Heavenly King chart in a month if he were to rededuce it. The 19,210th change. Jianghu frowned slightly. 20,000 years is almost up. It's too late. After thinking for a while, he smiled and shook his head. So what if I can't make it in time? With my current deduction progress, even if I really come into contact with the inheritance later on, I'm confident that I can become the final inheritor. He had used 8,000 years to deduce 12,000 transformations. His aptitude and comprehension had already surpassed the 8 Cloud Divine Generals. Now he would only be stronger. At this moment, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Juntian Holy Land, Huyu, completed the 3rd stage of deduction and reached the 4th stage. The 8 Cloud Divine General descended once again. He looked at Perfected Lord Huyu and said softly, "Among all the candidates, only you can compete with Mountain Sea for the final inheritance. As for the other candidates, unless they undergo a fundamental transformation, it's impossible. Work hard, don't admit defeat so easily." "Yes." Perfected Lord Huyu bowed respectfully. He looked at Jianghu, his eyes filled with madness, extreme madness. He was also fighting for the only chance in countless eras. Holding on tightly, he naturally wouldn't let go. He gave it his all and finally deduced 12,000 transformations when the 20,000-year period was about to end, reaching the 4th stage. Crazy? But what qualifications do you have to compete with me? Jianghu looked at Perfected Lord Huyu calmly. All the candidates thought that he was a Tao Lord powerhouse. Little did they know that his true cultivation was only a rank 5 true lord. The 20,000-year deduction was finally over. Jianghu's final deduction result was 19,414 transformations. Although it was a pity, it was definitely the highest. Even those heavenly venerables were far inferior to him. The 3rd stage, the deduction of the Heavenly King diagram, ends here. Candidates who completed the 1st stage of deduction, 743. Candidates who completed the 2nd stage of deduction, 5. Candidates who completed the 3rd stage of deduction, 2. The 8 Cloud Divine General looked down at all the candidates and said slowly, "We came later than Tao Lord Mountain Sea and the others. We should still have time." "Yes, give us some more time." Below, experts immediately cried out. Indeed, there were many candidates who had arrived half a year later than Riverward, or even 1 or 2 years later. However, the 8 Cloud Divine General was incomparably cold. "Even if I give you another 100,000 years, I'm afraid you won't be able to complete the 1st stage of deduction. Even if you complete it, what use do I have for you? In this inheritance, Mountain Sea and Huyu are the most important. The 5 candidates who completed the 2nd stage of deduction only have a theoretical possibility. The others are just there to make up the numbers. As for you guys, you didn't even complete the 1st stage. Such talent. According to the rules, all of you shall die." The 8 Cloud Divine General waved his hand. Whoosh. The stone pillars on the black stone square emitted wisps of golden light that attacked the candidates. In an instant, more than 100,000 candidates who did not meet the minimum requirements were all annihilated and turned into ashes. Their Dharma treasures scattered all over the ground. On the field, the remaining 750 candidates were all secretly shocked and full of anticipation. Only Jianghu felt that it was a pity. Those were all experience points gone just like that. Unfortunately, he could not control the will of the 8 Cloud Divine General. Then Jianghu also looked forward to it. The 3rd stage of the Heavenly King diagram deduction was finally over. The next step was to come into contact with the true inheritance. That was the 8 Cloud inheritance that caused the various factions in Chaos Sea to go crazy. Continue forward to the 4th square. The 8 Cloud Divine General looked at them. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and pointed. The red fog that enveloped the square quickly separated, and a quiet path appeared in the middle, extending into an unknown direction. "This path is not dangerous. Don't worry," and set off. The 8 Cloud Divine General turned into a blood-colored stream of light and disappeared, arriving at the next square. Jianghu, Perfected Lord Huyu, Perfected Lord Firewind, Perfected Lord Tua Yi, Perfected Lord Jin Lan, Perfected Lord Chi Han, Perfected Lord Hua Hai, and 15 Heavenly Venerables. There were also a large number of candidates who had completed the 1st stage of deduction. They hurriedly flew into the quiet path. Universe 4, inside the Skyspan Mountain River diagram. A huge Heavenly King diagram was surrounded by flowing nebulas and large stars. Now Jianghu's clone had stopped deducing. As he was about to come into contact with the true inheritance, he did not dare to be distracted. 20,000 years. Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament suddenly laughed. Finally, at the end of the 20,000 years, 30,000 changes were deduced. As there was no danger, everyone flew at full speed on the quiet path and soon arrived at the 4th square. As soon as they entered, everyone was attracted by the scene in front of them. This square was completely different from the previous 3. It was actually a green grassland. From where they were, at the end of the grassland stood a unique pavilion. After carefully counting, there were exactly 8 floors. Could the inheritance be in that pavilion? The candidates' hearts immediately burned with excitement. They quickly flew to the front of the pavilion. When they finally arrived, the figure of the 8-cloud divine general also appeared. However, his towering figure, which was nearly 10,000 meters tall, appeared somewhat small in front of this pavilion. The 8-cloud divine general's expression was no longer cold. He looked down at the 750 candidates with a smile. Since you have already arrived here, you are qualified to come into contact with the true inheritance. Inheritance? The true inheritance. The 750 candidates from the various factions in the Chaos Sea were all very excited. They all knew in their hearts that in the end, only one of them would be able to obtain the complete inheritance. As for the other candidates, as long as they could obtain a portion of the inheritance and be able to send the message back before they died, it would be worth it. With the preciousness of the 8-cloud divine general's inheritance, even if I only obtain a portion of the inheritance, there might be a way to cultivate to the eternal realm. Once I obtain this method, I will immediately self-destruct. Although my main body has fallen, I still have an avatar and can continue to live. At this stage, if I am attacked by the 8-cloud divine general, I am afraid I will completely die. Almost all the candidates who had completed the first stage of deduction had such thoughts in their hearts. Of the 750 candidates present, only 2 had completed the third stage of deduction, and only 5 had completed the second stage of deduction. It was obvious that the complete inheritance this time would not be obtained by those who had completed the first stage of deduction. Their goal was very simple. They wanted to obtain some information about the inheritance and then self-destruct to save their lives. This was the way of the king. The 8-cloud divine general looked at the various factions experts below with thoughts in his mind. They seemed to be impatient. He chuckled and said, "Don't be anxious. According to the rules, you can come into contact with the inheritance. However, I still have some questions that I need to ask you." Questions? The candidates' hearts tightened. At the same time, they were also muttering that this 8-cloud divine general was so troublesome. At this stage, why was he still asking questions? The other candidates have no questions. I mainly want to ask you Empyrean Masters. The 8-cloud divine general looked at the Empyrean Masters present. There were a total of 15 Empyrean Masters, 8 from the first universe, 5 from the second universe and 2 from the third universe. This time, due to the different deduction requirements, these Empyrean Masters were at a disadvantage. They even performed very poorly during the Sky King diagram deduction. Among them, a few Empyrean Masters almost did not complete the first stage of deduction within 20,000 years. If you answer my questions incorrectly, then you have no fate with the inheritance, said the 8-cloud divine general. The 15 Empyrean Masters were shocked. Someone wanted to ask, didn't they agree on this before? The 8-cloud divine general explained, it's not that I don't want to give you a chance, but the inheritance of my 8-cloud divine general has special requirements for the miniature universes that you nurture. Once a miniature universe is nurtured, it will be fixed and its future path will be limited. If the structure of your miniature universe does not meet my requirements, then you are naturally not qualified to receive the inheritance. There are such requirements? The structure of a miniature universe? The Empyrean Masters present were shocked and some started to worry. No one knew what the requirements of the 8-cloud inheritance were for miniature universes. The 8-cloud divine general continued, the other Tao Lords, True Lords and Ninth Tribulation Transcenders are weak and have yet to open up miniature universes. As long as they can receive the inheritance of my 8-cloud divine general, when they open up miniature universes in the future, they will naturally receive guidance on how to structure a suitable miniature universe. But for you Empyrean Masters, your miniature universes have already been fixed. The 8-cloud divine general asked them, now, tell me the structure of your miniature universes directly. Structure? The 15 Empyrean Masters were hesitant. Right now, they really wanted to know what kind of universe structure God General 8-cloud wanted, and then they could just fabricate some fake information to target it. However, the 8-cloud divine general was not stupid. He did not reveal any information, nor did he give them any chance to fabricate anything. At the same time, the other candidates were secretly relieved. Fortunately, the question was directed at Empyrean Masters, and it had nothing to do with them. No wonder the 2 Holy Land universes did not send any Empyrean Masters over. It seems that the 8-cloud inheritance allows Empyrean Masters to become the inheritor. However, the requirements are extremely harsh. The structure of the miniature universe must meet the special requirements of the 8-cloud divine general. As for the Empyrean Masters of the 2 Holy Lands, Their miniature universes have been destroyed by the calamity, so there is no need to talk about a universe structure. Jianghu thought to himself. So that's how it is. The inheritance actually has requirements for miniature universes. The other Dao Lords, True Lords and Ninth Tribulation Transcenders all widened their horizons. This had nothing to do with them, so they all watched with great interest. They wanted to know what was going on with the structure of a miniature universe. Speak. What are you waiting for? The Eight-Cloud Divine General frowned. You speak first. He pointed at Empyrean Master Feng Lai. Empyrean Master Feng Lai's expression changed slightly. All of them wanted to be the last to answer. This way they could infer the requirements of the Eight-Cloud Divine General based on the answers of the other Empyreans. Therefore, whoever answered first would be at a disadvantage. However, now that the Eight-Cloud Divine General had chosen him, there was no room for hesitation. Empyrean Master Feng Lai clenched his teeth and said, "When my Grotto Heaven world evolved into a miniature universe, I was at the edge of the entire miniature universe. I opened up the space of the 8 origins: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light and darkness. They were connected to the origin of the entire miniature universe to stabilize the structure of the entire miniature universe. Ordinary methods." Next. The Eight-Cloud Divine General shook his head indifferently, and his gaze fell on the third sacred master of the Heavenly Feather Clan. After answering the question, Empyrean Master Feng Lai's expression changed drastically. He sighed silently. It seemed that this was not going to work. Now, it was the third sacred master's turn to be nervous and worried. Chapter 620. Facing 8 Cloud Generals' questioning, the third holy master of the Sky Feather Clan quickly made up a story. The miniature universe that I created includes a total of 10,000 space planes, and the origin of these space planes is based on the Sword Path secret technique to form a sword-shaped universe origin. That's all? 8 Cloud General looked at him expressionlessly. The third holy master was making up a story, but when he heard 8 Cloud General's question, he immediately felt that he had a chance. He quickly added, "Of course that's not all. To stabilize these 10,000 space planes, I created another 10,000 miniature space planes in each of them, and the origins were also in the shape of swords. Actually, there are a total of trillions of space planes. What nonsense. If you had such a structure, your miniature universe would have collapsed long ago." 8 Cloud General sneered. Next. Some great beings couldn't help but laugh. The third holy master glared at them. He had indeed made up a structure that was purely his imagination. After all, when becoming a celestial master, everyone had carefully designed the structure of their miniature universes. No one had dared to mess around. Although there were many ideas, they were all careful and safe. They didn't dare to try too much. When I became a celestial master, my cave world evolved into a miniature universe, and all the space planes in it used the origins as the foundation to form a pyramid. It was extremely stable. Although it was stable, it also restricted your development to a higher level. Next. My miniature universe. These celestial masters were all racking their brains to answer. Regardless of whether they were talking about the structure of their miniature universes or just making up a story, they were all trying to get close to 8 Cloud Generals' requirements. Next. Your structure is interesting, but are you sure you have such a structure? It's too ordinary. If you really have such a structure of your miniature universe, it's a miracle that you've survived until now. 8 Cloud General listened to the answers of the 15 Celestial Masters and made comments, but none of them met his requirements. After all the Celestial Masters had answered, he shook his head lightly. As expected, without guidance from a stronger great being, it's impossible to complete an advanced universe structure based on your own ideas. You Celestial Masters have limited potential, so you're not qualified to inherit my inheritance. The 15 Empyrean powerhouses looked at each other, all very helpless. I didn't expect there to be so many things to pay attention to when creating a miniature universe. Jianghu thought to himself. That's right. Cultivators in the Chaos Sea who can reach the Heavenly Venerate level are already at the top. There was no clear standard for which miniature universe was better or worse. Only a powerful existence from an ancient civilization like the 8 Clouds General would know which universe structure is better. This was the importance of a legacy. The 8 Clouds inheritance was the accumulated experience of countless experts in the past. It was a path that led to the peak. For the sake of such a path, the past generations of experts had paid an unimaginable price. In other words, the value of each peak succession was immeasurable. It was no wonder that the supreme beings of the 2 Holy Land universes were tempted. However, 8 Clouds Divine General looked at the 15 Empyreans and suddenly said, Everything in this world has a chance of good fortune. I am someone who keeps my promises. Since you have completed the first stage of the deduction, I will naturally give you a chance. However, the difficulty for you to obtain the inheritance is thousands of times greater than the other candidates. All the Empyrean venerates became excited. As long as there was still a chance, it was fine. Also, 8 Cloud's divine general's eyes suddenly turned cold. They were filled with murderous intent that made people shudder. The candidates were nervous. They didn't know what was going to happen. All the candidates of the Heavenly Feather race are not qualified to receive the inheritance, and they will all die. 8 Cloud's divine general said coldly. The Heavenly Feather race? Jianghu was shocked. This. Tao Lord Tuoyi was also shocked. The Heavenly Feather race is not qualified to receive the inheritance? True Lord Huyu was also confused. Impossible. Tao Lord Jinlan was shocked and furious. Not only her, but the 3rd Sacred Master, the 4th Sacred Master, Tao Lord Shifeng, and all the other candidates of the Heavenly Feather race were shocked. Boom. The 3rd Sacred Master immediately took out the Heavenly Feather race's cornerstone treasure, the 7th grade flying type true treasure Rippling Palace. He entered the Palace of Turbid Waves almost instantly. Then the colorful palace rapidly grew in size. Come in. Instantly the 4th Sacred Master, Tao Lord Shifeng, Tao Lord Jinlan, and the others rushed into the Rippling Palace as fast as they could, ignoring their shock and anger. They all knew that even if they were angry, they had to hide inside the 7th grade true treasure first. It wouldn't be too late to question it later. After all, the 3rd Sacred Master's strength was enough to ensure their safety by fully activating the 7th grade true treasure. Although the 8 Clouds Divine General was powerful, he had already died. He was just an illusion and probably couldn't do anything to them. Soon, a total of 54 candidates of the Heavenly Feather race, including the 2 Heavenly Venerables, entered the Rippling Palace. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. On the green grassland, there was a colorful palace that looked very eye-catching. Lord 8 Clouds Divine General. Why are the Heavenly Feather race not qualified to receive the inheritance? All of us have to die? Why is there such a difference? 8 Clouds Divine General, if you really don't want us to receive the inheritance, why didn't you tell us directly at the start of the selection? Just like how you treated the corpse race, saying that they aren't qualified to receive the inheritance. If you had told us earlier, we wouldn't have had to send so many people here. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Feather race questioned one after another. They were all very angry. Yes, Lord 8 Clouds Divine General, why is there such a difference in treatment? Why did you give us hope and then make us despair? In the end, you said that we aren't qualified and even wanted to kill us. Angry voices came from the Rippling Palace one after another. The 8 Clouds Divine General's abyss-like eyes were filled with a sharp blood-red light. He said coldly, "You bunch of birdmen, your ancestors betrayed the primordial realm in the early years and helped the astral realm cut off our path of retreat. Otherwise, with the strength of an imperial lord, how could we have been defeated so easily? If not for the fact that I'm already dead, I would have wiped out your race with a slap." These words were full of killing intent. They shrouded the 4th square and the temperature suddenly dropped. The content of these words shocked all the Heavenly Venerables, Tao Lords, Perfected Lords and 9th Tribulation Transcenders. A total of 750 candidates. Primordial Realm? The Astral Realm? The 8 Clouds Divine General came from the Primordial Realm, and the Heavenly Feather race used to be a race of the Primordial Realm. But they betrayed the Primordial Realm? There was too much information hidden in these words, and the powerhouses present couldn't figure out the relationship between them for a while. Jianghu was also very shocked, but his shock was somewhat different from the other candidates. To be precise, he was even more clear about the relationship between them. This was because Qing Shuang's map had mentioned the Primordial Realm and the Astral Realm. At that time he didn't care about these. After all, such names were very common. For example, Tao Lord 9 Clouds Grotto Heaven World was called the 9 Clouds Realm. In addition, there was too much information in Qing Shuang's map. It was very easy for him to ignore the names of the Primordial Realm and the Astral Realm. Now, after hearing the 8 Clouds Divine General's words, he immediately recalled the relevant information in his mind. Qing Shuang's race can monitor the entire Chaos Sea with a mysterious monitoring space. They are incomparably powerful, but they are only the descendants of those terrifying existences in the relief carvings. According to Qing Shuang, those terrifying existences, which are their ancestors, once had 7 Holy Land universes. However, they were all destroyed in a great battle with the enemies of the upper realm. Jiang Ci recalled the scenes recorded in the relief carvings of the mysterious monitoring space. There were powerhouses fighting, causing the sky to fall and the earth to sink. The void split open into abyssal cracks that couldn't be healed. Endless chaotic gray fog poured down like a waterfall. There was a golden whip that swept across the sky, destroying numerous ancient warships and leaving behind a golden river in the void. There was a mountain peak that directly killed a group of giants with 3 heads and 6 arms. Black rain overflowed into the sky. There was also a peerless figure that created a resplendent path that pierced through everything, sweeping away the powerful enemies in the sky like rain and crossing into an unknown world. That extremely terrifying battle created the 2 great danger zones of the Chaos Sea, Golden River and Mount Shenhuang. And Qing Shuang's map once vaguely mentioned that the astral realm seemed to be the enemy of the upper realm in that battle. Jiang Ci quickly understood everything. In that case, the ancestors of Qing Shuang's race, those terrifying existences, should be related to the primordial realm. In other words, they were people of the primordial realm. Then, were they related to the 8 cloud divine generals and the supreme monarch? Jiang Ci couldn't think of an answer for this at the moment. Before he could continue thinking, his train of thought was interrupted by angry and unwilling voices. This is impossible. Ancestors of the heavenly feather race. The first sacred lord of our race was the first heavenly feather race life form born in the first universe. He's the ancestor of the heavenly feather race. How could the first sacred lord betray the primordial realm? Waves of angry roars came from within the mud billow palace. The 8 clouds divine general was extremely cold. The heavenly feather race is an eternal race. Although the heavenly feather divine general was destroyed by the people of our primordial realm, the heavenly feather race is still a race of eternal races. Although the heavenly feather race was annihilated by the primordial realm, the bloodline she left behind is an existence that can't be erased. After every calamity, the Chaos Sea will give birth to the heavenly feather race again. Even some of her inheritance will return to your race. The syllables in the 8 cloud generals' words were different from hers. Everyone was able to discern this point, and they thought of many other things. The heavenly feather divine general? All the heavenly venerables and Tao lords present knew that the heavenly feather race had once obtained the inheritance of a heavenly venerate ruin in the myriad world's ruins. The 9 Empyrean level holy lords could use their inheritances to summon an incomparably sacred supreme phantom. That light figure was 1,000,000 kilometers tall and had 12 pairs of 5-colored wings on its back. Although its face was blurry, it was certain that it was a woman. Now, combined with the 8 cloud generals' words. Of course, everyone could guess that the sovereign light figure was probably the heavenly feather divine general. Eternal race? Bloodline can't be erased? Jiang Ci was shocked. He had seen the battle between Tomorrow Venerate and the 2 heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race in the mysterious monitoring space. He had also seen the heavenly feather race's sovereign descent. Therefore he knew the connection between them. Now you can all die. The 8 cloud generals spoke again. The blood-red light in his abyss-like eyes had become extremely dazzling. Haha, you didn't give us hope or a way to live in that case. I'd like to see how many years you've been dead. Do you have the ability to pass through the obstruction of a Tier 7 supreme treasure to kill us? The 3rd sacred lord laughed angrily. He was mad. Come, let me see how strong a mere shadow can be, the 4th sacred lord roared. Boom. The palace of turbid waves suddenly turned into a stream of light and smashed toward the 8 cloud generals with great power. The power of 2 heavenly venerables activating a Tier 7 supreme treasure at the same time was extremely terrifying. The other candidates present, including Jiang Ci, were all shocked. Even the other 13 heavenly venerables were not confident that they could withstand this attack. Umph. The 8 cloud generals snorted coldly. Countless green rays of light appeared on the grass of the square, exuding rich vitality. Then these green rays of light condensed in the air and wrapped around the palace of turbid waves layer by layer like spider webs and silk. Boom. The palace of turbid waves struggled madly, causing cracks to appear in the space around it. However, the countless green rays of light were tough. They bound the palace of turbid waves tightly, preventing it from escaping. Haha, you can only bind it, but you can't kill it. The 3rd sacred lord's voice came from the palace of turbid waves. This is a Tier 7 supreme treasure. There are only a few of them in the entire Chaos Sea. What a joke. It's just a Tier 7 supreme treasure. If I were still alive, I could crush it with a wave of my hand. But now, the 8 cloud generals looked down and pointed at the ground. An abyssal fissure suddenly appeared on the ground that was covered by grass. Waves of terrifying aura fluctuations emanated from it. The palace of turbid waves struggled madly, but it was still dragged toward the crack by the countless green rays of light. The secret techniques I left behind may not be able to kill you, but the dangerous places I set up are enough to kill you. Boom. Angry roars came from the palace of turbid waves, but it was still dragged into the terrifying crack by the countless green rays of light. Rumble. The crack closed instantly and the square became quiet again. The terrifying energy that spread from it also disappeared. Even so, the experts present were still fearful of him under normal circumstances. The third sacred lord of the Heavenly Feather clan would be invincible in the Chaos Sea if he used a Tier 7 supreme treasure. Unless he met an absolute being or an invincible celestial master like Purple Sky, his life would be in danger. Now, the 8 cloud generals had killed the third sacred lord and the fourth sacred lord with a wave of his hand. At the same time, in the boundless Chaos Sea, the 9 miniature universes of the Heavenly Feather clan floated near the first universe. 2 of the miniature universes were collapsing rapidly. Universe barriers that were hundreds of light years long and wide crashed toward the stars and continents in the miniature universes. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Was doomsday. Evacuate. Move to the other sacred lord's universes. The sky is falling. The third sacred lord is dead. I'm not leaving. I'm going to live and die with the fourth sacred lord. The 2 miniature universes were filled with cries. Universe transportation portals kept operating, sending the members of the Heavenly Feather clan to the other miniature universes. At the same time, the remaining 7 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather clan were gathered in the first sacred lord's miniature universe. Sacred lords, after the third sacred lord was sucked into the crack of the abyss, the third sacred lord felt that something was amiss. All the Tao lords, true lords, and ninth tribulation transcendent were able to survive. Tao Lord Jin Lan respectfully reported the situation to the 7 sacred lords. That crack of the abyss is very powerful. It should contain terrifying primordial spirit attacks. The third sacred lord and the fourth sacred lord couldn't withstand those attacks even when they worked together. When they couldn't hold on any longer, they immediately ordered us to self-destruct and leave. The survivors described the situation one by one. The 7 sacred lords didn't speak, but their expressions were ugly. The 8 cloud generals had said that the Heavenly Feather clan was an eternal race and that new members of the Heavenly Feather clan would be born after the Chaos Sea disaster. But what did that have to do with them? Once the calamity arrived, they would all die. Even if there was a new Heavenly Feather clan, it would be another race. The only chance for the Heavenly Feather clan to become eternal was gone just like that. Not only that, but the third sacred lord and the fourth sacred lord had also died. Those were 2 heavenly venerables. Especially the third sacred lord, who was a third-step heavenly venerable and the second strongest person in the clan. When the 9 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather clan worked together to use the Supreme Descent technique, they could summon a supreme projection with strength close to that of a supreme. Now there were only 7 sacred lords left. Although they could still use the Supreme Descent technique, its power would be greatly reduced. Moreover, their clan treasure, the Rippling Palace, had been lost in the 8 cloud ruins. They had suffered heavy losses. Damn it. The 9th sacred lord's eyes were filled with killing intent. According to what the 8 cloud generals said, the Heavenly Feather clan will definitely fight to the death with them. The 2nd sacred lord said in a low voice. If that's the case, we must prepare as soon as possible. Once we find out who the final 8 cloud inheritor is, we must immediately kill them. The first sacred lord said coldly. Then the 7 sacred lords rushed to the Chaos Sea ruins at the same time. After the Heavenly Feather clan's pain and anger, they made the decision to kill the 8 cloud inheritor. At the same time, the Juntian sacred ground, the 4th universe's human race, and the other forces in the Chaos Sea were also looking forward to it. Based on the current situation, only Jianghu and Perfected Lord Hu Yu had the highest possibility of obtaining the inheritance. However, the other candidates still had a chance. In the Juntian sacred ground, Supremacy Juntian personally talked to Perfected Lord Hu Yu and Perfected Lord Chihan's clones. It was obvious that this ancient supremacy could not sit still any longer. Supremacy Red Lotus of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground also personally met Perfected Lord Tua Yi and the other candidates. All the forces were looking forward to the candidates who made it to the 4th stage to obtain the inheritance. The heavy burden of each race was placed on the candidates, causing them to be extremely excited and fanatical. Since they had already embarked on this path, it was equivalent to walking on a path of no return. This was because only one inheritor could survive in the end. The rest would have to die. Therefore, everyone was already mentally prepared. Whether it was for themselves or for their race, they would do whatever it took. Even if they had to pay with their lives, they would not hesitate. Now, what they needed to do was to try their best to send the information they obtained from the inheritance back to their race before they died. In the fourth universe, Venerable Ming also had a conversation with Jiangxi's clone. Venerable Ming said with a deep gaze, "In the vast chaos sea, there are originally only two paths if one wants to cultivate eternity. One is the eternal road that descended from an unknown place. However, according to the records of many races, it seems that the eternal road has not descended for a long time." Of course, Jiangxi knew the reason. It was because the ancestor of Qing Shuang's race had a great battle with the upper realm, so the eternal road no longer descended. Venerable Ming continued, "The other path is to break through eternity. Go to the endless void above the chaos sea and break through the realm wall. If you can break through it, you can also achieve eternity. However, this path is similar to a path of no return." Even Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament did not have the confidence to break through the realm wall back then. Compared to Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament back then, there's still a big gap, let alone breaking through eternity. Venerable Ming sighed softly and then chuckled. Now it seems that there's still a third path. Previously, the various forces in the Chaos Sea had always had doubts. In the absence of the Eternal Road, why are there two great Holy Land universes? Presumably, the two supreme beings were like today. They obtained the ancient inheritance in the myriad world ruins and thus obtained the method to cultivate eternity. Venerable Ming looked at Jiangxi. Today's 8 Clouds inheritance is another opportunity to become eternity. This opportunity is the biggest opportunity for you and the human race in the fourth universe. Moreover, you're now the most likely candidate to obtain the inheritance. At the beginning of the fourth universe, the human race stood up step by step from being weak. Under the leadership of Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament, we rose among the thousands of races in the fourth universe and became the strongest peak race. At that time, the human race experienced countless wars with other races and faced the danger of extinction many times until the rise of Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament. Now the human race is strong. Countless descendants of the human race can travel and play in this vast universe without any worries. They can use a large amount of resources to cultivate and even make many races our vassals. Other than the human race in the first universe that was exterminated when they were weak, in the other universes, the human race is the peak race. Because we have an unyielding heart, a heart that is always upward. We're not willing to be weak. Similarly, we're not willing to be annihilated in the long river of time. Venerable Ming's tone was resolute and decisive. What the human race wants to be is an eternal existence, even stronger than the two Holy Land universes. We want to reach the level of the ancient civilization and create a more brilliant and powerful civilization. And this time it's an opportunity. The rise of every great being has some key transformation turning point. And the rise of a race also has such a key transformation turning point. Your opportunity this time is the key turning point of the human race's destiny. Whether the human race walks to the peak or is annihilated in the long river of time, it's all up to you, Jiangxi. Venerable Ming looked at Jiangxi, his eyes full of expectation. "I'll do my best." Jiangxi nodded solemnly. In the fourth square of 8 Cloud ruins, 8 Cloud Godly General stood in front of the 8-story pavilion and looked down at the remaining 696 candidates. Then he said loudly, "This pavilion is 8 Cloud Pavilion. The inheritance of the 8 Clouds pulse is all hidden in the Pavilion of Secrets." When the 8 Clouds received the inheritance in the past, it was also in this 8 Cloud Pavilion. As soon as this was said, the eyes of all the candidates, including Riverward, immediately lit up. They were looking forward to it. This 8 Cloud Pavilion is a true treasure. Although it's used to carry the inheritance, 8 Cloud Godly General said with a sigh, it can absorb all kinds of energy including the gray fog in the Chaos Ocean. It can maintain the stability of the internal space of 8 Cloud Pavilion and maintain the reproduction of life in the space. Jiangxi and the others were shocked, but they quickly calmed down as they were used to it. Under normal circumstances, only the 4 original universes, the 2 Holy Land universes, and the miniature universes of celestial masters could absorb such terrifying energy for their own use. Even celestial masters couldn't absorb the gray fog in the Chaos Ocean. However, the 8 Clouds inheritance from the primordial realm wasn't restricted by this rule. Even a supreme treasure could actively absorb the chaotic gray fog, which was why it could remain intact after the era of infinite calamity. 8 Cloud Godly General looked at them and said, "Now it's time for you to receive the inheritance. Before the inheritance begins, there's something I need to clarify. The hearts of Riverward and the other candidates immediately rose again. They were worried that the Eight Clouds Divine General would cause trouble again. Eight Cloud Godly General continued, I know that in your era, secret techniques are divided into 3 levels: Pinnacle, Ultimate, and Origin. In the primordial realm it's not like this. Over there, secret techniques are divided according to their levels and it's more detailed. The first 3 levels correspond to Pinnacle secret techniques. The 4th to 6th levels corresponded to the Ultimate secret techniques. Levels 7 to 9 correspond to Celestial Master secret techniques. Levels 10 and above correspond to Supreme secret techniques. The 696 candidates all heaved a sigh of relief and fell into deep thought. According to this classification, my Mountain Sea Sword Sutra of the Great Tao is a 4th-tier mystic art? Riverward thought. Level 4 to 6 ultimate secret techniques were generally mastered by Tao Lords. This was because one had to comprehend the heavenly Tao to create a secret technique of this level. His Great Tao scroll was created from a Great Tao level Taoist technique. Originally, it could only reach level 3 at most. However, he cultivated 7 Taoist techniques at the same time and combined the 5 elements. In the end, he broke through this limit and reached level 4. Then what's the purpose of 8 Cloud Godly General saying all this? Jianghu raised his head and looked at 8 Cloud Godly General. The other candidates were the same. 8 Cloud Godly General said, I'm saying all this because the final inheritance of the 4th level is determined by your results in creating the secret technique. In this level you need to create a new secret technique. Due to your different cultivation levels, my requirements for you are also different. The requirement for 9 Tribulation Transcenders is to create a level 3 secret technique. The requirement for Perfected Lords is to create a level 6 secret technique. The requirement for Tao Lords is to create a level 9 secret technique. The requirements for Heavenly Venerables are lower. You just need to create a level 10 secret technique. Whoosh! Immediately, the candidates present were in an uproar as they looked at the Heavenly Venerables too abnormal. The remaining 13 Heavenly Venerables all had ugly expressions. Some smiled bitterly while others cursed in their hearts. Lo my ass! A level 10 secret technique was already at the supreme level. If they could create it, they would have become supreme long ago. Why would they wait until now? Therefore this is a competition game. Among you candidates, the first to create a secret technique that meets the requirements will be the final inheritor. Remember, it's a new secret technique. 8 Cloud Godly General's words were shocking. Jianghu's expression also changed. Did that mean that his advantage in the 3rd level was gone? Apart from the Heavenly Venerables, the other candidates all revealed looks of joy and excitement. Were they back on the same starting line? At this moment, 8 Cloud Godly General continued, of course in this level the help you can receive is also different. This 8 Cloud Pavilion has a total of 8 levels. The first 5 levels are all basic inheritances. From bottom to top, the higher the level, the more and richer the foundational inheritance is hidden. It will be of greater help to you in creating secret techniques later on. You can create secret techniques faster according to the inheritances inside. As for which level you will be assigned to, it will be determined according to your results in the 3rd level of deduction of the Heavenly King diagram. The gazes of the candidates immediately landed on Jianghu. Some also landed on Perfected Lord Yu. That was because the 2 of them had the highest deduction results. Only Mountain Sea and Yu completed the 3rd stage of deduction. 8 Cloud Godly General also looked at the 2 of them. Between the 2 of you, Mountain Sea's deduction results are the best. Therefore, Mountain Sea will enter the 5th level and Yu will enter the 4th level. Jianghu heaved a sigh of relief. Perfected Lord Yu looked deeply at Jianghu with a crazy gaze. In his opinion, Jianghu was a Tao Lord expert and needed to create a rank 9 secret technique. However, he was only a Perfected Lord expert and only needed to create a rank 6 secret technique. The difference in difficulty was like heaven and earth. There are 4 candidates left who completed the 2nd stage of deduction. All 4 of you will enter the 3rd level. 8 Cloud Godly General continued. Originally, there were 5 candidates. However, Tao Lord Jinlan of the Heavenly Feather race was dead. The remaining 4 candidates, Tao Lord Tuayi, Tao Lord Chihan, Perfected Lord Firewind and Sanhai of the Demon race, were incomparably excited. The foundational inheritances of the 3rd level should be very rich as well, right? Hope was ignited in their hearts. As long as they could create a rank 9 secret technique, they would have a chance of obtaining the inheritance. Normally they would not have such confidence. However, they believed that the foundational inheritances of 8 Cloud Pavilion should be able to help them achieve this. There are 690 candidates left who completed the first stage of deduction. Apart from the 13 heavenly venerates, the other candidates have all entered the second level. The 13 heavenly venerates will enter the first level. 8 Cloud Godly General said finally. The expressions of heavenly venerate Feng Lai and the other heavenly venerates were very complicated. They did not know whether to rejoice or be angry. They were all existences that stood at the top of the primal chaos sea. Now they had fallen to the bottom and were even inferior to a ninth tribulation transcender. However, they were also clear that they had already walked to this point, and there was already no possibility of turning back. They could only hope that there were foundational inheritances that could allow them to cultivate to the eternal level in the first level of 8 Cloud Pavilion. Then they could self-detonate and leave, bringing these inheritances to their race. Although this hope was very, very small, almost negligible, there was still a little bit of hope. As for creating a secret technique or something, they no longer hoped for it. Rank 10 secret techniques corresponded to the supremacy level. If they could create one, they would have long cultivated to the eternal level. At this moment, they were all very jealous of Tao Lord Mountain Sea and Perfected Lord Huyu. They had occupied a level of foundational inheritance alone, and the requirements were so low. Go in. 8 Cloud Godly General waved his hand. On the first 5 levels of 8 Cloud Pavilion, glowing doors opened one after another. There was only one door on the 5th and 4th levels, for on the 3rd level, and many on the 2nd and 1st levels. Jianghu and Perfected Lord Huyu flew towards their respective doors. The other candidates did the same. Soon, all 696 candidates entered the 8 Clouds Pavilion. 8 Cloud Godly General looked at this scene with a complicated expression. He said softly, 8 Cloud Pavilion has finally opened again. How long has it been? Too long. It's been so long that my memories are blurry. When this matter is over, I can be truly annihilated. I can live up to my ancestors. After Jianghu entered the glowing door on the 5th level of 8 Cloud Pavilion, spacetime immediately changed. He discovered that the so-called 5th level was not an ordinary pavilion, but a chaotic space. There was a large amount of chaotic gray fog slowly flowing below, and above was darkness. There were stars hanging in the darkness, faintly emitting all kinds of light. Where is the foundational inheritance? Jianghu walked on the ground filled with chaotic gray fog and looked around. Finally, he turned his gaze to the shining stars above. Whoosh, whoosh. In the dark sky, a huge star in the center suddenly shot out a dazzling beam of light, directly enveloping him. Jianghu did not sense any danger, so he did not dodge. The moment the beam of light enveloped him, a cold mechanical voice sounded. Candidate, you have the right to the core inheritance. Please choose the category of the foundational inheritance. Close combat, long range, equipment forging, vegetation, machinery, miscellaneous. Close combat. Jianghu made his choice. The Tao techniques that he cultivated, the strength of his body that was comparable to a 6th grade supreme treasure, and the various treasures that he had, all decided that he was most suitable for close combat. Please choose the type of close combat that you are good at. Saber, sword, spear, axe. Sword. There was nothing to hesitate about. The 4th round selection requirement was to see who could create a secret technique that met the requirements first. This was a competition game, so of course he had to choose the field that he was best at to create a secret technique. Activating the close combat sword inheritance. The cold mechanical voice was emotionless like an AI program. Boom. Many of the stars in the sky shot out beams of light, enveloping Jianghu's body. Suddenly, a large amount of inheritance information rushed into Jianghu's mind. It was a very detailed foundational inheritance of sword techniques. These foundational inheritances started from the level of a perfected lord and gradually went deeper until the level of a heavenly venerable. Each of them interpreted the swordsmanship from a different angle and dissected the swordsmanship bit by bit. In fact, Jianghu even saw a similar sword technique idea to the Mountain Sea sword scripture. There were all kinds of sword techniques that fused together. A total of 3,600 sword inheritances rushed into Jianghu's mind in one go. It made Jianghu a little dizzy, and his primordial spirit seemed to have entered a state of overload. This was because the information of each inheritance was directed to the level of a heavenly venerable. It could be said that there was a huge amount of information. Even with the strength of Jianghu's primordial spirit, it took him a full 3 days to absorb all of it. In the 8 Clouds inheritance, the secret techniques of heavenly venerables are only the foundation? Jianghu took a deep breath. He was looking forward to the final inheritance more and more. Then, he began to carefully organize the 3,600 secret techniques. It's really too mysterious. These foundational inheritances are all heavenly venerable level 9 secret techniques of Sword Dao. With my current foundation of Dao techniques, I can't create secret techniques of this level. Because this isn't just touching the heavenly venerable level, but each of them has reached the limit of a heavenly venerable. There are a total of 3,600 such foundational inheritances. This 8 clouds inheritance is really abnormal. Any one of them is enough to make the major forces in the Chaos Sea go crazy. Of course, Jianghu was very clear that these were sword techniques created by other experts. Although they were strong, they were not his own. Therefore, even if he cultivated to perfection according to these inheritances, he would not be able to reach the strongest power that the Creator could unleash. The truly strongest secret techniques were all created by the experts themselves. The ones that were suitable for themselves were the best. And these 3,600 foundational inheritances were the foundation for him to create the secret techniques. At this moment, boom, boom, boom. The stars in the sky suddenly erupted with an even more intense and dazzling light. Jianghu's attention was immediately attracted. The starlight poured down like a waterfall and landed in the chaotic gray fog below. Then it quickly changed and condensed into 3 sword-shaped mountains. Each sword mountain was over 100 million kilometers tall, and they were sparkling and translucent like crystals. There were many meteor-like rays of light that were constantly changing inside. Within the 3 sword mountains, countless meteor-like rays of light intertwined with each other, forming a magnificent and enchanting picture. It was as if it was a natural treasure. You have the core authority, so you are qualified to obtain the 3,600 Sword Dao manuals left behind by the past experts to provide reference for your own secret technique creation. In addition, you are the first candidate selected for this inheritance, so you can obtain 3 additional secret technique sword mountains. Inside each sword mountain, there are eternal rules of Sword Dao, representing the eternal mystery of Sword Dao. You can observe the 3 sword mountains and learn from the 3,600 sword inheritances to create a new Sword Dao secret technique. When your sword art meets the requirements first, you can become the new successor of the 8 Clouds sect. After the cold mechanical voice finished speaking, it fell silent. Jianghu held his breath. The secrets of eternity are hidden in the sword mountains? The eternity that many forces in the Chaos Sea crazily pursue is in front of me just like that? And there are a total of 3. He looked at the 3 sword mountains in front of him. Those meteor-like rays of light were dazzling and dazzling. Just a glance was enough to intoxicate one's mind. Unbelievable. It is indeed beyond any power I have seen before. It is far beyond my ultimate Sword Dao. All the experts in the Chaos Sea cultivated Dao techniques. Only then could they be recognized by the universe's origin and cultivate to Tribulation Transcender, Perfected Lord, Dao Lord, but the meteor-like rays of light hidden in the sword mountains in front of him were incomparably transcendent. As expected, Jianghu suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. Just now, he wanted to use his clone to simulate these 3 sword mountains in the sky connecting mountain river painting, just like how he simulated the Heavenly King diagram. The result was no surprise. He failed directly. This was because the meteor-like rays of light inside each sword mountain were constantly changing, and there was no repetition. It was already extremely difficult for him to simulate a certain scene, let alone simulate a scene that was constantly changing. Unless he didn't cultivate and just followed these changes and simulated it all the time. However, that would be completely putting the cart before the horse and wasting time. I can't simulate it for now. Jianghu shook his head right now. Obtaining the 8 Cloud Sect's inheritance was his top priority. Observe the sword mountains, learn from the 3,600 sword inheritances, and create a new Sword Dao secret technique. This was what he needed to do next. This chapter is 10,000 words. Chapter 621. Jianghu was now in front of the 3 sword mountains, thinking about the requirements of the last test. According to the requirements of the 8 Cloud Divine Generals, a 9th Tribulation Transcender needs to create a 3rd stage secret technique, a Perfected Lord needs to create a 6th stage secret technique, and a Dao Lord needs to create a 9th stage secret technique. The other candidates think that I'm a Dao Lord, but in fact I'm still a Perfected Lord. In other words, I only need to create a 6th stage secret technique. According to the standards of the 8 Cloud Divine Generals, the 4th stage to 6th stage secret techniques correspond to the ultimate secret techniques of the Dao Lord level. It just so happens that my Sword Dao has been upgraded to the ultimate Sword Dao realm, which is equivalent to the Heavenly Dao realm. Although it hasn't been upgraded to perfection, it's enough to create a 6th stage secret technique. Moreover, during the 20,000 years of deducing the Heavenly King diagram, my comprehension ability has been greatly enhanced, and the strength of my essence soul has also reached the Heavenly Venerable level. The deduction function of the experience points interface has also been greatly enhanced. Creating a new 6-stage Sword Dao secret technique? It's not difficult at all. Jianghu was extremely confident. Next, he observed the 3 sword mountains in front of him while studying the 3,600 sword legacies. As long as he could record them into the interface, he could quickly upgrade these basic legacies, saving a lot of time. During this process, countless sword techniques flashed through his mind. As he observed, some of the meteor light rays inside the 3 sword mountains seemed to have turned into sword light and constantly drilled into Jianghu's body. He was like a piece of land that had been dry for countless years, constantly devouring this massive amount of sword legacies, and his foundation was rapidly improving. At the same time, Jianghu was also constantly deducing, trying to create new secret techniques. As long as he could create the first style, he could use the interface to quickly deduce and improve. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Although the time was short, in these 1,000 years, Jianghu's cultivation efficiency had increased by hundreds of thousands of times compared to before. It seemed like 1,000 years, but it was equivalent to hundreds of millions of years of cultivation. His understanding of the Sword Dao had finally reached a limit, and he urgently needed to break through. On this day, Jianghu stood in the slow-moving chaotic gray fog with a long sword in hand, staring at the 3 sword mountains. Suddenly, the sword in his hand moved. Whoosh! A green ray of light appeared in the air. It was like a dream, flashing and disappearing. Following that, countless green rays of light appeared, one after another, as if they contained an endless amount of vitality. In an instant, the entire void was covered by this endless green light, turning into a world of vitality. Boom! In the end, a green sword light annihilated the world that was full of vitality as if it was going to destroy the world. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and it was extremely short. However, the entire process was like a cycle of reincarnation from birth to death. Who would have thought that the secret technique created by combining the Life Heavenly Dao and the Omega Sword Dao would be so powerful? Jianghu was shocked. Since that's the case, this move shall be called Life Reincarnation. According to the path of advancement, the higher level of the Grand Dao of Wind was the Heavenly Dao of Life. He had never given up on deducing Daos. Not long after he had deduced the Omega Sword Dao, he had deduced his second Heavenly Dao, the Heavenly Dao of Life. Then he used the Heavenly Dao of Life and the Omega Sword Dao to create the first move of the new secret technique, Life Reincarnation. However, Jianghu was still a little nervous. In his opinion, the Cosmos Scroll and the Grand Dao Scroll of the Mountain Sea Sword Dao could be seen as a complete secret technique. The next Heavenly Dao Scroll would be the same. What he was afraid of was that the 8 Clouds General did not think so. If that was the case, his 1,000 years of effort would be wasted. However, if he was right, he would have a great advantage. Candidate, the first move of the Sword Dao secret technique has been successfully created. The cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Jianghu chuckled. Was done. He was betting that this legacy space was always under surveillance. In this way he would know if the secret technique he created met the requirements. Once it met the requirements, he would be able to follow the old path and create a new path. He wouldn't let such a good foundation go to waste. If he were to look for inspiration to create a new secret technique, it would be a waste of time. Now it was simple. He just had to continue deducing the Dao technique. As long as he deduced the Heavenly Dao corresponding to the 5 elements Dao technique, he would be able to create the second move of the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture's Heavenly Dao Scroll. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years passed. In the legacy space on the 5th floor of the 8 Clouds Pavilion, Jianghu stood in front of the 3 secret technique sword mountains. Suddenly he waved his sword again. Rays of 5-colored light flowed out and gradually spread out, covering the entire legacy space. The 5-colored light constantly changed, finally forming a black and white yin-yang diagram. Boom. At this moment, a huge devouring force appeared. This yin-yang diagram seemed to be able to devour the entire world. One had to know that the sword in Jianghu's hand was only an ordinary stage 5 supreme treasure. Even so, it could unleash such power. It was enough to show the power of this move. The terrifying power was already close to the heavenly venerable level. Of course, this legacy space was an important place of the 8 Cloud sect. With Jianghu's strength, he could not shake it. The sword mountains and the stars in the sky didn't move at all. Jianghu dispersed the yin-yang diagram. This move is a secret technique created with the 5 elements Heavenly Dao and Ultimate Sword Dao as the foundation. It actually forms such a mysterious yin-yang diagram. Since that's the case, then this move shall be called 5 Elements Yin-Yang. This was the second move of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Heavenly Tao scroll. The 5 elements Heavenly Tao included the Great Tao of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. A total of 5 Great Taos. But at the Heavenly Tao level, the 5 elements Heavenly Tao were combined to form the 5 elements Heavenly Tao. This was also the third Heavenly Tao that Jianghu had comprehended. Candidate, the second move of the Sword Tao secret technique has been successfully created. The cold mechanical voice sounded again. Jianghu looked up at the stars in the dark sky and waited silently for a moment. Then he frowned. The first move, Life Samsara, and the second move, 5 Elements Yin-Yang, are definitely at stage 6. Why haven't they met the requirements of the 8 Clouds Divine General? Could it be that he thinks that just these 2 moves are not enough to form a complete secret technique? Jianghu was vexed. If he continued to create, it would become a heavenly venerable stage 7 secret technique. With my current foundation, it's not enough to create a heavenly venerable secret technique. After all, he was still a 5 transformations true lord. Unless he chose to break through to Tao Lord and continue to deduce Tao techniques, he would try to grasp the source and create new secret techniques. The problem was that his current experience points were not enough to raise his current 3 heavenly Taos to perfection. Naturally, he could not deduce higher-level Tao techniques. What should I do? Jianghu's mind raced. In the inheritance space on the 4th floor of the 8 Clouds Pavilion, Jun Tian's sacred grounds true lord Hu Yu carefully observed the 2 towering secret technique mountains in front of him. There were also countless rays of light flowing inside. Even if one did not understand the mysteries within, they would find it extremely beautiful. I've been through countless eras and have already created 4 stage 6 Saber Tao secret techniques. As long as I can find new inspiration through the Saber Mountains in front of me. In addition to the 360 Saber legacies that the inheritance space has given me, I only need 1 era to create a new secret technique. True Lord Hu Yu muttered to himself. He was still looking for inspiration to create a new secret technique. There were 4 inheritance spaces on the 3rd floor of the 8 Clouds Pavilion. One of them was filled with chaotic gray fog. Tao Lord Tu Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, frowning as he pondered. There was also a towering secret technique mountain in front of him. With 36 Saber legacies as references, I can also observe the Saber Mountains that contain eternal mysteries. I'm a half-step heavenly venerable and have already created 2 stage 6 Saber Tao secret techniques. However, it's difficult for me to create a new one. He was a Tao Lord of the Red Lotus sacred ground and was not afraid of the calamities. He had already lived for countless eras and his research of various Tao techniques had already reached his limits. It was truly too difficult for him to find a new secret technique. According to the Supreme, I can only comprehend a new secret technique with the help of this secret technique mountain in front of me. However, it's very difficult and depends on one's comprehension ability. Tao Lord Tuoyi was troubled. Jianghu and the others were not the only ones troubled. At the same time, the ancient Tao Lords from the Juntian Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground were all troubled as they were stuck at the threshold of inspiration. The ultimate source of inspiration for creating secret techniques was still a matter of comprehension ability. Their comprehension abilities were not bad, but they had long been exhausted over the long years. Unless they could find new inspiration from the secret technique mountain. However, the only ones qualified to observe the secret technique mountain were Jianghu, perfected Lord Hu Yu, Tao Lord Tuoyi and the other 3 level 3 candidates. The other level 2 candidates and level 1 heavenly venerables did not receive such treatment. It was not that easy to reach the requirements of the 8 divine generals with the simplest of legacies. However, none of the experts dared to slack off and were working hard. Every single one of them was hoping for that slim chance of obtaining the 8 divine generals' legacies. Time passed and another 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Universe 4 within the mountain river diagram of the Heaven Empyrean building. The spirit body of Jianghu's clone sat in a lotus position in the vast cosmos. Opposite him was the white-robed Tomorrow Venerable. Tomorrow Venerable, I've created 2 stage 6 secret techniques based on the 3 heavenly Taos. However, I still haven't reached the requirements of the 8 divine generals. Clearly, these 2 secret techniques cannot form a complete set of Sword Tao secret techniques. I've been thinking hard, but I still can't find a way to create the 3rd one. Do I have to create a heavenly venerable level stage 7 secret technique? Tomorrow Venerable, please advise me on how I should advance? Tomorrow Venerable had a warm smile on his face. The 8 divine generals' legacies are the best legacies in that primordial realm civilization. The requirements for the inheritor are naturally very high. A secret technique that seems complete to us might have flaws in the eyes of the 8 divine generals. Jianghu nodded. However, where were the flaws? How could he perfect it? The Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's concept was to use Sword Dao as the core and other Dao techniques as supplements to create secret techniques. Now, his life Heavenly Dao and 5 elements Heavenly Dao had combined with his ultimate Sword Dao to form a new secret technique. Was he supposed to comprehend another Heavenly Dao now? That would be too difficult. He had only deduced 3 Heavenly Daos after 100,000 years. When cultivating Dao techniques, the more Dao techniques one cultivated at the same time, the harder it would be in the future. To comprehend a 4th Heavenly Dao would definitely be 100 times more difficult. He might not even succeed in 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years. By then he wouldn't have a chance to obtain the 8 Divine Generals' legacies. The 8 Divine Generals gave you 3 secret technique sword mountains. The source must be on the sword mountains, Tomorrow Venerable said. I understand. However, the sword mountains contain eternal mysteries that are equally difficult to comprehend. I've been trying to find new inspirations from them, Jianghu said helplessly. Tomorrow Venerable smiled. I've discussed this with Purple Firmament Heavenly Venerable before. Purple Firmament Heavenly Venerable? Jianghu's eyes lit up. That's right. He said that Sword Dao secret techniques will eventually return to the sword itself. However, regardless of whether it's Ultimate Sword Dao, 5 Elements Heavenly Dao, Life Heavenly Dao, Time Heavenly Dao, Space Heavenly Dao, etc. These Heavenly Daos are just a manifestation of the origins. However, the essence of these origins is actually the same. Tomorrow Venerable said slowly. Jianghu didn't say anything and fell into deep thought. Purple Firmament Heavenly Venerable was also a sword cultivator. The Purple Firmament Sword Sutra that he created was the highest secret technique of the Dao Alliance. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. This was because Purple Firmament Heavenly Venerable was permanently suppressed by the 4th universe. The origin will was hostile to cultivators who cultivated this secret technique. Therefore, Purple Firmament sect used the method of inheritance imprints to pass down this secret technique from generation to generation. Until it was passed down to Jianghu, it could be said that Jianghu's Sword Dao was so smooth not only because of the help of the experience panel, but also because he had the Purple Firmament Sword Sutra with him. Although this secret technique didn't contain any moves, it was like a book that thoroughly explained the Sword Dao. It allowed him to be even more powerful when comprehending the Sword Dao. Now, the words of this big shot in the Sword Dao had enlightened District 9, causing Jianghu's thinking to change, and he had caught a trace of inspiration, a flash of inspiration. It was like primitive humans inventing the wheel for the first time. This was a process of thinking and cognition change. Since the source of the Dao technique is the same, then why should I be restricted to the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra secret technique thinking? I can completely combine the 3 Heavenly Daos and create an even stronger secret technique move. In this way, I will definitely be able to meet the requirements of the 8 Cloud Divine General. Jianghu's thoughts suddenly opened up. Of course, it was easy to say but difficult to do. The 3 Heavenly Daos were like incomparably precise instruments. Wanting to disassemble them and then reassemble them was naturally very difficult. Fortunately, the 3 sword mountains in front of him gave him a lot of help. The meteor light inside the sword mountains was extremely mysterious. When the panel was deducing, the efficiency was countless times faster than usual. Difficult. Very difficult. Too difficult. Not only was Jianghu's train of thought trapped, but many candidates from the Juntian Holy Land were also trapped at this step. Even perfected Lord Huyu, who had once created 4 sets of rank 6 secret techniques, couldn't find the inspiration for a secret technique. He had lived for countless eons. Although it was eternal, he had also exhausted his inspiration in the long years. In a temple in the giant hammer divine world of the Juntian Holy Land. Supreme, there's no hope at all. Perfected Lord Huyu's clone sat below the temple. He was very vexed. I studied the 2 secret technique Saber Mountains, but I didn't feel anything at all. Supreme, in the long history of our Juntian Holy Land, there has never been a case of a Dao Lord creating a rank 9 secret technique. If I can't grasp the source, how can I create a heavenly venerable level secret technique? Supreme, please guide me. Dao Lord Chihan was also extremely anxious. There were other candidates who were also sitting cross-legged around. Jun Tian Supreme's blurry figure sat above the temple. He said slowly, "That's because your thinking and cognition are limited." Who said that you can't create a heavenly venerable secret technique without the source? Huyu, Chihan, carefully comprehend the secret technique mountain in the inheritance. If you can comprehend a little from it, you will see a new world. Perfected Lord Hu Yu and Dao Lord Chi Han exchanged glances. A new world? Comprehend carefully. Don't relax at all. Jun Tian Supreme instructed. Yes. The dozens of candidates said respectfully. Red Lotus Holy Land. The blurry figure of Supreme Red Lotus looked like a woman. She was also encouraging the candidates from this holy land. Tuoyi, you have a secret technique mountain as a reference. Abandon many of your past ideas and find new ideas from that saber mountain. Yes. Dao Lord Tuoyi replied respectfully. However, the worry between his brows did not dissipate. 8 Clouds Pavilion. 696 candidates. Only the 6 candidates from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels were qualified to observe the secret technique mountain. The other candidates from the 1st and 2nd levels could only find inspiration to create secret techniques through those few basic inheritances. Those basic inheritances could be cultivated to the limits of a heavenly venerable and were incomparably precious. However, even Jiang Xi and the others were vexed. Needless to say, the candidates from the 1st and 2nd levels were even more vexed. After searching bitterly for 10,000 years, they still could not find any inspiration to create secret techniques. In the end, only one of them could leave this 8 Clouds inheritance alive. If they failed, what was the point of having a few basic successions? Time passed year after year. Jiang Xi stood in front of the 3 sword mountains and observed the mysteries inside the sword mountains. He constantly deduced the 3rd move of the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture's Heavenly Tao Scroll. After having an idea, his speed was faster. Moreover, the sword mountains contained the eternal mysteries of the sword Tao. With these as a reference, the efficiency of deduction was naturally higher. After an unknown period of time. On this day, Jiang Xi held a long sword in his hand and stood in the slowly flowing chaotic gray fog. Suddenly he swung his sword. The sword light lit up and instantly streaked across the void. Then, the light suddenly exploded and actually gathered into a huge black and white sphere. Countless sword lights, carrying a destructive aura, were all compressed into the black and white sphere. In an instant, the diameter of this black and white sphere reached 10 billion kilometers. Poof. The black and white sphere was like a bubble illusion that suddenly exploded. A resplendent sword light flashed and disappeared. A fine mark visible to the naked eye appeared in the entire inheritance space and did not dissipate for a long time. Although this sword only drew a very fine mark, it still shook the 8 Cloud Pavilion's inheritance space. Its power reached the level of an Empyrean. In the countless destructive sword lights, through the generation of yin and yang, a wisp of vitality is born. This is destruction and rebirth. Jiang Xi gently closed his eyes. At this moment, the 3 great heavenly Taos merged into one. Life Heavenly Tao, 5 Elements Heavenly Tao, and Ultimate Sword Tao were perfectly displayed in this sword technique. Candidate, the 3rd move of the Sword Tao Mystic Technique has been successfully created. The cold mechanical voice sounded again. But the voice did not stop. It continued. Congratulations on creating a rank 7 Mystic Technique. You have completed the mission and become the final inheritor. Although the voice was cold, there was finally a trace of emotion in it. Whoosh. Before Jiang Xi could be happy, he turned his head and looked over as if he had sensed something. A figure appeared in the chaotic gray fog in the distance. It was the 8 Cloud Divine General wearing crimson battle armor and holding a halberd. At this moment, the 8 Cloud Divine General's face was full of smiles. There was no longer a trace of coldness. Lord 8 Cloud Divine General. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. There is no need to call me Lord. The 8 Cloud General smiled and said, You can call me Master. I'm the previous 8 Cloud and you're the current 8 Cloud. I'm your guide and also your master. Greetings, Master. Jiang Xi still bowed respectfully. 8 Cloud Divine General laughed and then said, If that is the case, then there is no need to leave the other candidates alive. Kill them all. Completely fall. Jiang Xi's heart stirred. He quickly said, Master, these candidates, can they be left for me to kill? 8 Cloud Divine General looked at Jiang Xi meaningfully, as if he had seen through Jiang Xi's greatest secret. Soon he smiled and said, You are the new 8 Cloud. Of course you can. Jiang Xi immediately relaxed. He was still thinking about how to explain this request, but 8 Cloud Divine General did not ask, for the eternal experience points, it is worth the risk. At this moment, 8 Cloud Divine General waved his hand. The stars in the sky emitted light and finally condensed into a colorful energy ball. Refine this item and you will be able to control some of the killing methods on the first 5 floors of the 8 Cloud Pavilion. Jiang Xi reached out and took it. He fused it into his body and refined it almost instantly. Then, in the next moment he sensed that he had formed a connection with the 8-cloud pavilion. Although he could not activate the entire 8-cloud pavilion, he could already peek into all the inheritance spaces on the first 5 floors. At this moment, Tao Lord Tua Yi, Tao Lord Xiang Lu, Heavenly Master Feng Lai, and the other candidates, including Tao Lord Yen Qing and a few other human candidates from the 4th Universe's human camp, were all under his control. At the same time, some of the killing methods in each inheritance space appeared in his mind one by one. He could confirm that as long as he willed it, he could easily kill the other 695 candidates. Other than the candidates of my race, the other experts, since you are all going to die anyway, just contribute some experience points to me. Jianghu did not show any mercy and directly activated the dangerous areas of each inheritance space. Destroy. At the same time, for a long time, in order to create the secret techniques and obtain the 8-cloud inheritance, the candidates who had long fallen into madness had completely sunk into a state of madness. Suddenly, the stars in the sky burst out with invisible energy, which instantly descended on the candidates. Except for a few candidates from the 4th Universe's human camp. No. True Lord Hu Yu's eyes widened and his face was ferocious. No. The inheritance is mine. It's mine. Then he lost all signs of life. His body was not destroyed, but his primordial spirit had long dissipated. This is. Tao Lord Tua Yi, who was comprehending the secret techniques mountain, suddenly changed his expression, and then he also lost all signs of life. One by one, the great beings instantly fell as if they were frozen. Moreover, this was a complete fall. As for those experts with clones, their clones fell at the same time. During this process, even heavenly venerables could not resist the invisible power in the inheritance space. As they fell, another 13 miniature universes in the Chaos Sea began to collapse and be destroyed. For a time, all the major forces in the Chaos Sea were shocked. Chapter 622. Red Lotus Holy Land Universe. Supreme Red Lotus, who was enveloped by the Red Lotus shadow, frowned slightly. She looked at her clansman who was creating a secret technique seriously and instantly lost his breath. Especially Tao Lord Tua Yi, who she had high hopes for, had also fallen. This made her expression change slightly, not looking too good. Failed? Who obtained the 8 clouds inheritance? Is it the human race of the 4th universe? Or Great Sky? Or some other lucky force? Supreme Red Lotus valued this inheritance very much because there were still some legends about the 8 clouds in the world she lived in. One could imagine how powerful this inheritance was. This was an inheritance that had shone through countless eons. Even if it was separated by a long river of time, it would still shine brightly. Whether it's me or Great Sky, we both know how precious this inheritance is and want to obtain it. Supreme Red Lotus frowned and thought. Let's see what Great Sky Holy Land does next, or whether Mountain Sea of the 4th universe is still alive. Then we will know who obtained the inheritance. Great Sky Holy Land Universe in a temple in the Giant Hammer Divine World. The candidates who were originally sitting cross-legged all lost their breath in an instant, and their primordial spirits dissipated. Supreme Jun Tian, who was sitting on the throne in the temple, snorted angrily. He stared at the corpse of Tao Lord Hu Yu at the front with an ugly expression and said in a low voice, Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the 4th universe? The instant death of the candidates caused the entire Chaos Sea to fall into a great turmoil. The 8 clouds inheritance was something that all the major forces desired. To them it was a chance to achieve eternity and escape the calamity. Oh, who obtained it? Is it the human race of the 4th universe or the Great Sky Holy Land? Who is it? The major forces of Chaos Sea were all puzzled and guessing anxiously. Including Supreme Red Lotus, although they felt that Tao Lord Mountain Sea was most likely, the other candidates could not be ruled out. Only the Great Sky Holy Land was 99% sure that the final successor was Tao Lord Mountain Sea. I have broken through and become the successor of the 8 clouds lineage. Jianghu's clone sent a message to Venerable Ming and Tao Lord 9 Clouds. This news immediately caused a great commotion among the upper echelons of the race. They were all overjoyed. Within the Tongtian Mountain River portrait, Heavenly Venerable Zi Shao looked at the Heavenly King portrait and smiled. The Tao Alliance's method of communication was through the Skyspan Mountain and River diagram, so he was naturally aware of the contents of Jianghu's message. This silent war in the Chaos Sea will decide the fate of our race. The humans of the 4th universe have won. Purple Firmament Holy Man laughed happily. Regardless of whether he can escape from the suppression of the 4th universe before the calamity arrives, their race is destined to have a limitless future. As long as there were no accidents, they would definitely be able to open up a Holy Land universe that belonged to the human race. 8 Clouds Pavilion, 5th floor of the inheritance space. Jianghu's face was full of smiles as he listened to the continuous notifications in his mind. You have killed a first step Heavenly Venerable. Eternal EXP plus 100. You killed a second step Celestial Venerable. Eternal EXP plus 300. You killed a third step Celestial Venerable. Eternal EXP plus 900. You killed a space level Tao Lord. Eternal EXP plus 9. You have killed a rank 5 True Monarch. Experience points plus 50 billion. You have killed a 9th Tribulation Transcender. Experience points plus 180,000. Following this melodious voice, his experience points were also increasing rapidly. Experience points, 8,460 trillion. Eternal EXP, 6,451. This was the final harvest. Jianghu's face was full of smiles. He was very happy. In this way he had the experience to upgrade his ultimate sword Dao, 5 elements Heavenly Dao and Life Heavenly Dao. Thank you, Master. He bowed respectfully to the 8 Clouds General. It's fine. You are the new 8 Clouds General. You have the right to decide their life and death. The 8 Clouds General smiled. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Whoosh! The 3 sword mountains directly turned into nothingness. That's it. Jianghu looked over, his heart aching. Those were treasures. They all contained eternal mysteries. It would be good to bring them back for the higher-ups of the race to study. Haha, these are just the basic inheritances. You can study them as much as you want in the future. The 8 Clouds General laughed. These are all shallow Daos that the previous generations of 8 Clouds used to relax during cultivation. The most precious thing of my 8 Clouds lineage is naturally the core inheritance. Core inheritance? Jianghu immediately looked forward to it. Follow me. The 8 Clouds General pointed, and a whirlpool passage appeared in the dark sky above. He brought Jianghu and flew in one after another. Space and time changed and they came to a new space. Jianghu realized that this space was extremely huge. Even his spiritual awareness couldn't detect the boundary. At this moment there were many glowing space whirlpools around them. This is the 8th level of 8 Clouds Pavilion, the core inheritance space, and these space whirlpools are the passages that connect to other inheritance spaces. 8 Clouds Pavilion is the place where the previous generations of 8 Clouds received their inheritances. It is a truly strange treasure and extremely precious. In terms of size, the space contained here is even bigger than a miniature universe. The 8 Clouds General smiled. Jianghu nodded. It could be understood that the interior of 8 Clouds Pavilion was actually a miniature universe. In other words, it was refined from a miniature universe. Let's go. The 8 Clouds General brought Jianghu and instantly teleported to the depths of the core inheritance space. After standing still, Jianghu realized that he was already at the peak of a huge mountain in space. Looking down, he could see the boundless nebula flowing around this mountain peak. This is... Jianghu was puzzled. This is the tomb of my 8 Clouds lineage's ancestors. The 8 Clouds General became very serious. Jianghu also became solemn. Looking around, he could feel many powerful auras faintly circulating around this huge mountain in space. However, these auras weren't complete. With a slight sense, he realized that they were incomplete. There were only wisps. Look over there, the 8 Clouds General said. Jianghu looked in the direction that the 8 Clouds General was pointing. He saw that on the peak of the mountain, there was a slightly flat area, and there were many towering human-shaped statues. The incomplete auras that he sensed earlier were emitted by these human-shaped statues, and these human-shaped statues were the 8 Clouds of the previous generations. In fact, Jianghu even saw the 8 Clouds General statue at the back. He also wore red battle armor and held a halberd. However, what attracted his attention the most was the statue at the front. This was because this statue was the most dazzling. He had long hair draped over his shoulders and wore a white robe. His simple face seemed to contain the truths of the world. Those seemingly calm eyes hid an extremely distant gaze, as if they could see through the river of time, as if they could see Jianghu's existence. Jianghu's mind shook. With just a glance, he felt as if all the secrets in his body had been seen through. Moreover, the leading statue emitted an incomplete aura. Although it was vague, it contained a unique might that had already surpassed the scope of his understanding. It wasn't just the leading statue. Jianghu discovered that the incomplete auras emitted by the other statues were the same, just a bit lacking. This meant that the strength of the previous 8 Clouds far surpassed the level of an Empyrean. Thus, when he arrived here, he didn't discover the existence of the statues at all. The one at the front is the founder of my 8 Clouds lineage, the 8 Clouds God King. The 8 Clouds General's eyes were filled with worship. Founder 8 Clouds God King? Jianghu's eye was filled with deep veneration. The 8 Clouds General continued, the previous 8 Clouds inheritors are all called 8 Clouds. Your future name will also be 8 Clouds. I am the 183rd generation 8 Clouds and you are the 184th generation. However, the greatest existence of the previous 8 Clouds is the founder 8 Clouds God King. He is also the only Chaos Essence God King of my 8 Clouds lineage. He is an existence that truly stands at the peak. Chaos Essence God King? Jianghu's eye earnestly listened. He was surprised. Could it be that the so-called Divine General and God King weren't military ranks of cultivators, but cultivation realms? Just as he was about to ask this question, the 8 Clouds General said with a solemn expression, now kneel before the founder and the previous generations of 8 Clouds. Like this, you will truly be the 184th generation 8 Clouds. Jianghu's eye temporarily put away the doubts in his heart. He walked forward, knelt on the ground and kowtowed, bam. His forehead landed solidly on the rock. Immediately, the statues of the previous generations of 8 Clouds emitted rays of light of different colors. Like fire seeds, they surged into his body. Furthermore, the founder statue at the front also released a wisp of white flame that landed between Jianghu's eyebrows. Passing on the torch. The 8 Clouds General watched this scene from the side and revealed a relieved smile. Just now, his statue also emitted a wisp of flame. It looked like a simple kowtow, but in fact, this was the most important step of the entire 8 Clouds inheritance. Only by obtaining the recognition of the founder and the previous generations of 8 Clouds could one become the true successor of the 8 Clouds. Ah! Even though Jianghu's eye already had the strength of a heavenly venerable's essence spirit, he could not help but groan in pain. At the same time, there was a white flame enveloped in various colors between his eyebrows. It was constantly pulsating as though it was about to be inlaid into his body. A strange inheritance mark was gradually taking shape. Seeing this flame-like mark, the 8 Clouds General's body trembled slightly. He muttered in his heart, Mountain Sea, from this moment onwards, you are perfected 8 Clouds. At this moment, Jianghu's entire body was trembling, and his veins were bulging. The intense pain made him unable to help but raise his head and roar. This was because the inheritance mark was not only imprinted between his eyebrows, but also between his essence spirit's eyebrows. Finally, between the eyebrows of his body and essence spirit, a wisp of white flame enveloped in various colors finally solidified and took shape. Immediately after, it completely concealed itself and disappeared. Even spiritual awareness could not detect it. This is too painful. Jianghu's eye opened his eyes, and his entire body was still trembling slightly. The 8 Clouds General laughed. This is the inheritance mark created by the founder. Once the 8 Clouds of each generation inherit it, they can easily merge with the 8 Clouds Pavilion. And they must have the inheritance mark in order to refine the 8 Clouds Pavilion and obtain the true inheritance of the 8 Clouds. Jianghu's eye took a deep breath and tossed the pain he felt just now aside. Compared to the 8 Clouds inheritance, this bit of pain was nothing. And the 8 Clouds Pavilion was such a special true treasure with a miniature universe hidden within. All it took was an imprint between his eyebrows for him to refine. This was too easy. It was unlike true treasures like Sky Tower and Shenhuang Mountain, which had troublesome refining conditions. Although I have fallen, the wisp of essence spirit left behind is still controlling the 8 Clouds Pavilion. You must wait for me to take the initiative to disperse my control of the 8 Clouds Pavilion before you can refine it, before it recognizes you as its master. You must do one thing. The 8 Clouds General continued. Teacher, please speak, Jianghu's eye said respectfully. Swear, the 8 Clouds General said solemnly. Now repeat after me. Jianghu's eye nodded. The 8 Clouds General said, I, as the new 8 Clouds, swear before the founder and the previous generations of 8 Clouds. With the inheritance mark as a witness, I will never pass the core inheritance of the 8 Clouds Pavilion to outsiders. If I violate this oath, my body and soul will be destroyed. I must swear? Jianghu's eye hesitated. You must. Otherwise you will fall and I will choose another inheritor. The 8 Clouds General's expression was solemn. Jianghu's eye didn't hesitate anymore. He said, I, as the new 8 Clouds, swear before the founder and the previous generations of 8 Clouds. With the inheritance mark as a witness, I will never pass the core inheritance of the 8 Clouds Pavilion to outsiders. If I violate this oath, my body and soul will be destroyed. His voice reverberated across the peak of the mountain. The flame mark between his eyebrows lit up, and the voice entered his mind. If you violate this oath, your body and soul will be destroyed. If you violate this oath, your body and soul will be destroyed. If you violate this oath, your body and soul will be destroyed. The voices echoed in Jiang Xi's mind. Jiang Xi didn't underestimate this oath. It seemed like it really had the power to destroy his body and soul. The inheritance mark of the 8 clouds will never disappear. I know you are a true emperor. If you die, there are many methods in this world that can revive you. But even if you revive, you will still carry the inheritance mark forever. Once you violate the oath, the inheritance mark will destroy your body and soul. No matter how many times you revive, you will be annihilated. You will keep reviving and being annihilated. The 8 clouds general said. Jiang Xi's heart turned cold. This was terrifying. Resurrection wasn't something impossible. For example, the ghost race of the 4th universe had the large and small bone seas. They could allow ghosts below the level of a true emperor to reincarnate. It was a different kind of revival. There were also Tao lords who grasped the heavenly Tao of time and heavenly venerables who grasped the origin of time. They also had the strength to revive powerhouses below the Tao lord level. However, this kind of revival required a certain price. Generally, Tao lords who controlled time weren't willing to do it. Moreover, there were very few Tao lords and heavenly venerables who truly controlled time. Jiang Xi knew one. It was the lone powerhouse of the 4th universe, Heavenly Venerable Lu. Of course, if he was killed by the inheritance mark, then no matter what powerhouses he knew or what resurrection method he had, it would be useless to him. Of course, as long as you don't spread the core inheritance, the 8 clouds general said with a smile. Then he added, before this wisp of my spiritual consciousness dissipates, if you have any doubts, just tell me. I can answer them for you. Jiang Xi nodded and asked the question he had just asked. Were divine generals and divine kings realms or official ranks? The 8 clouds general said with a smile, these are higher cultivation realms. After the heavenly venerables, there is the eternal realm and the primordial chaos realm. The eternal realm is divided into lesser supreme and greater supreme. The primordial chaos realm is divided into divine generals, divine kings and rulers. Jiang Xi was secretly shocked. He didn't expect there to be so many cultivation realms above them. This 8 clouds general was just a wisp of spiritual consciousness, but it was already so powerful. Then, how powerful would the primordial chaos divine kings and primordial chaos rulers be? The 8 clouds divine general sighed. My hometown, the primordial realm, is an incomparably vast world. There are also ordinary cultivators there, as well as tribulation transcender, true monarch, Tao lord, heavenly venerable, and other immortal Tao cultivators. And heavenly venerables are just the threshold to become a super powerhouse. Although they are already considered a powerhouse, they are only dominating a small area. They are still far from being a true super powerhouse. However, even if you become a supreme of the eternal realm, you are only qualified to establish a sect in the primordial realm and enjoy the worship of thousands of races. You are still not a super powerhouse. Only when you reach the primordial chaos realm can you be called a super powerhouse in the primordial realm. Divine generals, divine kings, rulers, any level is enough to run rampant in that huge world. Riverward's heart was filled with longing. How big was this world? According to the 8 clouds general, the primordial realm should be bigger than the chaos sea. And besides the primordial realm, there was also the astral realm. However, did the primordial realm still exist? Based on the relief pattern in the mysterious monitoring space, it could be inferred that the ancestors of Qin Shuang's race came from the primordial realm, but they were all destroyed by the astral realm. If the primordial realm still existed, then Qin Shuang's ancestors would not have fought with the enemies of the astral realm. Jiang Xi spoke out these speculations in his heart. The 8 clouds general's expression suddenly became very ugly. The astral realm. He snorted angrily, his whole body boiling with killing intent. The astral realm is the primordial realm's great enemy. 8 clouds general of the past almost all died in the war with the astral realm. Back then, the emperor fought with the lord of the astral realm and brought the final path back to the primordial realm. After a period of recuperation, the emperor led us on the final path. And the race you mentioned did indeed come from the primordial realm. Their mission was to guard the emperor's escape route. It's just that, the hateful heavenly feather divine general and those traitors were bewitched by the lord of the astral realm. In the end, they cut off our escape route, causing the primordial realm's army to fail on the verge of success. The emperor was the lord of the primordial realm. Without him overseeing the primordial realm, the remaining races naturally could not withstand the attack of the astral realm. The 8 clouds general's voice was low. Jiang Xi suddenly understood. No wonder the Eight Clouds General was a candidate to destroy the Heavenly Feather race. In the future, if you succeed in your cultivation, you must destroy the Heavenly Feather race and cut off their eternal bloodline. Don't let them have the chance to reproduce. The Eight Clouds General's eyes were filled with killing intent. I will remember. Jiang Xi nodded solemnly. Good. The Eight Clouds General's expression became serious again. Now there are 2 points that I want to emphasize to you. You must remember them. Master, please speak. Jiang Xi hurriedly listened carefully. The Eight Clouds General continued, the first point is about cultivation. How to break through the limits of a heavenly venerable. First, let's talk about the Chaos Sea. There is not only one Chaos Sea in this world. Actually, the Primordial Realm and the Astral Realm each have one. And the Chaos Sea that we are in belongs to the Primordial Realm. It is called the Primordial Realm Chaos Sea. Compared to the Primordial Realm and the Astral Realm, the Chaos Sea is like a cradle or a lower realm. Every Chaos Sea's heaven and earth laws are very weak and domineering. Because the Tao that cultivators cultivate is a part of the heaven and earth laws, they can only reach the limits of a heavenly venerable at most. If you want to continue cultivating the Tao, you must break through the Chaos Sea's heaven and earth laws. A long time ago, our Primordial Realm's Emperor Lord and the Astral Realm's Lord each created the Eternal Road and bestowed it to many experts in the Chaos Sea. It allowed many heavenly venerables in the Chaos Sea to have the opportunity to cultivate eternity on their Tao path. That is the first path. Riverward's heart was in turmoil, and he was incomparably shocked. It turned out that there was more than one Chaos Sea. The one in front of him was the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea and the Astral Realm's Chaos Sea. And the so-called Eternal Road was actually created by the 2 supreme existences of the Primordial Realm and the Astral Realm. It was no wonder that ever since Qing Shuang's race, the Eternal Road had never appeared in the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea. The Emperor Lord was already dead. Who in the Primordial Realm could create the Eternal Road? The Astral Realm was the Primordial Realm's great enemy. Naturally, it would not be kind enough to bestow eternity to the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea. Then how did the current Juntian Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground come about? Jiang Xi asked. I saw how the candidates from these 2 sacred grounds cast their Tao. They should have obtained other inheritances from the Primordial Realm. They were left behind by the 2 Grand Supremes in the Primordial Realm's army, Eight Clouds explained. Jiang Xi nodded gently. So that was the case. Then what about the other 2 paths to break through the Chaos Sea's heaven and earth laws? He asked again. The remaining 2 paths are relatively more difficult. But as long as one passes these 2 paths and cultivates eternity, they can generally become Grand Supremes. There won't be any big problems becoming a Chaos Essence Divine General in the future, Eight Clouds said with a smile. Jiang Xi listened seriously. Simply put, the second path is to break through the limits of the body. The third path is to break through the limits of the essence soul. The body and essence soul aren't restricted by Tao arts. It's the purest cultivation method. As long as one can break through the limits, they can release a power stronger than Tao arts. The core inheritance of my Eight Clouds lineage talks about these 2 paths. And it's the peak existence of these 2 paths. Eight Clouds Divine General said loudly, his tone slightly higher. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. The 3 paths that Eight Clouds Divine General mentioned were more specific than the method to cultivate eternity that Venerable Ming had told him previously. There seemed to be a way to follow. Follow me. I'll bring you to see the core inheritance. Eight Clouds Divine General stretched out his hand and pointed. A space vortex appeared in front of him. 2 figures flew into the space vortex, one after the other. After the space vortex changed, they arrived in a new space. Jiang Xi looked around. Blue waves rippled around him. It was a boundless lake. In the middle was a small island with an ordinary wooden house. Beside the wooden house was a small pond. This scene gave him a sense of familiarity. It was very similar to the mysterious monitoring space. After thinking about it for a while, he understood. The ancestors of Qing Shuang's clan were from the Primordial Realm. It was not surprising that they could build a similar space. They came to the pond. This independent space is the most important one among the many inheritance spaces of the Eight Clouds Pavilion. Eight Clouds Divine General said slowly. Look, there are 2 black stones floating above the water. Jiang Xi looked in the direction that Eight Clouds Divine General was pointing. The pond was not large. There were 2 smooth black stones floating above it. Wisps of divine light pulsed on the surface of the stones. This is a legacy stone. It can store a large amount of information. Even if it's a chaotic prime, it can store all the memories of a chaotic prime. These two inheritance stones are the core of my 8 Clouds lineage. 8 Clouds Divine General introduced. Core. Jianghu looked at it seriously. Look at the pond. 8 Clouds Divine General waved his hand. What? The water in the pond flew up, revealing the black stones at the bottom. At a glance there were probably more than 10,000 of them. Look at the endless lake. 8 Clouds Divine General waved his hand again. Boom! Waves roared as the lake water around the small island rose into the air. It was as though the world had turned upside down as the water floated into the sky. Jianghu saw the situation at the bottom of the lake. The bottom of the lake was also covered with countless black stones. Chapter 623. Inside the core inheritance space on the 8th floor of 8 Clouds Pavilion, Jianghu looked at the black stones that had a faint divine glow pulsing on their surface. His heart was pounding. So many inheritances? 8 Clouds Divine General smiled and said, "These are all inheritance stones. The two in front of you are the essence of the core inheritances. They are the true core. They are also the strongest inheritances that our ancestral master 8 Clouds Divine King left for our 8 Clouds lineage. The 14280 inheritance stones in the pond are also core inheritances, but their value is slightly lower. They represent many schools of thought, including close combat, long-range attacks, refinement, vegetation, machinery, and so on. Any one of the techniques and cultivation methods hidden in them is enough to drive many factions in the primordial realm crazy. As for the inheritance stones in the lake, there are more than 100 million of them. They are the information that the experts of our 8 Clouds lineage constantly collected when they roamed the primordial realm. They are all-encompassing. 90% of the common techniques and customs of the primordial realm are in these inheritance stones. Of course, these records are the most superficial and basic things, just like the basic inheritances that you received previously. 8 Clouds Divine General's tone was calm, but it made Jianghu extremely excited. What a monster. This was completely a super library. Or rather, it was a template copied from the primordial realm. With these 100 million inheritance stones, they could definitely replicate the middle and low-end powers of the primordial realm. 8 Clouds Divine General pointed to the bottom of the pond and said, "These 14280 inheritance stones are the pride of the past 8 Clouds. They are their blood, sweat, and tears. Of course, there are also some important cultivation information that is priceless. Even in the primordial realm, any one of these inheritance stones can set off a shocking war. And the contents of the two in front of you can even set off a destructive war in the primordial realm. It can even set off a war between the primordial realm and the star realm. Remember, these two in the 14280 inheritance stones are not to be leaked to anyone else. As for the ones in the lake, there are not so many rules. You are free to deal with them," 8 Clouds Divine General instructed. "I will remember." Jianghu suppressed the excitement in his heart and answered respectfully. "You have the inheritance imprint. You can use your spiritual sense to check the information of the two inheritance stones." 8 Clouds Divine General smiled. Jianghu took a deep breath and looked forward to it. The essence of the core inheritance, the strongest absolute art left behind by the ancestor, 8 Clouds Divine King, what would it be like? Chaos Essence Divine King level experts were existences that stood at the pinnacle of the primordial realm. A wisp of riverward spiritual sense touched the two black stones. At the moment of contact, the two inheritance stones faintly lit up, and ancient and complicated patterns appeared on their surfaces. Then, a huge amount of information about the inheritance rushed into Jianghu's mind like a raging tide. Even with the strength of his heavenly venerate primordial spirit, it took him 2 full days to complete the transfer. The 8 Clouds General stood at the side and watched with a smile. After a long time, Jianghu opened his eyes, which were filled with shock and disbelief. The essence of the 8 Clouds lineage's core inheritance was only 2 absolute arts, and they were named after the 8 Clouds. They were 8 and Cloud. 8 foot, full name 8 lives, was a set of absolute arts that targeted the body. By cultivating this technique, the strength of one's body could continuously break through the limits. Of course, to what extent one could cultivate to ultimately depended on one's talent and diligence. Cloud, full name Cloud Extinguisher, was a set of absolute arts that targeted the primordial spirit. Similar to 8 lives, cultivating this technique could allow the strength of one's primordial spirit to continuously break through the limits. The highest realm was Immortality. Clearly, the creator of this absolute art, 8 Clouds Divine King, had not cultivated it to the highest realm. Immortality was just an imaginary realm. Otherwise, 8 Clouds Divine King would not have perished in the war between the two worlds. However, Jiang Xi was confident that with the help of the experience panel, it was not impossible to cultivate these two absolute arts to the highest level. With these two absolute arts, my future is secure. Jiang Xi laughed. Don't be so confident. Eight Clouds General shook his head. Oh. Jiang Xi was taken aback. Take a closer look at these two absolute arts. Eight Clouds General said directly. Jiang Xi sank his consciousness into his mind and immediately checked. The information contained in these two absolute arts was massive. Just the memory transfer alone took a long time. Therefore, when the memory transfer was taking place, he only looked at the first simple information. He did not take a closer look at the large amount of memories that followed. Now, when he really went to check it out, even with the strength of his heavenly venerate primordial spirit, he still hadn't finished reading the 8 Lives Ultimate Technique after half a month. And at this moment his expression changed. You discovered it? Eight Clouds General laughed. Where's the rest? Why is it gone? Jiang Xi was bewildered. 8 lives was left behind by the founder. According to the introduction of the absolute art, there should be 8 levels, but why are there only the first 3? I can clearly sense that the last 5 levels are in my memory, but I can't read them. Why is that? It was a very strange feeling. It was as if there was something that was clearly in his mind, but he could not recall what it was. It was the same for the 8 lives absolute art. It was in his memory, but no matter how he tried to recall the contents of the last 5 levels, he could not find them. This strange feeling of forgetfulness only occurred when he was young and weak. With his current strength, everything that he had experienced in his life, every memory, was clearly imprinted in his mind. He would not forget a single thing. Because the first 3 levels are the limit that a heavenly venerable can cultivate to, 8 Clouds General said with a smile. These 2 absolute arts, as well as the inheritance stones in the ponds and lakes, all the information stored in them can only be seen at the limit of a heavenly venerable. You can't see anything higher than the eternal realm. Could this be the law restriction of Chaos Sea? Jiang Xi's heart stirred. That's right. As long as you break through the law restriction of Chaos Sea, you will be able to recall the contents of the last 5 levels. 8 Clouds General nodded. He continued, my 8 Clouds lineage has 2 absolute arts. As long as you can cultivate the first 3 levels, your body and primordial spirit will reach the limit of a heavenly venerable. Then you can easily break through the law restriction, so there's no need to worry. Jiang Xi nodded gently. Now that I've finished talking about cultivation, there's one last thing that I need to entrust you with, 8 Clouds General said. Master, please speak. Treat Heaven Connecting Tower well. It was left behind by another divine monarch of the primordial realm. Back then, the divine monarch with heaven-defying talent was an existence that we admired. 8 Clouds Divine General said with a complicated expression. Jiang Xi was stunned. Heaven-reaching tower was actually related to a divine king of the primordial realm? He immediately thought of many things. Since the 8 Clouds Divine General knew about the heaven-reaching tower, could the path on earth really be the final path that the Yuan Realm's army embarked on? No. Jiang Xi quickly rejected this speculation. Because the Emperor Lord of the primordial realm, 8 Clouds General, and other powerhouses had already fallen for God knows how many eras. And Earth was born in this era, so it was impossible for there to be a connection. Perhaps heaven-reaching tower was only obtained by a powerhouse of Earth in ancient times and then left on Earth. Jiang Xi's mind was a little confused. He wanted to understand these relationships. Before he could come back to his senses, 8 Clouds General suddenly smiled. He waved his hand, and a black stone flew out from the bottom of the lake and landed in front of the 2 of them. Originally, in the lonely era of endless eras, I had a lot to say, a lot to entrust, and a lot to tell you about the glory of my 8 Clouds lineage. However, when I thought of the Emperor and the Divine King, I suddenly realized that I had already fallen. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, why should I be reluctant to leave this mortal world? That's why I recorded everything into this legacy stone, including what I wanted to tell you as well as the secrets of the entire 8 Clouds Pavilion. They are all stored inside. You will know all of this when you see it. After saying that, 8 Clouds General looked up at the endless darkness, then squatted down, gently grabbed the soil on the island and sniffed it. Then he smiled. It's time for me to return to the Emperor's side. Whoosh! 8 Clouds General's entire body seemed to vanish into thin air. A gust of wind blew past and he disappeared without a trace. Teacher. Lord 8 Clouds General. Jiang Xi shouted twice, but there was no response. He was stunned. He still hadn't been told how to get out. This independent space was the most important place in 8 Clouds Tower. With his power, he definitely couldn't break through the space barrier forcefully hung. At that moment, rays of light were born from the endless darkness and quickly shrouded over. Jianghu looked up. Those rays of light converged and he had nowhere to hide. The flame inheritance imprint between his eyebrows also appeared, producing a mysterious gravitational force that swallowed all the rays of light. Finally, everything returned to normal. A feeling of being in control of everything appeared in Jianghu's mind. He looked around and with a thought, the ground broke open and a blade of grass grew out. Then the grass grew bigger and bigger, even spreading to the surroundings. Soon a patch of grass grew out. It recognized me as its master? Jianghu was stunned. Eight Clouds Tower had recognized him as its master, and now he could control this space of inheritance that was comparable to a celestial master's miniature universe. Although he was still unfamiliar with it, he could easily sense all the spaces within Eight Clouds Tower. Just like how he could sense the entire mountain sea cave, it was his world. Eight Clouds General took the initiative to give up control. Jianghu's expression was complicated. He looked to his side where Eight Clouds General had grabbed a handful of soil. Jianghu suddenly realized that Eight Clouds General, who wore red armor and held a sky piercer, had most likely disappeared forever. In this world only he, the 184th Eight Clouds General, was left. After a while. I still haven't asked clearly about Sky Tower. Jianghu slapped his head. What Eight Clouds General said just now had shocked him too much, and he hadn't recovered from it for a while. He actually forgot to ask. He quickly grabbed the inheritance stone left behind by Eight Clouds General and probed it with his spiritual awareness. Then a large amount of information was transmitted to his mind. Then he searched through the massive amount of information. Unfortunately, he didn't find any information about Sky Tower. Jianghu stood where he was and thought for a while, then asked in his heart, "Anai Shang, do you know anything about your previous master?" "Sorry, I lost my memory." Anai Shang sighed. "However, I can feel that my complete state should have broken through the limit of a true treasure, surpassing a level 9 true treasure. But it seems like I'm missing something, and coupled with the layers of seals, that's why I fell to my current level." Anai Shang said, "Missing something?" Jianghu pondered and then thought of something. With a thought, he used the EXP panel to convert an eternal shard. Try this. The refining process of Sky Tower was different from that of other true treasures. It had to swallow a large amount of immortal power to unlock the seals. This was obviously to replenish something. And eternal fragments were of a higher level than immortal power. Perhaps they could be replenished? If it was before becoming the successor of Eight Clouds, Jianghu wouldn't have dared to be so extravagant and directly use 1 yuan of eternal experience to try this. However, after killing the other candidates, he got more than 6,000 eternal experience points. Naturally, he had the confidence to do so. In the space of Sky Tower, the spirit of the true treasure Anai Shang materialized and then began to refine the eternal fragment. A moment later, the eternal fragment turned into a stream of light and merged into Sky Tower. Buzz! Instantly, Sky Tower trembled slightly. As the eternal fragment continued to be refined, the aura of this special true treasure began to increase slightly and gradually strengthen. It's effective. It's really effective. Jianghu and Anai Shang were pleasantly surprised. I'll give you 100 eternal fragments first. You can slowly refine them. Anai Shang smiled and nodded. Immediately, Riverward transformed 100 eternal fragments and left them in the space of Tongtian Tower. Although he couldn't get an answer to the origin of Heavenly Tower, this unexpected reward was still pretty good. Jianghu collected his thoughts and turned his attention back to the inheritance stone, continuing to understand the information of Eight Clouds Pavilion. Before Eight Clouds deity's spiritual consciousness dissipated, he left detailed information in this inheritance stone, recording the many functions and points to pay attention to. There were also many historical origins and important events of Eight Clouds, which were recorded in detail. Of course, the most important information was related to Eight Clouds Pavilion. Eight Clouds Pavilion was personally refined by the first ancestor, Eight Clouds Deity King. Almost 90% of the inheritance space and various functions were refined by the ancestor. The remaining 10% were added later by the Eight Clouds of the past. Jianghu sighed. The information left by Eight Clouds Deity King was too detailed without this inheritance stone. Even if Eight Clouds Pavilion recognized him as its master, he was afraid that he would need to explore the various inheritance spaces inside to truly understand this place. After all, this was a miniature universe. Even if he used an era and didn't sleep or rest, he wouldn't be able to explore all of it. But now, he already knew everything about this place. Simply put, the entire Eight Clouds Pavilion was a perfect place to nurture great beings. This miniature universe was divided into many independent spaces with different functions. Some were similar to a super library, which was the place where the inheritance stone was stored. Almost all of the most basic techniques and inheritances of the primordial realm were recorded here. There were also countless precious experiences on the path to the pinnacle. Some were spaces used for battle trials, and there were many battle puppets inside. For example, the 9-sector puppet was one of them. In addition, there were trial puppets that were created using the 8 clouds of the past as models. As long as one entered that space, they could fight with them. Those trial puppets could unleash part of the great being's strength. Among them, the strongest opponent was the ancestor, 8 clouds deity king. There were many other spaces. Some were used to create techniques, some were for weapon refinement, some were for medicine refinement, and some were for meditation. In short, all the spaces inside 8 Clouds Pavilion were constantly replenished and perfected by the 8 clouds of the past. It was a place to nurture great beings. How perverted, how extravagant. Jiang Xi was speechless. Before he accepted the inheritance, he had imagined what the 8 clouds inheritance would be like. But when he really became 8 clouds, he realized that his imagination was not enough. He had underestimated this inheritance. With such an extravagant 8 clouds pavilion, it was extremely unlikely that one would not become a great being in the future. Becoming a great being in the primordial chaos realm was only a matter of time. In addition, the 8 clouds inheritance had very strict requirements for its inheritors. Those who were chosen, be it in terms of talent, comprehension, perseverance, character, and so on, were all top-notch existences. Even without the inheritance, their future achievements would not be small. But with the help of the 8 clouds inheritance and the 8 clouds pavilion, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Naturally, they would be able to go even higher. In the Chaos Sea, the ancient inheritances that everyone fought over, such as the Heavenly Feather Race's Celestial Venerate Ruins, are only ordinary inheritances in the primordial realm. They are even incomplete Heavenly Feather inheritances, and any one of the inheritances here is 100 times stronger than the ancient inheritances they obtained. Jiang Xi sighed with emotion. He now had the foundation to build a powerful civilization. As long as he was given time, he could build a pinnacle civilization that could stand for countless eras in the long river of time. Of course, he was still very far away from a powerful civilization in the primordial realm. Knowledge is power. The experiences accumulated by countless experts on the path of cultivation, the concepts of the countless cultivation schools that they have opened up, these are the most fundamental parts of the legacy. The first thing Jiang Xi wanted to do was something that almost all the previous generations of 8 clouds would do. That was to memorize all the information in the inheritance stones and accumulate his own foundation. Perhaps he was not a cultivator of those schools, but with these accumulations, when he cultivated in the future and used the experience points panel to deduce, he would be able to comprehend by analogy and be more efficient. Or in the future, when he encountered opponents of this school in battle, he would be able to predict the enemy's moves. Through these inheritances, he would know the opponent's background, strengths, and weaknesses. Come on. Jiang Xi waved his hand. Suddenly, a large number of black inheritance stones floated in the air. There were hundreds of millions of them. Categorize. Jiang Xi's spiritual awareness split into thousands and probed into all the inheritance stones at the same time. He came into contact with the information in them and began to categorize and organize them. Soon, these hundreds of millions of inheritance stones were reorganized and organized according to various categories. Although I haven't comprehended the Time Sky Tao, I'm the master of 8 Clouds Pavilion. I can use the origin of this miniature universe to maintain a domain that accelerates time by 1 million times. With a thought, Jiang Xi's time flow on this small island became 1 million times faster than normal. Previously, when he was cultivating in seclusion in Luyuzhou had set up a domain that accelerated time by 1 million times on that starry sky island. However, this kind of time acceleration method consumed too much energy. At that time, if it weren't for the bet between Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi and Heavenly Venerable Lu, Heavenly Venerable Lu would definitely not have been willing to consume energy like that. And now, because 8 Clouds Pavilion was a miniature universe, it could use similar methods of course, the consumption was still huge. I can still afford to spend 100 or 200 years. Jiang Xi shook his head lightly. Then he carefully memorized the contents of the inheritance stones. At the same time he did a detailed study. In 10,000 Worlds ruins, the giant stone celestial body where 8 Clouds Pavilion was located was still shrouded in red fog, forming a special area that dispersed the endless gray fog. The glowing stone door in the middle of the fog was already closed. Occasionally great beings would pass by, but they only looked at it enviously and left quickly. They didn't dare to stay any longer lest they arouse the displeasure of Eight Clouds' general. After all, that terrifying being had killed the third sacred master and the fourth sacred master of the heavenly feather race, as well as 13 heavenly venerables and hundreds of Tao lords from other powers in Chaos Ocean. The overall strength of so many great beings had already surpassed any of the 3 powers in Chaos Ocean. The 8 Cloud Divine Generals were definitely the most ruthless existence in the Chaos Sea. While the various factions in the Chaos Sea were suspecting and guessing, most of them were unsure who the inheritor was. Jianghu, on the other hand, was calmly studying the inheritance stones. 8 Clouds Pavilion was absolutely safe, and he was inside 8 Clouds Pavilion. Every stone celestial body in 10,000 Worlds ruins had a hidden space inside. If one didn't open it, even a third-step heavenly venerable wouldn't be able to force his way in. Therefore he could cultivate in peace here. As time passed, Jianghu understood the cultivation and breakthroughs of Tribulation Transcender, Perfected Lord, Tao Lord, and Heavenly Venerable. Even after reaching the Celestial Venerable level, he had thoroughly researched how to continue to cultivate and advance. In other words, in the entire Chaos Ocean, even those true Heavenly Venerables didn't know as much as Jianghu about Heavenly Venerable cultivation. That was because the Primordial Realm civilization had already analyzed these cultivation stages thoroughly. And these were the most ordinary inheritances in 8 Clouds Pavilion. They were all stored in the inheritance stones in the lake, and there was no confidentiality value at all. Therefore, although Jianghu was only a rank 5 perfected lord now, he was already qualified to guide Tao lords and heavenly venerables in their cultivation. After all, the heavenly venerables of the various powers in Chaos Ocean were all blind. Even if they broke through, they were still muddle-headed. They didn't have the experience of their seniors to guide them, so they naturally couldn't carry out systematic research and cultivation. Who knew how many detours and wrong paths they took in the process? The worst thing about cultivation was taking the wrong path. One wrong step would lead to many wrong steps and it would be difficult to correct them. Chapter 624. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed since Jianghu received the inheritance. Universe 4, within the Tongtian Mountain River diagram, in the cosmos where the human Tao lords were meeting. Ming Tianming and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments sat before a gigantic stone table. In terms of friendship, they had the deepest relationship among the upper echelons of the human race. Back then, not only did Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmaments take Tao Lord 9 Firmaments as his disciple, he had also guided Ming Tianming in his cultivation. Therefore, the two of them could be considered as fellow disciples. Jianghu has been an inheritor for so long. He only sent us a message and we can't contact him anymore. I contacted his clone but he didn't reply either. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was a little worried. Haha, you're truly a master and disciple. It's only been 1,000 years and you can't sit still anymore, Ming Tianming laughed. I'm just worried that something might happen. Who knows if the 8 Clouds General has other intentions, such as possession. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments shook his head. Then why don't you just look for Jianghu directly? I'm worried that I'll disturb him from receiving the inheritance. What's there to worry about? Only Jianghu's true body is receiving the inheritance. Could it be that his clone can't split a wisp of spirit consciousness into the Tongtian Mountain River diagram when he receives the inheritance? Ming Tianming shook his head with a smile. If you're worried, I'll send him a message. Ming Tianming was straightforward and sent a message to Jianghu directly. Before long, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the gigantic stone table. It was Jianghu who was dressed in white robes. His attire was simple. It was not the cold attire of the past where he wore black armor with golden patterns and carried a sword on his back. Jianghu. Just as Ming Tianming was about to speak, he frowned and observed Jianghu carefully. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was even more meticulous. He had already noticed the difference and was staring intently at Jianghu. What realm were the two of them at? He could tell at a glance that Jianghu had changed too much. It was a temperament that came from his bones. Some people's temperaments would become more resolute and sharp after fighting too much. Some people would develop a scholarly aura after reading too much. Different experiences had caused his temperament to change. While Jianghu was absorbing the fundamental heritage of the entire primordial realm civilization, his vision and realm had undergone tremendous changes. He far surpassed those so-called Empyrean powerhouses. He could be the master of those Empyreans and guide them. Therefore, his temperament had undergone an earth-shattering change. Looks like this inheritance is not ordinary. Venerable Ming looked at Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and lamented, when I saw him just now, I felt like I was looking at Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmaments. You are indeed very similar to Master, Tao Lord Nina Firmament said with a smile. Venerable Ming Ming Master, don't make fun of me. Jiang Xi smiled indifferently. He sighed in his heart. He never thought that he would be in seclusion for 1 billion years. The foundational legacies in the Eight Clouds legacy were simply too vast. They covered 90% of the primordial realm's civilization's foundation. When he was memorizing and studying these basic inheritances, he could still maintain his consciousness at first. But as his research deepened, his memories and foundation became richer and richer. He actually fell into a special state between being muddle-headed and clear-headed. Even his avatars were immersed in it. If not for Venerable Ming Ming's message, he might have continued his research. I can see that you have gained a lot this time. Venerable Ming Ming said with a smile. Yes, it is. Jiang Xi nodded, but his heart ached. He had gained a lot, but the price was also great. According to his original plan, he only needed to maintain a time acceleration of 1 million times for 1 or 200 years. But this state lasted for 1,000 years. In reality, it had been more than 1 billion years. This kind of consumption was huge. Eight Clouds Pavilion's miniature universe had consumed close to 1% of its origin. It would probably take 1 billion years to recover. Tao Lord Nina Firmaments asked, how was the inheritance this time? Are you confident of attaining eternity? Will it be of help to the human race? So that we humans won't have to fear the dangers of the cataclysm? Tao Lord Nina Firmaments asked. Jiang Xi smiled and nodded. From the Tribulation Transcender realm all the way to the limit of Empyrean realm, everything is in my heart. His tone was really big. Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds looked at each other and smiled. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Of course, they knew what kind of person Jiang Xi was. It could be said that they had watched Jiang Xi grow up. From a person's growth, one could see their character and style of doing things. To Lord Ming Ming and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Riverward would only take action when he was confident and prepared. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't say or do anything. And now, since Jiang Xi dared to say it so confidently, it would definitely succeed. Everything is in your heart? That's a big tone, but I'm very happy to hear it. Venerable Ming Ming was full of smiles. Cultivation from the Tribulation Transcender realm all the way to the limit of Empyrean realm? Tao Lord Nine Clouds couldn't help but ask, then do you know that without the road of eternity? How can one cultivate eternity? Could it be that one has to go to the endless void above the chaos sea to challenge eternity? Is this the only path? Challenge eternity. Venerable Ming Ming's gaze also focused as he stared at Jiang Xi. Even he, a third-step Empyrean, was filled with fear and had no confidence in challenging eternity. Jiang Xi naturally knew this. Before the Eight Clouds Divine General disappeared, he had mentioned this to him. Moreover, although there wasn't much information about the eternal realm and the various basic inheritances he had studied in the past 1 billion years, in total, he definitely knew more about how to cultivate eternity than any faction in the Chaos Sea. Due to the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, the cultivators of the Chaos Sea can only reach the limit of Empyrean realm in terms of Tao cultivation. Therefore, they have to pass through the road of eternity to continue cultivating. Jiang Xi said slowly. The laws of heaven and earth? Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds looked at each other. Others didn't know, but they had often been in contact with Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament. Even after Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament was suppressed, he usually contacted the two of them the most. Therefore, they had long learned about the laws of heaven and earth from Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament. Whoosh! There was a black throne at both ends of the huge stone table. Celestial Venerable Ming was sitting on one of them. At that moment, a purple-robed figure appeared on the other black throne. It was Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament. However, Jiang Xi, Celestial Venerable Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Clouds didn't notice the laws of heaven and earth? Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament listened with interest. However, the road of eternity will no longer descend in the chaos sea of the primordial realm. Jiang Xi recounted the war between the primordial realm and the astral realm, as well as the various origins and history. After Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds heard this, the shock on their faces couldn't be quelled for a long time. Clearly their worldview had been overturned. There was actually such a huge world outside. After calming down, Tao Lord Nine Clouds asked, since the road of eternity is no more, there should be other ways to cultivate eternity, right? Yes. Jiang Xi nodded. Besides the road of eternity, there are two other paths. That is to break through the limits of the Empyrean realm with one's body and essence spirit. This way, one won't be restricted by the laws of heaven and earth in the chaos sea of the primordial realm. Naturally, one can cultivate eternity and easily break through the boundary walls of the Chaos Sea's endless void. Break through the limits of the Empyrean realm with one's body and essence spirit. Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds smiled bitterly. The mainstream cultivation method of the 4 primordial universes and the 2 Holy Land universes in the Chaos Sea was Tao cultivation. There was no complete cultivation path of the body and essence spirit. Even if there were some sporadic body-tempering tribes, they would at most become Tao Lords. For example, the Battle Rune continent of the Purple Firmament sect's 3rd firmament world was proficient in body tempering. The tribe's patriarch, Tao Lord 5 Elements, became a Tao Lord through body tempering. On the other side, Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament sighed softly. The strength of his essence spirit had already broken through the limits of the Empyrean realm and reached the level of an Eternal Supreme. Unfortunately, he had broken through during the war with the 4th universe's original will and not through cultivation. Moreover, the price he had to pay was too great. He would be suppressed forever. Although his essence spirit was already at the level of an Eternal Supreme, he wasn't considered a true Eternal Supreme before his cultivation truly broke through. Once the calamity came, he would still be annihilated. In the 8 Clouds inheritance I obtained, there is a cultivation method for the body and essence spirit. However, due to the restriction of the inheritance imprint, I can't impart it to others. Otherwise, my body and soul will be destroyed. Jianghu sighed. It doesn't matter. As long as you can cultivate to eternity, we can also benefit from your light and become eternal existences. Celestial Venerable Bright smiled, just cultivate well. Tao Lord 9 Firmament nodded. Jianghu was silent. He knew very well that relying on others to obtain eternity was like relying on a prisoner. If there was a chance to cultivate to eternity, no one would be willing to rely on others. In the future, when I become an Eternal Supreme and can see more inheritance information, I will think of a way to let Master and the others cultivate to eternity. Jianghu thought to himself. Let's not talk about this for now. Tao Lord 9 Firmament smiled freely and then asked, Jianghu, you should have the method to cultivate from a Tao Lord to a Celestial Venerable, right? Although he had the combat strength of a half-step Celestial Venerable, he was still a Tao Lord. The next step was to become a Celestial Venerable, so he was very concerned about this problem. Of course I do. Jianghu nodded with a smile. In the primordial realm civilization there are countless experts. Becoming a Celestial Venerable expert is a huge threshold. However, because there are many breakthroughs, many factions have concluded a systematic method. There are many experiences that can be used as reference to maximize the chances of becoming a Celestial Venerable. In this calamity era, we humans might have 4 or 5 Celestial Venerable experts in the end. However, with the guidance of these methods, we should be able to increase it by several times. The Heavenly Feather race of the first universe only obtained the inheritance of a Celestial Venerable ruins. Furthermore, it was an incomplete Heavenly Feather inheritance, but it gave birth to 9 Celestial Venerable experts. Although the humans of the 4th universe couldn't compare to the Heavenly Feather race in terms of age, it wouldn't be difficult for them to give birth to more Celestial Venerable experts with the guidance of the 8 Clouds inheritance. Several times? Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord 9 Firmament were immediately shocked. In that case, all the Tao Lords of the human race can become Celestial Venerables in the future? Tao Lord 9 Firmament asked. Excluding Riverward, the human race only had a total of 22 Tao Lords. No, that's not what I meant. Jianghu shook his head calmly. If a Tao Lord wants to become a Celestial Venerable, there's a huge threshold in the middle. Even with the guidance of the 8 Clouds inheritance, although the chances of breaking through can be greatly increased, it's still very difficult. For example, our race only has a little over 100,000 perfected lords and 22 Tao Lords. However, if we have the guidance of the 8 Clouds inheritance, we might have more than 1,000,000 perfected lords and close to 1,000 Tao Lords under this more perfect cultivation system from Tribulation Transcender to Celestial Venerable. Of course, this sort of training method will result in some of the less talented clansmen being able to reach the true Lord level at most, but in the end they will be able to become Tao Lords. Therefore, the average talent of these close to 1,000 Tao Lords is definitely inferior to our current 22 Tao Lords. However, with so many Tao Lords, it's not difficult to produce dozens of Celestial Venerables. If we're lucky there might be close to 100, Jianghu said slowly. The huge stone table immediately quieted down. Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord 9 Firmament were stunned, unable to calm down for a long time. It was too heaven-defying. How many Celestial Venerables were there in the strongest universe in the Chaos Sea? Only about 100. As for the second and third universes, there were probably less than 100 in total. Needless to say, the two Holy Lands were unable to produce new celestial venerables. The few remaining celestial venerables in the Holy Lands were left behind countless eras ago. Because they didn't have miniature universes, their actual combat strength had decreased a lot. Now, Jianghu was telling them that the humans of the fourth universe could be more powerful than all the races of the first universe combined? This. Tao Lord 9 Firmament wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Are you confident? Tomorrow Venerable's eyes lit up. Of course. In the primordial realm civilization, celestial venerables are only the lowest threshold to enter the ranks of the strong. Jianghu nodded confidently. As the strength of the human race increases and we occupy more territories in the fourth universe, more talented people will be born. It won't be too difficult for close to 100 celestial venerables to appear in the future. Haha, good. Tomorrow Venerable laughed. Then, give us some pointers now and let us see how powerful this 8 Clouds inheritance is. No problem. Jianghu smiled and nodded. I'll call them all over. Tomorrow Venerable immediately sent a message. Soon, figures began to appear on the 2 thrones on the 2 sides of the long stone table. They were the Tao Lords of the human race. Tomorrow Venerable, did something happen? Why did you call us over in such a hurry? Someone asked. However, when they saw Jianghu, they all became excited and looked forward to it. This was because they all knew that Jianghu was currently accepting the 8 Clouds inheritance. Now that he had appeared, it seemed that he was going to talk about something related to the inheritance. Jianghu, tell the 8 Clouds when you will let me out. The other perfected lords and 9 tribulation transcenders of the human race also haven't come out, Tao Lord Yanqing said with a smile. The 8 Clouds Divine General has already disappeared. I'm now the new 8 Clouds. When the matter at hand is over, I'll bring you all back. Jianghu nodded. Tao Lord Yanqing didn't say anything else. Then, Tomorrow Venerable looked at the Tao Lords and said with a solemn expression, Jianghu has already accepted the 8 Clouds inheritance. Now, he wants to tell everyone how to break through from the Tao Lord realm to the Celestial Venerable realm. Whoosh. Among the Tao Lords in front of the stone table, only Tao Lord 9 Firmament was calm. The other Tao Lords couldn't maintain their calm and were all excited. Breaking through from the Tao Lord realm to the Celestial Venerable realm? There was no way for them to follow this process. Moreover, they had to cultivate to the Celestial Venerable realm before the calamity arrived. If the calamity arrived, even if the human race had an eternal universe, they wouldn't be able to break through. Jianghu, are you confident? Buddhist Venerable was the first to ask. Jianghu, can I also become a Celestial Venerable? Tao Lord Xingyu asked directly. He was Jianghu's uncle master, but his cultivation was only at the desolate level. At this time the other Tao Lords were also asking. Jianghu said with a smile, everyone's talent is at the top of the human race. If you can cultivate to the Tao Lord realm without the guidance of a complete cultivation system, you are naturally extraordinary. Once you have the guidance of the inheritance, you will definitely have the highest chance of becoming a Celestial Venerable. As for who will break through in the end, I can't guarantee. You will understand after listening to what I have to say. Alright, don't ask any more. Listen to Jianghu, Tomorrow Venerable shouted. These Tao Lords who had been waiting for countless years quieted down. They suppressed the doubts and anxiety in their hearts and began to listen carefully. On the other side of the black throne, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament also began to listen. Jianghu looked at everyone's faces and then said, there are 3 paths to cultivate from Tao Lord to Celestial Venerable. The first is the Tao techniques that everyone usually cultivates. The second is body tempering, which is to cultivate the body. The third is spirit refinement, which is to cultivate the primordial spirit. For Tao Lords, the most important step to becoming a Celestial Venerable is to let the volume of the Grotto Heaven world reach the limit. Then, it will rush out of the barrier of the original universe and turn into a miniature universe in the Chaos Sea. The 3 paths I mentioned are the methods to let the Grotto Heaven world reach the limit. The 2 Heavenly Venerables and all the Tao Lords in front of the stone table nodded slowly. Everyone knew this. The size of the Grotto Heaven world was determined by the cultivator's Tao technique realm, body realm and primordial spirit realm. However, everyone mainly cultivated Tao techniques, so most of the time, everyone neglected the cultivation of the body and primordial spirit. In fact, if a cultivator's body and primordial spirit were superior to those of the same level, then their Grotto Heaven world would definitely be larger than those of the same level. It was no wonder that everyone neglected this. In fact, the various factions in the Chaos Sea were all blind when it came to the cultivation of Celestial Venerables. Because there were simply too few of them, there was no way to conduct systematic research. Moreover, there wasn't a true super powerhouse who could stand at the top and integrate and summarize in a way that was advantageous to them. Now, let me first talk about how to let the Grotto Heaven world reach the limit through Dao technique cultivation. Jianghu said slowly. The white-robed Jianghu was explaining the Dao and dispelling doubts. The other Dao lords were listening attentively. This scene seemed to be forever frozen in the river of time, and it moved heavenly venerable purple firmament. A long time ago I also gave a lecture like this. At that time, it seemed to be in a similar situation. My existence allowed the humans of the fourth universe to stand among the pinnacle races and become the strongest pinnacle race. That was the first major turning point in the fate of our race. Now, Jianghu has brought an even stronger legacy of the primordial realm civilization. He will lead the human race to undergo a second major turning point. And this time, the transformation will be even more thorough and far-reaching than the previous one. Heavenly venerable purple firmament sighed. He understood that as Jianghu passed down these legacies, the human race would gradually undergo a transformation. The number of true lords would continue to increase, and there would be more and more Dao lords. Celestial venerables would also appear one after another. In this calamity era, the humans of the fourth universe would eventually become the #1 faction in the Chaos Sea, even more powerful than the two Holy Land universes. The fate of the human race. Turning point. Heavenly venerable purple firmament listened silently. Although he didn't know if he could escape the suppression of the fourth universe, he seemed to be able to see how powerful the human race would become under Jianghu's leadership in the endless years to come. Breaking through from Dao Lord to Celestial Venerable, Jianghu first summarized the three paths in the simplest way, drawing out the corresponding legacy theory. Then he began to explain in detail, including the details of each path, the many difficulties in cultivation, how to solve the problems, and so on. Just these theories alone took Jianghu a month to explain before he finished. After all, the Celestial Venerable level could be considered the first major threshold in the entire path of cultivation. It felt like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. There were too many details. A single misstep could lead to a world of difference in future achievements. These are all theoretical guidelines. That's why I finished it so quickly. Jianghu smiled at the end. When I return from the Chaos Sea, I will bring back some detailed legacy secret techniques such as some combat techniques for everyone. The amount of information in each secret technique is vast. It's too slow if I just recite it orally or use my spiritual consciousness to materialize it. It took Jianghu so long to input the information of an inheritance stone into his mind. A vast and powerful secret technique. If he only explained it verbally, it would take him an era to finish it. Similar to the Heavenly Feather Race's Supreme Descent technique? Some special secret techniques? Celestial Venerable Combat techniques? The human Dao Lords present were all looking forward to it. Jianghu smiled and said, "There are many complete secret techniques in the Eight Clouds legacy that allow one to reach the limits of a Heavenly Venerable from Tribulation Transcender. These are nothing." There were hundreds of millions of inheritance stones at the bottom of the lake. Although the information recorded in the inheritance stones was the outermost inheritance, the Eight Clouds legacy was not something that could be easily obtained, but, to be able to be collected by the Eight Clouds faction, how could it be simple information? It was basically a secret technique that could be cultivated to the limits of an Empyrean. Moreover, that inheritance stone contained over 1,000 different secret techniques. Of course, many of the secret techniques are just for everyone's reference. After seeing enough of them, you will be able to comprehend them by analogy. True cultivation still depends on you. From Dao Lord to Heavenly Venerable, this is a huge threshold after all. It's much more difficult than becoming a perfected Lord or Dao Lord. Jianghu continued. Everyone, including Dao Lord Nine Clouds, fell into deep thought. This month had a great impact on them. Everyone had a direction for how to cultivate in the future. As for whether they could succeed or not, it would depend on themselves. Knowing and doing were two different things. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.